I guess when we start, we should
We're already
definitely.
started, Chesta. We are already
Oh
started.
well.
Welcome along, everyone. Very last minute start, but we are here for the 4 hours of Le Mans. That's what's
Here in France,
up.
the worst country. I
We do,
take that back.
we don't have full overlays running, but I am Nicholas Shepard. With me in the commentary box today, we have Chesta
I'm
Jumper.
Chesta. Yeah, I'm Chesta. We have Tim here.
Hello,
Tim,
hello. If you're here joining us for 4 hours, buckle up, grab a drink. Hope you got a snack,
grab
and
some
let's see some
popcorn.
good endurance racing.
We have some two
Yeah,
Alpine drivers, a Ferrari driver, an AFR, and an AlphaTauri driver, basically.
yeah, we got Ismail here. He's muted at the second. We also should have John here, but John, who knows? John will be here maybe. But yeah.
It is like 6 a.m. I'm pretty sure, like where he is. So I do not blame him.
Yep. So anyway, we have got the qualifying session started. Currently, the GTEs are actively out on track first. I believe they'll be taking up half of the session before we have the hypercars out next. So we're just spectating on the general queue here. We got AER and AFR admin, slurring on my words there, Nikodem Sazaska, German Supreme Leader out here. We got Rayne
Oh, this
Bradford,
is. So we are in
Richard
qualifying.
Warners. Yeah, let me get my stream up now since we're finally good for everyone on Discord to watch. Here we go.
Yep. So we're in qualifying, and I think have those Le Mans cars gone? I don't think so. Not Le Mans cars. That's all of them. The hyper cars. Whatever.
This is going to be a stream, boys. So as I
Yeah.
just look around here, I'm trying to get my... There should be a session timer that comes up in the top left here. I've got
Yeah.
an app for it. It's not showing up, though, so... We'll wait on that. It should...
The session timer, we got about 27 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I've got an idea. I've got a quick
If you
idea.
have if you have very good eyes and or have a very high resolution monitor, there's a tiny timer at the top that is there if you want to go look at that, see the time currently.
No, I've got it.
27 minutes, 24 seconds.
I've got it. I'm going to pull a window
Oh.
capture from Google Chrome. I'm going to pull a Google capture from window Chrome of my live timing, and then I'm going to zoom it all the way in onto that session timer. Just so everyone can see where we are at.
Well, I don't know if. Well, it seems that these guys currently these GTEs. I think these are GTEs. Yes, if I'm correct.
Nope, these are definitely hypercars. No, these are GTEs. Please bear with us, everyone, as I get my timer set up in the top left so you can all see where we are here.
I forgot. I kind of forgot if you got GTEs or GT3s, but yes, GTEs.
Yes. So yeah, we're all good. Stream is up. Everyone, thankfully, is still in their outlap. We've got a very long outlap here. We're on board with Richard Warnders currently, who leads the pack off for the GTE cars. Right behind him, Rayne Bradford, an AFR OG, as well as Nikodem Sazaska, German Supreme Leader of AFR and AER,
Shepard.
right behind. Yep.
Shepard, you may want to move the timer a bit down to still kind of see the overall thing.
Might want to move what down?
The timer down because it's still. Never mind. We're good.
Okay.
To those watching, to anybody who is not aware, our great Supreme Leader Nikodem Saska is celebrating his birthday today while racing in this 24-hour time frame, 4-hour endurance race.
Yeah, tomorrow's my birthday. So I guess when we start, we should definitely. I guess it isn't as special as his though.
Yes. Let's see.
Well, the first GT to come out to do a lap, Richard. And I think in a he's in a team. I think.
Hey, and anyone who is in stream chat right now from AFR who's familiar with this, let me know feedback-wise how the stream is, because we just finished the AFR race. I've set this up very, very last minute for Nikodem, so just as far as like if there's FPS stutters, anything of that nature, please feel free to let me know so I can make adjustments before the race. But otherwise, we should be smooth sailing. Hopefully.
So Richard Warner is the first car to go on the lap. I don't really know what a good lap time for GTEs around here. Blue Eel Racing.
We have a very supportive chat of Nikodem Saska. The happy birthday wishes are coming left, right, and center.
Oh, and who's that behind Richard?
And the stream quality is good, says Edward in the chat.
Awesome.
Thank you, Edward.
Awesome.
Rayne Bradford. I made that skin.
Awesome. Yeah, we're on board right now with Rayne Bradford. Still getting the stream setups, but I promise everyone watching, I will keep with the camera angles. I'll make sure I get all the action for you guys. We're just very slow here, so yep. While we're here, we'll switch angles. Let's see what we got here with the Porsche. We'll go on board with Rayne. Oh, only for a little bit. I'm trying to secure that F6 camera.
If we don't figure it out right away, we got 4 hours too, so we got lots of time here, boys.
Yep. So, yeah. Here we go. On board with Rayne Bradford. It's going to come into a very, very harsh braking zone.
There's only 3 Corvettes in the field.
Yeah, it's a very Porsche-dominated field at the moment. Based off those outlet angles I was showing, it looked almost like it was a Porsche Spec Series for a second, but...
Yeah,
so...
with the Nissan there in the middle of 13. His name is Streamer.
Okay. Nikodem, I'm gonna up you. I can't hear you. Now I can hear you.
I can't.
I got you.
Yes. Yeah. Just I'm not gonna be racing, by the way. I'm gonna be doing this transportation since Ali's not here. If you just click a GTE, so you can see all just the GTE cars for now, since it's GTE qualifying,
yes.
it will be a lot easier.
Yes, yep, got it.
Yep.
We'll do.
Alright,
Cheers.
lovely. I'll be watching the stream and giving you tips.
Yep. Let me see. For some reason the class selection isn't showing up.
You have to, if you move your mouse up towards it, like at the top.
Yeah, it's at the top.
You have to like shake the mouse around.
That's what I'm trying to do. It's not. Maybe I've got it pinned. I've got it pinned.
Just.
There we go.
Okay.
I love it. Right, I'll be right back.
I'll pin it back up again so we don't lose that.
Yep. All right. Oh, as we go off with Rags here.
That's a alley track limits special right there.
Yep. So apologies again, everyone. We've been getting the stream set up last minute. Hopefully, everything should be good now. We can get on board and actually catch some action. So, at the end of the lap with Rayne Bradford, he's going to be coming through these last chicanes here before the front straight, what they call Virage Ford.
I should probably pull up track names.
Oh, no!
Oh.
As Richard Wonders comes across, that's a personal best, 3-minute 53.893 for provisional pole. Yeah, Rayne, that is just not... It's so hard at those last couple of chicanes. It's absolutely everything there, and you just have to manage it.
They were very aggressive when I drove this track.
Yep, so we got Firm Handshake. Very nice name. Moves up to P1, 350.499. Just behind him, we've got Goncalves and Osterberg, Axel Osterberg, P2 and P3, 350.9, followed by a 351.5. So over half a second for Handshake right now. That's a pretty good gap for him. Pretty good gap for the top 3, all within a second and a half right now, or rather a second.
We have 2 Corvettes, 5th and 6th, blocking out the 3rd row. I don't know.
And anyone in stream chat, also feedback for the voices. I don't know how our voices are good.
The Corvette gets 2nd.
Corvette of Arrow Soranko.
Yes, so for the brief time, I can change the leaderboard settings so I can see everyone's first name. Just so our viewers, as well as ourselves who have just started streaming here, can see what's going on. We've got weather, I'll turn on the config module, which is, of course, not showing now. So, moving onto a TV camera here as we go on board with Firm Handshake on another lap as I try...
From Handshake, I can try to maybe see what team he's on, because this is a mandatory driver stop. Most AER races you can do by yourself, as they were only an hour too. This is a 4-hour race, a mandatory driver swap. This race.
So, okay, my configuration is going, okay.
So who are we spectating right now? Firm Handshake?
Yes, we're on board with Firm. So I've switched the names just briefly so we can see the first names as well as our viewers so we can all get familiar. We've got Firm Handshake in P1.
Firm Handshake with what?
Firm Handshake looks like he's on a outlap right now.
Yeah, he may be.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's going to be
his first sector was 10 seconds off pace.
Yeah, so it looks like it is going to be just a single lap stint for qualifying. I wasn't sure if cars were going to be going around 2-3 laps trying to maximize tires. It's a very long lap, so I mean it's always debatable, but you know, we'll see. As we got our modules up,
Yeah.
looks like everything should be good. Looks like the bulk are on outlaps here. If I have a look at live,
Onzo.
looks like
We're on board with
P2 Caro right now is actually purple in the first sector. It looks like he may be on another lap. He's down by 3/10 actually.
Wonders looks like he's on a lap as well.
Caro in that very white GTE. Very nice looking.
Yep, he's going to be coming through.
Richard has improved his first.
I can find Caro is racing for Olympus Racing this race.
Yep, so we have Car. He's going to be coming down to the Indianapolis S's right now in a purple first sector. I'll get my configuration module out of here. Again, apologies to everyone joining in. We're setting up everything very, very last minute here after the AFR race, so
you know what someone needs to add to Assetto Corsa? They need to allow you to use apps outside of Assetto Corsa or something like of such.
Yeah.
It would help so much. I don't know if you could do that, but it would help someone streaming.
Yeah, well, we've got external apps through SimHub that we could use, but it's all a mess here. We're making do with what we've got. So we got a server personal best by Richard Wonders, who improves to a 351.7. Of course, that is a personal best for him, but it's not going to improve him past his current P5 position right now.
Yep, Caro still, I think, is on a lap. Ooh, that is 1300ths off of the fastest Sector 2, getting the fast Sector 2.
Yeah, it looks like he's on for a banger right now if he can hold this one together. We're going to have to see how this session develops for the GTs.
It is 17 minutes 30 seconds, so that's like 3 minutes left for these guys.
Nicholas,
The
bottom right name icon, can you move that to the left a bit? Because it's cutting off the lap time.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, again, like I said, racing for Olympus Racing with Albon Petit as their second driver.
Yep, so we got Firm Handshakes on pole, but that
is a 2-second gain.
Immediately makes a 2-second gain. Yeah, just about 2 seconds. About 1.7 to be exact. He's got a 348.777 over Firm Handshakes 350.499.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. This could be an Olympus Racing pole position.
Yep, and we've
got...
These guys have only done a few laps to... It's a very long circuit. Laps kind of take a while.
Yep.
Just gonna point out, muscle cars for the win.
Corvette is not a muscle car.
Well, American represent, we've got Afonso Goncalves here in P3, just about 5/10 behind Firm Handshake. So that is a very tight battle right there for the podium spots right now in qualifying. Axel is right behind, Jace Merrick is right behind him, so it looks like we've got a bit of a pace split here, but we've got multiple ranges. Looks like Richard has DNF from the session, so is Adrian. I did hear from Nicodem that Adrian and Nicodem may not be racing their entry today, so they may be out, but Richard Wonders, I'm not too sure about. It looks like he's backed out. Maybe he's called it a day for qualifying.
And I just learned there are 2 Golf Racing Club cars on the 2 teams of theirs. It's
4
Rayne
drivers?
Yeah, not 4 drivers, but there's 2 teams that are both racing under the Golf Club name. Golf Racing Club name. Rayne and I think the first one is Jace Merrick and Steve Stevenson in the first Golf Racing Club, and the second Golf Racing team is Rayne and teammates from Super Formula, actually.
Yep, we are now welcomed by Ismail.
Yep, and we go actively on board with Jace Merrick, who you're just referencing in one of those Golf liveried cars. He's 6/10 up in the first sector, so it looks like he just might not be in the contention, especially if the session is going to end after this lap for Jace. So he's going to have to put everything he can into the end of this lap, but so far it's a good start.
Yeah, and now pit lane's closed with these GTEs now, as if we go back to pits, I think the hypercar should be coming out sooner or later. Or, well, not... I keep saying hypercar. I don't know if they are hypercars.
Yes, hypercars are getting ready to head out. So let me...
Yeah, you can see... As you can see, the distance there, they are going on, but... Got in provisional pole, 3.48. Sorenko in a Corvette, American pride.
And he goes half a second down on his next lap. He's half a second quicker this lap around than his already provisional pole rather, 3:48.777. So he's already looking at 3:47 range. If he can find any more time through these last two sectors, we'll see.
Yeah, and I just want to say that his last sector is almost 1.4 seconds faster than the P2.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's definitely one of the fastest guys here.
But he's lost 6/10.
He's lost 6/10. I mean, he's a tenth under probably his best time currently around that.
Yep.
Now
And
going to the last sector, I forget these names of this Indianapolis. I know that.
yep, so
Yeah, you want to keep a look at this technical
I should
track because he goes very, very fast here.
Full of a track map for Le Mans, so I know the corner names.
Yep, and he's
make
ended his lap, so it looks like the GTs for the most part have finished up here. We've got Alfonso coming around with just a couple corners to go, pushes out wide.
Ooh, that's a wide exit.
Chase Merrick does improve though. He has brought it back with his last two sectors, and he's improved to P3, just about a tenth behind Firm Handshake, but that puts him in a podium contention. And anything is available in this race. We've got 4 hours.
Yeah, now if we can. And now, if we can switch...
GT qualifying went a little longer than necessary. The LMPs are now out onto track.
Yep, so we switch over to the LMP grid, rather LMH for the 2022 season. This is a hypercar.
Right,
Yeah.
LMH.
We'll all surely say this a couple times.
2 minutes less than they would have liked, though. GT, like Tim said, GT qualifying took a bit too long. Some people finishing up laps are going back to pits.
I blame our
And
Supreme Leader.
And some of the grid we have here, we have some. I think we have Team of the Court, former AFR, not former AFR member, former AFR driver. He's in Super Formula right now. Actually, never mind. I'm bad with my information.
Timo, as of today, Timo leads the championship. So Timo needs a P2 finish in order to win the championship today.
That is right.
So
He's
all eyes on Timo.
Yeah, he's teaming up with Luca. Yeah, I don't know how to say it. I'm so sorry.
Timo is hoping that Alex Cochrane crashes out because that is his main competition in the championship today in Le Mans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Teaming up with Christopher Bowes with Redwater Racing.
Yes.
In Redwater Racing.
Yep, so that is Luca in the number 6 car for Redwater Racing. As well, we've got Alex Cochrane, who, for some reason on the leaderboard is... as they make a bit of contact into one of the chicanes. But yeah, Alex Cochrane is showing up in the number 6 livery as well. I know the liveries are pretty much the same other than the number, but Alex Cochrane should be showing up here in the number 7. Yeah, so yeah, on board with Alex Cochrane, went back to the pits.
That was interesting. What even happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. Just a bit of contact. It looked like there were a bit of cars bunched up, but, you know, getting those initial shakes out. I know Alex is a very talented driver. I've raced with him in Formula Trout. I've seen him in AER, AFR, all the above. So I have no doubts he'll get back out there and put down some good laps. But, yeah.
We don't support that first Discord that you mentioned.
But we go on board now with a few around the grid.
Yes, Nicodem?
Yo.
Could you go... sorry, Timo's messed up his JSON files, and could you just update it for the race? If you just put this in the JSON file for the 7 Redwater car, I'll send it you in DMs.
Okay.
So put that in the 7 Redwater car, cheers.
Yep. Will do.
So we have Jay Ranger in P1. I don't think actually anyone's gone on a lap yet. I think they're all starting to go on their laps now, as we're on board with Dave Pendry.
Yep, as we continue fixing the stream, but now we're back, and now we should go on board. Yes, on board with Pendry right now. Gets ready to endeavor down the great long straight, so... Go on with him for a minute.
How long is it straight? No, it's pretty long. Like, without the corners, how long is it straight?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm actively looking at 30
it's
things right now.
It's about 6 kilometers. If you're talking about the Mulsanne straight. So pretty long straight.
Yeah. I think everyone's on their laps now. Who's in the front of the pack right now? Who's soonest to finish their lap? I think that would.
Yeah, I apologize again. I'm trying to do 30 things at once right now because we have set up the stream with 5 minutes before the race has started. So
Yeah, we didn't.
I mean, that's how we do it in AFR.
I had to make some graphics before this started real quick. So yeah, I know the pain. I've done it too. with
yeah,
thumbnails.
it happens. But I'm just trying to get a track map up here so I can like see the corner names and everything.
Yeah, no,
I can. Yeah. I mean, I can take care of the corner names if you want.
I just want to have them up. So that's a lockup from Jay Pendry.
Oh.
I think it could just be CSP. CSP is known for its lovely smoke.
Yeah.
Circa Bahrain for AFR.
Yeah, I was getting visual a lot of that smoke in our AFR race when nobody was actually crashing.
I apologize to everyone here. Let me see if I can get ACTV, or rather auto cam, to work. If it'll show up. Of course it won't, but...
As those cars are very close to each other. Oh. So, Ying Courts. Currently personal pole. No one set an actual competitive lap time, I think, though. Yet.
Yeah, no one has set an actual LMH lap time, so we're still on initial laps. I believe Courts is going to be the first one to actually submit a lap time here, maybe?
Maybe. I think he just
we got a couple cars. I don't know if these cars are on outlaps. It looks like they've already completed outlaps, so they...
I'm going to the Corvette and Porsche cars currently.
Yeah, this is Jay Ranger, who actively shows his P2 on the leaderboard. Looks like he's going to be one of the first across the line.
And thank you for that image of the track map. That's a much better one than I have up.
Let's see. Do we have any other angles to play with? Yes, we do. So, we'll go here. Spectate JD Ranger.
Oh, did you not turn off the top things? I told you how to turn them off.
That's not on that menu. That's something different. That's for the disconnects and connects. It's not for switching. There's another menu. I can't find it. So yeah, Ranger 329.877. Pendry goes P2, 5 seconds behind him with 334.5. Coert's coming across the line, goes 5 seconds ahead of Ranger, 324.470. So 10 seconds actively splitting P1 to P3 as we get our first laps across the line. I'm sure that will change with time, but yeah, we go on board.
Yannick Court's racing under the same team he races under in Super Formula, Utara Racing. Who I think maybe constructors-wise doing well, and drivers-wise too. I don't keep up Super Formula. If someone here does, that would be nice.
Yeah, it looks like Ranger has backed out of the session. Maybe issues or something on his end with controls or graphics. I'm not sure, but he's backed out for the moment. We go on board with Jason Milanov into the last chicanes. We'll see if he can make any dent in the top three.
Cartier sets a 324.4.
Wow. So he goes, just, what is that, 400s? In some,
it's like 400s, like 4,500, like 3,700s.
Yep. As we got Ziglio here, P3 goes about half a second behind the two of them with a 325.1. Jason Milanov has gone 2 seconds behind with the 327.7. Look around at the rest of the grid. We've got Alex Cochran, who I'm sure is on a lap actively.
Yeah.
Very fast driver, I know. We've got a few other guys. Hunter Horchie here. Hunter Horchie goes up P4 with the 326.5. Very good lap from him. Luca goes P7 for Redwater Racing, Timo car, 339.7. Yeah. So it looks like they may have had a mistake or an outlap or something. So, very, very interesting.
I don't really do like that Redwater Racing car. The Redwater Racing car.
As Alex Cochran returns back to the pits, looks like he may have had another mistake or something. Hoping for the best for him. He's a very fast driver.
Yeah, don't mean to be mean, but Euro Collie colored Le Mans car, the hypercar.
Yep, as we look at
on board with
Venelin. Yeah, Velenin Uzanov. Looks like he's not completed a lap, so...
Slip Angle Racing.
Yeah, Slip Angle Racing. We're having a bit of a glitch with this module in the bottom right. It looks like if there's no team name, it extends.
Yeah, no. For the skins, you, I make skins, and I know this. if you want a team to show up in something like the F1 leaderboards thing, you have to set it manually in the UI skin Johnson
Yeah,
file.
the JSON. Yeah, that's what I've got to adjust for.
Emo.
Yeah, it's 7 car. So yeah, to Nicodem's message, I will get that JSON file adjusted.
Number 54, hypercar.
So we're gonna sit on board for a second. I'm gonna adjust this JSON file. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure if you edit it, it depends on whatever. But if some things when you edit it and you're still in game, like helmets, it'll
Yeah,
work.
no,
it'll
we're all
change.
good. We're all good.
Oh, it's just some files, I don't know.
So we are on board with Dennis Cotier, who has gone two tenths down purple first sector on a hot lap.
I think he's going through Arnage. I think that is.
If you guys have
As Pendry improves to a 3:23.8, so he's gone fastest for pole position now.
Improving by like 12 hundredths on his first sector, now coming into the Porsche curves. But these are my favorite corners. I don't even drive along that much, but I love these corners. The Porsche curves, whatever. They're so good.
Yep.
Now heading through the new Mason Blanche.
Oh! Bouncers there, now through my favorite corner, the Ford chicane. I just like the name. Much faster
like a-
than GT cars.
Sounds like a new model they're going to come out with, the Ford Chicane.
Fastest curves in the Ford chicane.
Probably a car for specifically made for soccer moms.
Check out the new minivan, the Ford Chicane.
Yeah, so yeah, Dennis Cotier crosses the line.
Critical flat. I gets beaten by. What is that last name? That's messing up the timing.
Simone Ziglio beats Dennis and goes just 300s quicker with a 3:24.014 to the 041. Pendry still sits in P1 with a 3:23.8.
Yeah, no, he beats him. If I can see. That's a.
As Luca takes the Redwater Racing car into P1. The number 7 displays as number 6, but is a number 7 Redwater Racing car. 3:22.655. That gaps P2 by 1.2 seconds. 1.2 seconds.
Timo's car?
That's
Timo's
insane.
teammate?
Timo?
Yes, this is the Timo car.
Timo's gonna be happy about that. That is his teammate.
Bruno Horchi, by the time he crosses the line, he will be the last person to set a lap time, as nobody else will be able to get around again, by the looks of it, to set another time.
Thankfully, it looks that Alex Cochran has made it around to get a lap started. Looks like he had some troubles at the beginning.
To the corner. So we're to the bottom corner.
No, you're alright. But anyway,
Looks annoying.
I've got an AER logo anyway. So
yeah, there you go.
we'll put it. We'll just sit it here for now. So anyway, we are not paying attention. We are back to qualifying, and we look at what is happening. So yes, Alex Cochran.
As Timo's again, like I said, Timo owns this team. I'm pretty sure.
Yep, it
I'm
is.
happy about that. His car is in P1 currently.
Yeah, I mean, if his teammate can drive really well during the race and get him in a position where he can just swap and then just keep the car on track and get P2 or P1, then he'll be winning that championship.
Yeah, that's very true.
Rayne, we're now on board. Now we're not. We're on board with James Pendry for Wellhouse Racing.
Yeah, we're at the end of qualifying and just getting cameras properly set up here. So thanks for everyone sticking around.
Now going down to the 4K now. Wellhouse Racing, what can they get?
Yeah,
They're P2 currently.
He's 3 seconds off in the first sector. I'm not sure if that's a mistake or an outlap, because that's not too big of a... I mean, it's Le Mans, but that could just be an outlap. It looks like he's going to cross the line now with the 327, 328, 329. Perhaps this is an outlap.
Maybe it is an outlap.
Yep, so I guess we'll go back on board with Alex Cochran. We know he's a very quick driver. He hasn't gotten a lap down this session, so we'll see where he can take his... We'll see where he can get his Redwater Racing car. He's in the number 6. We'll see where they can go. I'm sure they have some good pace behind him today. Teammate car is on pole.
Has Timo even set a lap?
Timo's teammate is in pole, because I'm pretty sure how it works is only one driver can do qualifying. And
correct. Yes, so Timo is on pole position. Yep.
Timo is on pole position, and I'm pretty sure who qualifies has to start the race, so Timo will be doing the ending stint most likely.
Yeah, as I said, if his teammate can get the car in a really good position and create like a big gap, especially this being an endurance race, like Timo can just drive his stint to be as slow as he can, but then keep the car on track, don't get any damage on it, and boom, he'll be winning that championship.
Yeah, as we see
All right,
now.
as the drivers cross the line to finish off their last lap, do we see anybody improving drastically?
De hele laatste sector.
That's well now.
Well, the drivers are in the pits.
going
Welke al die
down
bochtjes, ik
to
snap
the
wat je
Porsche
zegt.
careers. See how much he can improve. He'll improve definitely, but how
Luca
much?
bailed on a lap.
I see now most drivers finish their lap. I think Hendry
Nou
maybe
dan.
still on the lap. Same with Porsche.
Jezus.
Hendry
Porsche.
improved his first sector.
See sector 2 up by 6/10 for us Cochrane. See where he can go through the Porsche curves.
Yep, so apologies everyone, you'll hear random noises. Nicodem has asked me to join the TeamSpeak, but has left me in the waiting room with half of the grid, so we're doing what we can here. We're trying to, we'll have everything good for the race, so yeah.
And well, why do we go off 4?
Alex,
As we go back with Alex, Alex is going to come across.
Again, well, coming out of it now.
He improves the other car to P7 for Redwater Racing, so that's going to be a P1 and 7 actively for the
She is
2.
still
You've got Jay
Breaking Point
Pendry.
Racing.
James Pendry still on a lap here. 5/10.
Kunor is coming around the final corner.
Wellhush. Yeah, in the
He
Wellhush
goes
race.
up to P2.
Wow.
Oh,
Horchi.
Yep.
I'm
Up
saying
to P2. His sector 3 was unbelievable.
that's P2 for Breaking Point Racing. They're gonna have
So
in the front now with Redwater
Let's see
Racing.
James's second sector.
look
Let's
at-
see how he's doing.
Yeah, now Jay Pendry, the last car on track.
Yep, so that's a healthy
just-
gap. That's a very healthy gap from Luca there. He's got 1 second to P2. This is going to be James Pendry doing everything he can. Of course, as everyone looks at these sector times, it says he's up. He's slower by half a second, but that is only to P1. If he can keep this gap down, he may be able to snatch P2 right back.
Let me just point out the gap between P2 and P3.
Yeah, that's a very close gap.
Oh,
Goes
as he takes a big
really
snap.
wide.
So if he's only
Now-
6/10 off a pole right now, that actively may put him just in front of Hunter. So if he can hold
He
it
has
off,
to-
he's just had a mistake there, but if he can hold it off, he
He
may get P2.
He needs to nail he needs to nail the chicane. Coming out, what's he gonna get? Oh, the line. Where is it?
Does it?
There it is.
P2.
To second place.
P2.
What a lap.
8,000.
Server will go offline for 2 to 3 minutes because we're going to do a full machine restart. I will let you guys know through TeamSpeak when it's back on.
If he didn't have that little hiccup, those thousandths would have counted.
Issues. We were helping people with technical difficulties, but it is all sorted. We will be here for start of the race, and we will direct you all. Good qualifying. That was entertaining.
Yep, so just a message coming through from Adrian on race control. We've had some glitching around. Server's going to start to go down now to get ready for the race session, so we'll exit out of this Assetto session, but yeah, what an interesting qualifying for as much as we were missing there trying to get the stream actively set up the whole time. Very close
Reminder,
gaps.
have your driver in TeamSpeak. If you have
Yeah,
a question, feel free to
Mostly
ask
impressed by
your
Luca.
friends, your
The
teammates,
gap he got
whoever,
to
and
beat
me and
with
Nick
that
are
lap.
sitting in lounge. We're ready to take any questions you may have, so feel
Absolutely
free to
nailing
have
the
them
rest of the grid.
come by and stop and ask us
We
during
can
the race
also
if
see
something's
some
going wrong.
impressive drivers
Yeah,
in,
and
in the
just
GT
to follow what I
category
just
as well.
said, yeah, so if you have any questions, ask us. And also, if you have a report that you would like to report, go to reports to stewards, and there is a
Sound muted.
So we'll mute that for a second. I'm on TeamSpeak as well to listen to Nicodem's race control, so
Yeah, it's very loud.
yeah, so that's going through, but I've muted that for the second. But yeah, I think we've got a really, really good race ahead of us here. Thanks to anyone who stuck through on the stream on YouTube. Everything should be good going into the race session. So,
Wow,
yeah.
it's not a big difference, but I mean, when it comes to racing, every little kilometer you can gain makes a huge difference. Luca had 4 kilometers faster than James' fastest lap there.
Yeah, it's
The top speed.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
just so
especially on
much-
the long straights.
And there's just so much time. It's such a long lap. I mean, you just saw looking through the gaps on everyone's hot laps. I mean, up half a second, down a quarter of a second. Like, this is real life as well. I mean, times they vary quite significantly on performance, on setup, on everything. So It'll be interesting, but that's just qualifying. We don't know with
Yeah,
these
and
setups. We don't know with anyone. Like they like I was saying, you know, with Alex Cochran, just from historically speaking, I know he's a very fast driver. So going into the race, who knows what some of these guys are going to have for race setups? Who knows, you know, these P5, P6 qualifiers who are just right in that mid order in qualifying. I mean, 4 hours down the line, we have no idea who's going to have the strategical advantages, the setup advantages, aero balance, all these things factor in for such a long race, especially on Assetto Corsa. So we'll see. It's gonna be crazy. But just as a reminder for anyone tuning in, we'll be starting with a formation lap, rolling start. Two separate classes will be going at separate times, so we'll have the hypercars starting on their own, and just about 20-30 seconds after, you know, somewhere around there, we'll have the GTs go. So we'll try to capture both starts for you guys and see how that goes.
Sound
It's
resumed.
interesting to see that the hypercars were all starting on the medium compound.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I mean. Like it's a 4 hour race, so who knows what type of testing is going on? These drivers, you know, I mean, I haven't driven the car around here, so
Right, all drivers, server online now. Please join. You should have around
server
5 minutes to
message
join.
coming
Yeah,
through.
5 minutes.
Yeah, you got a 5-minute practice cooldown before
Shepard,
we
did you
get
find out how to
started
turn
here.
off the notifications or such?
Yeah, let me try to do that really quick. It's in another menu. I'm looking right now at the general patch settings for CSP. I believe it might be in here. Man, of course this. Can you send a quick message to Nicodem and ask really quick, if you wouldn't mind? Because I've got the one, like you said, from that one general page. I just can't remember. It's like general patch settings. I'm looking through here. There should be a setting to, if anyone in chat knows, I'm just trying to turn off, like when I switch from like F3 to F6 camera, you know, the little bar that comes across at the top and says, you know, the driver name, the car name, all of that. That little bar at the top. I just
Server's gonna go offline.
I believe
Pace
it's
car can't
under
join. Sorry
Assetto
about that, guys.
Corsa, under View and UI. There should be show driver's name, show virtual mirror, show leaderboard. You can uncheck all of those.
It's a
That's
Nick?
part of it, but there's another one under the CSP.
CSP GUI.
CSP GUI. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, GUI.
Alright, server coming back online now. So, yeah, server back online. You have 5 minutes to join. Sorry about that.
So okay, so we get
Hide the
And
camera
just-
message on top.
Yeah, they
Hide
just hide
ping
all the
tag.
messages. Just hide every message.
I'm trying to find the right thing to turn these
And
on.
just so you guys are aware, the pace will spawn in behind you. So on lights out, just don't move until the pace car is at the leader of the LMH. GTEs, please to leave a 30-second gap from the LMH pack. Thank you.
Okay. Everything is disabled. 5 minutes before the race, everyone in chat, we've got it. We've got the stream ready. So
It'd be the best Le Mans stream of Assetto Corsa history.
yes, yes.
Jimmy Broadbent, watch out, we're coming.
Awesome.
Okay. So
Okay, so
finally, we should be good.
all right, so we're gonna toast off to the start of this race here.
And yeah, Shepard, you maybe need to share the screen with us.
Yes, give me 1 second. I'm just getting everything set back up. So yeah, give me 1 second, everyone.
We have 19 great viewers, 18 now.
Yeah, I've got myself.
Count it down.
All right, so just a reminder for anyone watching in on stream here, we are going to be doing a formation lap behind the safety car, so that will be leading off the race for us today. We will not be doing a standing start like you would expect in Assetto Corsa. So yeah, we're gonna get started here. We've got a countdown at the top. Don't pay too much mind.
Yeah,
to
and also,
that.
guys, if you're getting kicked, quickly hop into
Good
lounge
message
and
from
we'll help
Nick.
it out. But it should all be fine.
Yeah, there's gonna be quite a few of those.
Yep. So yeah, just another disclaimer to anyone watching on stream. We'll have race control going at the same time, so you might hear some overlapping voice at a couple moments, but I'll try to let everyone else know when that's happening. So yeah.
Hey, we got. I think we won the Baku race. Fan in the chat. Won the AFR Baku race.
Yeah, hello Sven. Very good race. I put it in the wall.
Has also won Bahrain. Has also won Hockenheim. No, you won Hockenheim.
I won Hockenheim.
You know,
but I won Hockenheim after Sven spun. So thank you, Sven, for spinning. Today, I thought I might have had a chance. Completely threw it away in qualifying, and then completely threw it away literally every time we restarted the race by putting it in the barriers. So yeah, that was a good time. I had a lot of fun putting it in the barrier. That's about it. Still got a P3.
Now, how much time do we have left until it starts?
Just about 30 seconds. There's just about 30 seconds left until we're gonna get going.
50 seconds, actually.
Okay, well I'm looking at the live timing on the website.
Same here, I am.
Yeah, just for the LMH, keep in mind that the safety car is a road car, so they're going to be a lot slower than the GTE. So don't ram in, please. Thank you.
First time he's actually properly reminded anyone about that. Not even you.
Yeah.
Hey, at least, to be fair, at least Allie's not driving this road car.
Okay, everybody, please listen for your name to be called. Only go when you hear your name. I am reading the qualifying names as Nick said, so if you should know your teammates' names if you're not the one that qualified.
Yep, so to everyone on stream, I've muted all the other commentators for the moment. I'll just give you guys a little listen in at the race control to give you some more information on what's happening around this lap. I'll try to keep...
And all drivers, the safety car will overtake you guys on the right side, so please don't swerve to the right.
So as you'll see...
Congrats, nobody got any drive-through penalties. I'm proud of
Let's
you
go.
all. All right. First off, Luca, James, Hunor,
Sound muted.
Yep, so I've muted race control, but as you'll hear them over the next minute, they will be calling off hypercar names. This will be to get everyone manually formed behind the safety car. So as you see, Adrian, the race director, is calling off names right now, so looks like the leaderboard is not working at the active moment, but we do have the LMH grid heading out behind the safety car. So, like I said, they're just going to head around this lap, and they will be doing a rolling start controlled by the P1 car. So, based on the Assetto Corsa standards, I believe it counts this as the first lap, but we've added in some extra time so that the race distance is still 4 hours. So, makes it a little bit more realistic, makes it a little bit more fun for the drivers on track and for everyone watching. So, yeah, I'll turn the race control back on. I'll get the commentators back in here as we get around to the end of the lap, and we'll get the race going underway.
I noticed that someone joined after the lights ended. If you just go to the position you were told to go into, that's fine. Sorry, you can just put yourself there.
Okay, so our leaderboard has come back, as you should all be able to see on the stream. So we have got the LMH grid rounded out behind the safety car, and we've got the beginning of the GT grid just about 10 to 15 seconds behind them. So that is actively led by Karo Sarenko, who is one of 3 Corvettes, it appears, on the leaderboard, but he has actually made it to pole position. It looks like the other 2 are about 10 spots back, but he has gapped all of the Porsches and put himself on pole position in the Olympus Esports Corvette GTE. So quite awesome for them there. So yeah, but if you are just joining back in, please note we have set up the stream very last minute. That's why I'm having half of a panic attack right now as I get everything set up. I've got a couple other commentators with me who I'll be unmuting to in a second, who will join back in, but yeah, we're just getting the race started. As you can see on the timer, we got 4 hours and 2 minutes, so that extra 2 minutes...
Rayne, so there'll be Rayne and Robbie, sorry, I can't remember the first time, Antoine and Rayne, be a GTE car, Corvette 28, coming up behind you shortly. Let him past. He should be in front of Rayne, behind Ollie, so he should be in front of the 21 car, behind the 762 car.
Yep, so just a bit of reshuffling. We had one car who joined after the formation lap started, so we are going to allow them to come through the pits, use up a bit of tires to get back, and I guess shuffle back into their original grid order. So we'll get back on board here with the hypercar grid. I'll unmute myself to the rest of the commentators.
Just information there, pace car's going to go a bit slower because we are ahead of schedule where we should be at this point in time.
Okay, so you guys just heard that. Safety car is going to slow down just a bit on this outlap because, as you can see from the timer, we've got a little bit of extra time. We don't want the drivers pushing their fuel at race pace while we've still got over 4 hours on this timer. So we're doing the best we can within the confines of Assetto Corsa, but yeah, let me get myself unmuted. We'll bring the rest of the commentary team back in and get the race going.
Bring up the menu.
All right, we're back.
And he is back.
Just in time.
Yep. So yeah, no, I was just giving notes.
Number 6, you can be right on the pace car. The pace car won't go in until after the 4 chicane.
No, I was just letting the stream know all the fuckery that was happening throughout the outlap, but looks like everything's good now.
Language PG.
Yep, just a little bit. That's gonna remove us from the algorithm here.
Leader of GTE, if you could give a bit more of a gap, please. A bit more of a gap.
I think
7 to 10 seconds more gap, please.
You mentioned Blanche.
All right.
Okay, LMH, double file.
Kevin Hart
leader on the left. Double file, leader on the left.
Let's all try to stay on the silent side here. I've got
For
race
LMH,
control.
that is.
I've got
Yes, for LMH. GTEs stay single file for now.
got race control just constantly overpowering us.
Yeah.
Is
That's
race
new.
control going into the stream as well?
Should probably go on board with these hypercars.
Yes. So we get ready.
That is
Streamer back to pit. I think that's okay. LMH, green flag. Green flag.
Back
Go,
to
go, go.
pits.
Ooh, that was close.
GTE double file, leader on the left. GTE double file, leader on the left.
Yep. ALMH gets off into the
Three
first
wide.
couple of corners.
3 wide in the background. Oh, but it seems they
backed
thought
out.
better
They
of
backed
it.
out. Yeah.
Okay,
Now
please
we
start.
can all see we can see the GTEs now.
You cannot win an endurance race on the first lap.
Yep, so it looks like Luca keeps P1 and LMH. Looks like Hunter right behind him. J
GTE
P3.
green flag. Go, go, go. GTE green flag. Go, go, go.
Oh, the Corvette did not have a good start.
We're not have a good start.
Nope, Caro is going to shuffle back to P2 in the Corvette. Porsche gets into P1. That is firm handshake into P1. But looking into the chicane, what is going to happen here? Nope, firm handshake keeps it. Caro maintains the racing line into P2. Jace Merrick behind in P3 in the Golf liveried Porsche. So it looks like they get away quite clean as we go back on board to the LMH leaders. Looks like Luca is pulled away with a very healthy gap. Rest of the grid, Horchi, Pendry is getting put under immediate pressure from Dennis Cartier of Wellhouse Racing. So
Focus yellow deployed. Focus yellow in 10 seconds.
big
Focus yellow in
crash,
10
big
seconds.
crash.
10, 9, 8,
GT.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Focus yellow active.
wow, so full course yellow to start the session after a big GTE crash.
What
I
happened
think
with
that was
Ricardo?
Robbie.
Ricardo is just coming up to the
Ricardo.
pits right now. What
Corvette.
happened with him?
I think that might be a first DNF of the race. Maybe, maybe not.
No, he was way beyond. Like he's.
We could go on with the GTEs. Who crashed specifically, if we could say?
There was a lot of contacts.
Hello, and I'm back.
We have a full course yellow.
Yeah, full course yellow is all it's gonna be for the most.
It's gonna be no pace car. Thankfully, because the Nismo on Le Mans is absolutely terrifying.
It is like the hard compound in Hungaroring. It is just, as Brundle would say, rubbish.
Just so everyone's
mean, it
aware,
was pretty fun.
the number 21 car of
Alright,
Rayne
it's
Bradford is
a good
actually
idea, but
78,
what
but
did
the
they know?
skin UI is bugged, so that is number 78. So from now on, Rayne Bradford and Alex Tony will be referred to as car 78.
Alright then.
So just an update from race control there, just a little bit of server bugging. So yeah, we've got a full course yellow out. Of course, you'll see on screen it says safety car just for the graphic, but there is no safety car active.
Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds. Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7,
Here we
6,
go.
5, 4,
Down, we're gonna be going
3,
on Mulsanne straight.
2, 1. Full course yellow ending.
Yep, so Luca is
Ollie,
not
10
going to be
second penalty.
happy. Luca is not going to be happy. He pulled away at the start. Now he's under immediate pressure from Hunter. They're going to go too wide at the end of the bull stand. Too wide. Hunter the outside. Does he have the grip? Does he have the grip? Yes. Wow.
He does.
Keeps it on the
Wow.
outside.
And that is on our pole sitter who went a second clear of the rest of the grid. So that is some massive movement there. But can Luca make a return? He's getting put under pressure now for P3.
James Pendry.
GTE car off at the exit of the second Mulsanne, please be careful.
James Pendry, look at having a sniff on the inside.
Yeah, but we got his exit completely compromised, so we're going to have to see now. Maybe they'll look too wide in Indianapolis. No, they're not. Oh, but Pendry still looks for a dive on the inside, backs out, and keeps P3. So Luca's going to just barely hang on by 3/10 at the moment right now. He's going to have to try and close this gap back down. And of course,
yeah,
it's a 4-hour endurance. It's a 4-hour endurance, but, I mean, position matters in these opening stages.
This did not play in the favor of the race leader as he lost his place right on the restart. But he's got the pace. He seems to be closing the gap 3/10 back.
Former race
Probably
leader.
gonna wait for the straight to make a move. As we know in Sector 3, it's pretty challenging to make a move in there.
Yep.
But yeah, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, we go back to GTE just for a brief moment just to see how they are getting along. Looks like pretty confident gaps. Rayne Bradford's in direct battle with Rags as they head down to Indianapolis. Rayne might have the better line, but he backs out. Goes down to P4. He's going to take a defensive line here. Will he be looking to try and defend this now?
Firm handshake right on the rear of Rayne Bradford.
Yes. Looks like he just...
Oh, lock up.
But it looks like Rags has made a mistake as well, so he's right on the back of Rags here. Looks like they're going to go too wide with Slipstream. Yep, they are going to go wide. Someone's going to have to give a little bit of room here. It's going to be very hard to get too wide here.
Car 14 ping issues. Car 14 ping issues. Jason.
Luca! What happened to Luca?
Luca.
Low car after Dunlop.
Luca's down to 7th, 8th, 9th.
Yeah, Luca's made a mistake somewhere in the first sector, and/or he's had an incident with another car, but he's dropped all the way back to P9 from an original pole position.
He was 2/10 off of Hunor, and then he must have hit a curb awkwardly.
And it looks like he's got damage or something, just based off of the handling now. That or hot tires or both.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
His wheel's still pointing straight when he's going straight, so I don't think...
Yannick takes a move into P3.
Yep, they're going to go too wide down to the first chicane. And it looks like Yannick is able to clear. Yeah, just clears Dennis for P3, puts himself in a podium contention in these first couple of laps. So, man, Luca had such a good start. I mean, just the first lap before the safety car, he did everything he needed, and here we are in P9 after that restart.
Rayne Bradford makes a move.
What an opening lap for these hypercars.
Oh, they're battling back and forth. Rayne and Ollie. They've switched back and forth for 2 times now.
Yep, and just like the hypercar battle, this is also a podium battle for P3.
Yeah, Sorenko doing what Luca probably wanted to do at the start of this race, kind of just going away, building a gap.
Yeah, and it looks like Handshake has cleared Rayne, but no, he's slowing down. Maybe he's gotten a position illegally. No, he's gotten passed by Axel as well. What is happening?
Hunor needs to watch. James Pendry just set a fastest first sector. He is just pushing to try and catch that first place position.
Yeah, wow. What is...
Yannick moves up into 3rd.
Car off in Mulsanne, slow car on Mulsanne. more time cleared.
Yeah, so we go on board. Richard pulls away confidently in P2 for
Alfonso
GT.
passes Jace Merrick.
Yeah, so we've got Rags here with Bradford, Osterberg, Handshake. Pretty much everyone in the midfield here, all in a bunch.
Yeah, they're all very close as we see them going side by side. Two pairs going side by side into the second chicane.
Yes.
Alfonso and Jace Merrick just right behind, loving every moment of these four
Rayne
ahead of them
Bradford.
fighting.
Big dive from Rags on Bradford right there.
Oh,
And they're going to continue on just slipstreaming each other back and forth, back and forth. This is what we hoped came out of the F1 regulations this year. But alas.
and it did.
Honestly,
Rayne's
going
it did
Rayne's going
fairly.
back for it.
Right.
Into the hard braking zone.
Yep,
I
so
can't remember the name. Into the Mulsanne.
Jace Merrick 2/10 off of Alfonso. He will be likely just sending it.
so Rayne takes that inside line, but he has to run a little bit wide on exit. That's gonna hamper his line a little bit down the straight, but maybe not as Rags comes under immediate pressure from Axel. Let's go behind there with them. Handshake gets right back into this battle. This is gonna be a 3-wide battle down to Indianapolis between these Porsches.
Someone's gonna have to give way.
All the while, we've got Caro in the Corvette at the front pulling away.
Nicholas, just so you know, you still have the safe car thing up. You might want to turn that off.
As we watch.
Yeah, Axel loses a position. But speaking of Pink Nikki Chan gaming, that's the
can we
team that has Axel and Sven in it. So that's you can place your bet on them winning by the end of the race because we know Sven.
Yep.
Really
Sorry
fast
to interrupt,
driver,
but
and-
James just made a move.
For the
James took a
overall lead.
for the lead.
But no, Hendry's going to come immediately back into the first chicane. They're going to go too wide, slipstreaming each other. Is he going to clear him again? Clears him again for the lead on the straight. 2 passes.
And Dennis and Yannick right behind doing the exact same battle going into the same corner.
Yes, and here we go, 2 wide again. Is Pendry going to have another run down into the next chicane? Of course, these hypercars do not have the battery system constantly deploying. So this is a lot dependent on natural pace here. So we'll see if he'll come back. And it looks like he is going to come back into the second chicane.
The crazy thing was, a lap ago, Huner was about a second gap, and James just cut that right down.
Goes very deep. He's going to have to sacrifice some pace on exit here. So Horchie is going to have another look, potentially down to the end of the Mulsanne. As we go on board, Courts and Dennis Cartier doing the exact same dance here for P3 and 4. So this is going to be very, very, very interesting to watch. We've got 2 great battles here between LMH and the GT class right now.
Cartier is flying his first sector. He's just
reports
at
from have been
purple.
open. Sorry about that. It was closed before. If you have any reports, please report them now.
Oh
Sorry
yeah,
about that.
absolutely. And dude,
Obviously
if you
not
look
you
at the
guys driving
gap
both
between the
sideways.
cars in the LMH category, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, especially these top 4. Look at these 2 little tandem pairs. Here we go with Cartier. He's going to definitely have a look here into Indianapolis. Is he going to commit to it? He's halfway. He's just about. He's fully clear.
They're it's
Wow.
a 10-second gap between first and sixth.
And Cartier is going to pull away confidently for the moment in
142,
P3.
James Hendry, warning for ping. It's 200 right now. We're happy for you to continue in the race, but if we see you start pinging around, we will give you a drive-through penalty.
Who is that?
We are on
Sorry, not a
board
driver penalty,
with
a mandatory driver, sorry.
Karo Sarenko in the lead of GT, who now only has a 1-second gap to Richard Warnder. So either he's made a mistake, or Richard has shown some really, really good pace here in the opening stint and has closed this gap all the way down to just a second. I believe it went all the way up to 2 to 3 seconds initially.
Yeah, Richard's definitely figured out how to fire those tires up.
Yeah, and he is on the
He's pulling on him.
he is on the chase here now. I mean, he is just a second and some change off. He's going to be trying to close up big time. Go back to the LMH leaders. There's just action everywhere here. And if you guys viewing the stream right now, take a look at the top right corner and just look at how compact that track map is. At the top left corner of that track map, those are all hypercars, all within just about 15 seconds of each other.
This
So-
is
And it seems
Just-
like there's been a mini crash with Antoine Robey and Rayne Bradford.
And it looks like Ranger has made a mistake as well at the end of the LMH class. He's gone down to P10.
Yeah, I think Rayne as well into GTE has lost quite a lot of position as he's sitting in P8 right now for the GTE. P9 actually, so...
Yeah, to go from
quite a long
battling for
down.
a podium
Yeah,
to
looks...
down to 9th place.
Yeah, it looks as though Rayne, like you guys said, has dropped the back an easy 10 to 15 seconds here behind the rest of the class. So we'll have to see how he manages through. Going back on board with...
just sort of where the curbs on the lead up from... the curbs on the straight from Arnage to Indianapolis on the right side do bump you a lot, so try to avoid them.
Oh, Nick, by the way, if you can set the Discord stream to like 720.
Yep, give me
just
1 second.
Let us. Yeah. Thanks.
So yep, we sit on board now with Horchi, who is a Hungarian driver of Breaking Point Racing currently. He sits P2 in the hypercar class, 9/10 off of Pendry in the lead. Of course, this is going to be James Pendry, the American driver for Wellhouse Racing. So very, very close pace between these two. This is going to be a battle to unfold throughout these next 4 hours.
I'm predicting in maybe 4 laps we're going to see the race really add some spice to it, because we will see the GTE cars start to get lapped at the pace that the hypercars are at right now.
Yep. And for anyone who's watching along on the stream, if you've ever done an endurance in Assetto Corsa, you've ever done iRacing, or if you've just watched endurance racing, you know how big catching a slower class is. That could be a matter of 2 to 3 to 4. At a track like Le Mans, it could be 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 seconds in a single lap. So all of these hypercar drivers are going to be absolutely hoping that they are catching on straights rather than corners, because they are going to lose some big time to the competitors behind if they get caught in the wrong space. So it's going to be interesting to see. We'll have maybe 10 minutes or so before they really get caught up, maybe less. Yeah, maybe less, way less before they catch the GTs, but it'll be very, very interesting to see how that unfolds. James Pendry pulls away though, 2.5 to P1.
Rayne Bradford, not having the drive that he was hoping to have today, I'm sure, just received a 3-second time penalty for cutting, which means he's already had 3 cut warnings before being issued that time penalty. Let's see if Rayne...
Yeah, I think after the incident he's had, he's just lost his focus, lost his consistency, which is a thing that you shouldn't do, especially on an endurance track. On an endurance race, on a track like Le Mans, where a little mistake could cost you so much.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You need to just brush it off, and you got to put your head down.
Yep.
If you had a race engineer, that's what they would be telling them, just like Stroll's engineer in the Hungaroring when Ricciardo shunted him.
Yeah.
We saw. Just go.
So, to who was asking in chat about James having a penalty, if you are referencing the current leader, James Pendry, I'm not sure if he has a penalty, so if I said something that made you think that, that's my apologies, but otherwise, I may have missed something from race control, but as it actively stands, we've got James Pendry in the lead with an almost 2-second gap now to Huner, who is getting put under immediate pressure now by Dennis Cotier as they begin the trek down the Mulsanne. So we'll see as he's got 7/10 and growing, and now 8/10 between James and Huner. The gap is closing between the top 3. They're all now even on pace, so we'll see at the end of the Mulsanne if there's going to be any shakeups here in position.
So we've just, for a little bit of reference, we've got about 91 minutes in our first little stint here before what looks like we will have the in-game time will be 12 a.m. So we should start to see over the next 91 minutes it get darker and darker.
Yep, and you know, when it gets darker, it's a different, it's a different thing because visibility gets low.
I've just been informed in the stream chat that it seems that the names are wrong on the leaderboard, potentially. So whoever said that, in stream chat, it's actually not the leaderboard. It seems to be that the live timing page itself for the server is bugged out. So if I look at live timing, it's showing me as James Pendry being the leader. I assume he's the teammate. So to anyone watching, I do apologize. It looks like we may have a glitch with the server. That's not on my end. I'm just streaming, but the names on my leaderboard are copying the live timing. So that's an interesting one. But
I
we'll
can
have
go
to
in game and check that.
Yeah, we'll have
And
to
it
manage
seems
as
to
we
be
can.
it seems to be correct. Seems to be quite correct.
Yeah, so either it is correct or Assetto Corsa is glitching all the way itself. Like the Assetto Corsa is showing the wrong name. So one or the other. If it is showing the wrong name to anyone on stream, I apologize. But
Are they watching it live? Did they pause it?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as we go forward. I'm gonna see. But we are on board with supposedly Dennis Cotier in P3 as he sits about 5/10 off of Huner. Timo, I've also saw your message in chat, but I do not have any roles to move you from interview. I will see if I can get that done.
Tim should have this.
So, yeah, we'll just wait on that. So as of right now, for the first 91 minutes, the road temperature should be 35 degrees Celsius. Once we hit midnight, the road temperature will drop down to 28 degrees.
Whoa.
That is going to be very cold conditions. And the ambient temperatures right now are 24. Those are also going to drop to 17. So expect slower pace for sure in the second section of this race. And then once it goes from 12 a.m. to 9 a.m., after another 90 minutes, the temperatures will rise back up to 34. And that will happen for 30 minutes, and then another 30 minutes, it will remain at that temperature. So
Yeah, it will definitely
Looking forward.
become very, very tricky. But right now, eyes on James Pendry. He's absolutely pushing it. He's created a 2.2 second gap already to P2, and he's putting in some damn good laps right now.
Yeah.
Clear the field currently. As Luca's is back up one place. He dropped down to 9th, I'm pretty sure. In that whole deal. He's in 6th
oh,
right now.
and Simon makes a move up into P4.
Oh.
Simon
He does.
Ziglio passes Yannick.
Yannick is very close behind, only a 10th behind.
Oh, Alfonso, yes, Alfonso makes the move on Axel. Oh, but Axel gets it right back. Some good action going on in the GTEs.
Oh.
So yeah, apologies everyone. I'm just getting some stuff sorted on the stream again. We're getting back on board here, but yeah, we've got a great battle starting here between Axel and Afonso coming down to Indianapolis.
Can we make a note when that Nicky Chan gaming car, or actually if you could get a shot of it right now, the rear bumper has something very special on that car.
Oh, you could just go to F5. You could have F5 on it.
Hang on, I'm trying to, let's see, where are we at? Okay, so there's where the hypercars are. Okay, cool. We're all good now. I was setting up something on stream.
Hypercars.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, yeah, so, to anyone who is watching on stream, we may be having some name issues. It may be showing, some wrong names on the leaderboard. This is because Assetto Corsa is not meant to have driver swaps, so sometimes from, I guess, a server end, for whatever reason, there will be bugs. So, yeah, you might hear us announcing the wrong teammate at certain points in the race, but, that just might happen, so apologies.
We're just going off the info we're given, so...
That is just a set of course thing.
Yep.
If...
We can use the team names.
Yeah, so,
much better.
like, I've been informed by one of the other cars that it might not be James Pendry driving the P1 car, but we'll likely just say it's James Pendry because that's what it shows on stream.
Just a warning to GTs, LMHs are starting to job now, so you'll be getting blue flag shortly.
Listen, if Sky Sports can get away with making as many mistakes as they do...
As a GT already goes into the wall! A GT goes into the wall and forces the 142 car to slow down just a bit there, so that is already starting the gains of gaps and timing as we approach the rest of the GTE field. This is going to get very, very interesting.
That was Luca
Pendry and Wellhouse Racing are going to be hoping that they catch the bulk of these cars on the straight as Horchie is put all the way up to the back.
Oh, there's a battle.
This is exactly what I was
please
talking
be
about.
a bit more cautious when overtaking the GTE cars. Please be a bit more cautious. Some of you guys are being a tad too aggressive.
1.3 seconds closes down to a direct battle. P3, Dennis Cotier gets right into the action here.
Oh,
big snap, 3 wide.
Through the middle, through the middle. If there's a gap, go for it.
This is absolutely massive. Absolutely, let's get on board with the P3 car riding currently. So that's Pendry.
As for if we're making mistakes, Sky Sports make mistakes on a global scale, so give us a little bit of a break.
Yep, everyone, we got this set up last minute, but here we go on board with Dennis in the 141, who's going to have a slipstream look at James Pendry of Wellhouse Racing in the 141. 142 passes the 141 passes the 142. That is Dennis Cotier of Wellhouse Racing in the 141. That puts it up into P1, passing the number 142 of Wellhouse Racing. But now the 142 is going to have a tow. He's going to have a tow. They're going to pass some more GTs. There's going to be more coming after the Mulsanne.
What?
Horchie at breaking point in the 555 is only a second behind as he gets some slipstream from this GT. He's going to be right back in the action. Here we go. Too wide to the second chicane, and Pendry takes it back on an aggressive outside line.
Where's third?
Which turns into the inside, which turns back into a straight and a good exit.
Oh, what happened to Horchie? Horchie was dropping places.
Broke himself. He had to go to the escape road.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he went into one of the barriers. He just braked absolutely too late.
Yeah, he broke himself. He had to go to the escape road.
Yeah, I think he hit one of the barriers, I think. Because he could not control his car.
So we've got this battle ongoing still with Cotier 5/10 to the leader, James Pendry, or at least the 142.
Luca right now are very close.
These are two teammate cars for the overall lead of the race. As we approach more GT traffic going into Indianapolis, this is surely going to hamper the 142.
We're about a half hour into this race, and we've already seen the top three change places.
Big lift by James. I'm not sure why he's lifted that big. He definitely could have. Maybe he just was sketched out by the GT car and thought he was gonna, turn.
Car number 6, just refrain from doing that, please. That's a bit aggressive. Please.
What is car 6?
It looks like James.
That's Luca.
Whoa! And James is taking a massive slipstream back at Dennis.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
it looks confusing.
It looks like James just got a bit caught out by the GT into the Indianapolis braking zone. Maybe the GT started to move like he was going to block him off, so he backed out. But Dennis absolutely sent it and then got overtaken once again. So Pendry back to the lead. We'll go back. Got Luca 2/10 back from his original starting spot of P1 down to last in the class and now back up to P5.
Yeah, they got past Horchie, who was battling him for a bit there. Now it's going on to Koritz. Which is going towards the 4 chicane. Will he make it side by side? Maybe. Thinks better of it.
Thinks better of it. He knows that he'll have the pace, especially looking into Mulsanne on the next lap. He's got 3.5 hours ahead of him.
Yeah. Take your time in endurance races. You don't win it on the first lap. You don't even win it on the 5th.
Yep, so we know Luca has pace. We don't know where his damage levels are at currently. We don't know where his tires are at currently, but we know he has pace. He outset pole by a second to the rest of that hypercar grid.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely gonna go for the win.
Oh, and here we go again. Oh, Pendry! Pendry into the barrier!
Slow car on the run up to Sasha Rouge, please be careful.
How much damage? How much damage did he acquire
tell,
there?
but it looks like another incident.
Yeah. GT off after Sasha Rouge.
That wasn't
James
GT
Pendry.
that is Axel Osterberg off onto the Mulsanne straight.
It didn't seem like Pendry got that much damage, but
Pendry's car was only yellow, so he did not receive that much damage.
Yeah, but Osterberg has an orange front bumper now.
As Koritz goes for the P2 overtake and P3. We've got a large battle here. Koritz does hold off P2 from Ziglio, who are now going to take P2 and P3 after James in the Wellhouse Racing car has gotten damaged.
Got better exit though.
And James lost 2 positions in one straight, and that just shows you how the strength of the slipstream. and the importance of getting good exits from corners.
Oh, some dirty blocking there.
Some dirty blocking. Well, it's a bit of a... we'll see. It's everyone's everywhere right now, but they're going to go too wide into the second chicane. This is going to be Ziglio and Coertz. It looks like Ziglio's going to stay ahead on the outside, which now turns to the inside. He'll have a good exit. He'll run a little bit wide, but it looks like Coertz actually might have some more acceleration out. Is he going to get it back?
Half hour in, and we've had a complete change of the top 3 drivers.
Yeah, it looks like Horchi now as well is down to P5 with Luca. These are our P1, 2, 3, and 4 runners all dropping back, other than Dennis Cotier in the 141, who's taken the lead by a couple of seconds. So Yannick Coertz gets back into P2.
My assumption is the top 3 probably just outdrove their tires, and the guys behind them are just now pushing.
Yep, in
because
chat,
there was
Yannick
no way that
P2.
James was going to lose it.
Yeah, this is a very interesting shuffle. They said in chat, Yannick up to P2, and yes, he is up to P2. We've got Alberto Ziglio behind. It shows in the 39, just behind 2/10. They are now our new P2 and P3 battle. James is still right on the tail. We know he's got great pace. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, these hypercars are very close to each other, much closer than I expected.
Oh, and James has hit the wall.
Yeah, another
James has
contact.
hit the wall again.
Yeah.
You know, it's so hard. You get one contact in Assetto Corsa, it really damages the suspension if it was hard at all, and it just becomes a downhill battle from there until you can get back to the pits.
It also damages your focus.
Not to mention, this is a 4-minute lap roundabout, 3.5-minute lap. I mean, you've got time if you make a mistake in the first sector like James has with that GT car. We still don't know what's happened, but he somehow made contact and put himself in the barrier. It looks like we got another GT car off as the LMPs come through. Yannick and Ziglio have another position trade. Just missed that by a second on stream.
Was that a fake into the pits there?
All drivers' headlights mandatory on now. All drivers' headlights mandatory on now.
Yep, so...
As we've said, it's getting darker.
Yep, so for anyone watching on stream, we have got
Car 42, headlights on, please. Car 42, headlights on, please.
We have got a full cycle of weather, or not weather, but time of day today. We'll be running a 24-hour cycle, so everyone on stream, you'll be watching us run
Car 16, headlights, please.
Through the night, into the morning, through daytime again, and back into the evening before the end of today's race. So you'll already see it's darkening now. We're getting into the latter stages of the day, as I stutter there. But we should see. I'm not sure how temperatures will be affected. I'm not sure if track temperature. I think track temperature might decrease actually.
We've discussed track temperature will drop drastically once it hits midnight. After the first 90 minutes of the race, temperature on the road will drop from 35 to 28.
Wow, so yeah, let's look at P3. I don't want to jump off the battles here, but Coertz gets P2 back from Ziglio, so that's Yannick Coertz back into P2. Ziglio's going to be right there, though. They're right on exit together. P4, 5, and 6 behind them, and LMH are right there, of course. We've got Luca in P5, who we know has pole position pace, but can he bring it back on his recovery drive? We're all shuffling through GTs. Here we go. Ziglio to the outside. He'll be hoping to make up what? Oh, contact!
Ooh.
Contact from Yannick.
He makes the move.
Yannick backs out, breaks a little bit early after that contact. Looks like Ziglio stays ahead. Yannick will have another run.
Let's see what the slipstream provides.
It's going to provide a lot. They're going to go too wide, and it looks like Yannick might be able to clear him fully again, as he has so many times before in these laps. The slipstream is so valuable.
Oh, drag race right to the corner. Who's
And
going to survive it?
He does clear him. That is insane. Just on that short straight after the chicane, he clears him. But
oh, James. James has really pulled some pace again.
Yep, James has pulled pace, and Ziglio and Coertz still on each other. No one is pulling away in this battle. And we'll go back to P4 and P5, like you said, Tim. James is pulling massive pace here, so it looks like the damage is not affecting him too much.
Yeah, I think from looking at James on board, I think he might have been having issues with his steering wheel's shifter paddles, because he was often just missing shifts when I was watching him on his own board.
Wow.
And it was really, really hurting his lap time. It was happening to him like 3-4 times a lap.
Wow.
I think he got it fixed now, so that's why we're seeing him unleash his true pace.
Yep, so Here's Bradford in the GT class is making his way back through. We will give a little update on GT class. We have got Caro Saranco in the Corvette GTE currently leading the class. He is the only Corvette within top 5 contention right now, almost top 10 contention. 2 other Corvettes are at the back of the grid. We've got Richard Warner's about 5 seconds behind in P2 with Firm Handshake, great name, in P3, just a few seconds behind the 2 of them. So looking through the gaps right now in GT, it looks pretty even on everyone right now. Jace Merrick 11 seconds behind Afonso. Jacob is about another 7 behind Jace Merrick for the Bistraki GTE team. We've got Axel Osterberg, who of course had an accident earlier in this race, 7 seconds behind. Rayne 8 seconds behind, and Ollie Rags another 8 behind. So the GT class, as it stands currently, is spread out after their initial incidents, but we've got the potential for safety car, full course yellow, all of the above. It'll be nighttime soon. There will be some great battles to come, and absolutely anything, I think, can happen. As we go back to P3, it looks like there's been a big
Rittenhouse off after Tete Rouge. A slow car after Tete Rouge is actually stopped. Full course yellow in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Simone.
5,
yeah.
4, 3,
I
2,
like.
1.
Yes, goes from
Full course yellow deployed.
a podium
Full course yellow
position.
deployed. Please keep your delta green. Please keep your delta green.
Yes.
Oh.
So ironic to the point.
Especially at the end of the VSC, that's when it matters. So please keep it green at the end. Otherwise, you will get a 10-second penalty.
Ironic to the point that I had just made about anything happening. A safety car, well, not safety car, but a full course yellow comes out immediately. And apologies to anyone on stream. It says safety car. It's actually a 4-course.
039, you have damaged headlights. They are not working. I don't know if you've turned them off or not. Try and turn them on. If not, then you will have to pit for repairs.
Wow.
As we can see here, that car might be getting the orange and black flag for headlights.
You're gonna have to pull into the pits. They'll get out some duct tape, some hammers, and new pair of headlights. And
Yeah, and obviously you do not want to be driving with no headlights at Le Mans in the night, because that's a danger to you, but to other drivers as well.
While we're
Car
under,
142,
while we sit under
please
safety,
last
get the
thing you
position
want.
back when the safety car ends, at least, if not now.
I want to run through really quick while we're under safety car with everyone on stream. I'll give you guys a rundown on our active hypercar grid. So we've got Dennis Cotier in the 141 Wellhouse Racing car, who actively sits in P1. He was having a great battle with the 142 Wellhouse Racing car, who had an incident with a GT car as they were coming through to lap. So that 142 car sits in P4 currently, as you can see, right on the tail of Yannick Koertz, who is number 31 in P3 for the Utaro Racing team in Hypercar. Behind the 4 of them, of course, Luca Guidekey, I'm butchering your last name and I apologize.
Car
for Red
31
Water
take
Racing.
car number 6. Car 31 overtake car number 6.
I think it's Gatekey.
Yes, so as I say that, they've just said for car number 31 to overtake number 6. That's
Car number
P2.
6 let one car past.
Yeah, so this is P2 and P3 swapping position in Hypercar for some reason defined by race control, but
At the time of full course yellow, Gadke, you were 3 100ths behind Coertz, so Coertz is P2.
okay, so that's the reasoning.
In the
for
event
that.
that your delta is negative, then we will not apply the penalty due to you having to swap positions. Car 039, meatball flag, you must pit this lap. Car 039, you must pit this lap to repair damage.
Yeah, and there we go, the meatball flag, also known as the black and orange flag.
Wait, why'd they get the meatball flag?
That
Because
is
their
for
headlight broken.
Ziglio, who had a crash out of the podium contention just before the safety car. I think he's the reason the full course yellow is
Oh.
out.
I
his-
went to go grab a drink. Like
Oh,
His
yeah,
headlights
so, yeah,
are
full course yellow
completely
is out.
broken.
As
Oh,
everyone
well.
can see on stream, 039.
Full course
has
yellow
meatball.
ending, full course yellow ending.
Well, I
In
just
10,
to
9,
say two things. Someone's
8,
mic is echoing
7,
race control in
6,
this call, and we have 21
5,
viewers.
Okay,
Not
well-
4, 3, 2,
Full course yellow
1.
is going to end.
0. Full course yellow ending.
So very smart getaway right here from Luca. As I was saying,
Car
Hey.
31, ignore the 10 second, it will not be
I
applied.
will mute race control really quickly. But yes, For anyone who's watching, Luca in the Redwater Racing number 6 was our pole sitter, had a mistake at the beginning, dropped all the way back to P10, but is now battling for P2.
The straight line speed of Yannick.
Oh, barely. Luca just gives him an inch going into Indianapolis. But yes, Yannick has massive straight line speed. We can tell he's running a very low downforce setup here. So
Yeah.
Luca is the best around a single lap.
Enough
We'll have to see if Luca is able to
We see some laps here.
Luca goes wide. That's what he does.
That is what Luca does.
Into the Porsche curves.
So Luca translated his pace into a pole position, but will he be able to hold it off for the race win today? Will he be able to come back from his P10 position?
It is side by side through the Porsche curves.
And Yannick goes right back through to take P2, so that is Luca back to P3 now.
I think Luca might have had a longer run into the corner, so more speed.
Yep.
Definitely is getting way closer down.
Alex had made a move up into P7 now.
Yep, that is Alex on Ziglio. Ziglio is going to have to come in and pit this lap.
Good question. So I think that might be maybe the first driver swap we see.
So we'll go on board now for just a moment with Luca, who eats a sausage curb through the chicane.
Yeah, that was not a good exit on
That is not
entry or exit.
No, but we do have a very long race here, so we'll see. It could just be a matter of corners, and these two might be on each other's tails again. So let's see what happens.
Sorry, Nicodem mentioned something towards you. I don't know what he said.
I don't know. Nicodem is sending things to me every 5 minutes.
Just have his DMs open, just like in the corner of your eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, Supreme Leader, I guess not happy with our showmanship, I don't know.
Yeah, so Supreme Leader, yes, I need to get the safety car module off is what it is. Apologies to everyone on stream. I am manually turning on a safety car graphic when we go to safety car, or a full course yellow, so that will show up here and there.
Someone's got to remind the Tim, you have to remind me.
Yeah, someone has to remind me. Yeah. Or the stream chat.
Yeah, sure.
Why's it gotta be me?
Everyone, feel free to spam chat if you see
I'm
safety
just kind of
car.
popping out and in.
I'll do that. I'll do that if I remember.
You'll spam the chat.
Yeah, everyone
No,
spam
just-
chat.
Oh, that was a weird glitch by Luca there for a second. I thought he was gonna go right into the wall.
Yeah, so it looks like he might have jumped the
right
curb
back.
a little bit, but that might have been some net
If
code.
you look at that camera, you can see the sunset. The orange.
But
It's
here we
getting
go,
darker.
4 tenths.
Yep, horizon.
4 tenths separate
The
Luca
horizon
and
is getting
Yannick.
way darker.
4
Forza
tenths.
Horizon?
Here we go into the second chicane. Luca's right on the tail, but I can tell just watching this onboard, Luca's got massive understeer in his setup. I don't know if this is damage or
Could very well be damage.
it could just be their race setup, but
Just bearable damage.
You can tell that he's driving like faster, but he just doesn't have the straight line speed nor the cornering ability
yeah,
in
no,
his car.
it looks like he just slides out on corner exit just a little bit too much and is just dropping all that pace as a result. But we've got James back here now in P4, still in the battle, just 2 seconds behind. And of course, Huner Horchi, the Hungarian driver, in the number 555 braking point is only 2 seconds off of that. So,
And speaking of Hungary, forget this is an amazing race, but AFR, the F1 League, is going to have a 100% Hungaroringen race.
Next weekend.
Next weekend, yeah. On the 13th, will be
Slow LMH at the X of Indy, slow LMH at the X of
and the
Indy.
14th will be the actual race.
oh, another mistake for Luca as we've gone off to watch P4 and P5. Luca's had a big shunt again at the
Just
exit of
after we were
Indianapolis.
mentioning that he was getting slippy on corner exits,
That was
gets-
in Indianapolis, the exit of Indianapolis.
I've gotta imagine that he's taken some damage at the start and he's continued on with it, because it looked just when we were on board with him a minute ago, he was struggling so hard just through the chicanes off the Mulsanne. So
I think with the pace of the other drivers, he just could not justify pulling into the pits, so he's been just trying to, power through it, but as a result, just
he may have
critical error.
Maybe he does pit soon. That's a lot of damage. He was directly into the wall.
yeah,
He's still in P5. I mean, if he's able to pit, throw a set of new tires on, and just haul ass, he might be able to gain some positions back before
and he
he's...
stays out. He stays out.
Wow.
So he's confident in his abilities. We might go on board for just a moment. It looks like he's still. I mean, of course,
see this first sector. This first sector is a variety of corners. You can see how much his car's damage may be.
Yeah, well, it looked like he was understeering already, so we'll see how the performance is, especially into this chicane up here. Let's see.
The coming down to brake for the first 2 corners.
It's not terrible.
Not
terrible,
terrible. He's got good exit. It looks, I can tell by his driving style, it looks like he's taking a lot of speed on the corner entry. He's really throwing the car in, so it looks like he might be having some handling issues. He's just trying to throw that car in and stabilize it, but I mean, he's got the mid-speed corner. He might be on a bit of a straight line deficit, who knows, but it looks like Luca might still be lucky enough to bring it back here.
He's dialing back the gap.
Yeah, I think he's got the pace, but he doesn't have the car, as it's pretty much damaged right now. And he's basically just trying to go as fast as he can, and that makes him basically go on thin ice with the tires.
Right, and of course, Ismail, we know from having done so
just
many...
another warning to all MHers, please be careful when overtaking GTE cars. They will stick to the line, but just don't send diagrams on them from meters back, please. Be careful when overtaking the GTEs. Thank you.
Yep, just
What happened with the
race
GTs?
control update reminding the LMH cars, rather, not to be too aggressive. But, no, to your point, Ismail, regarding the tires, like, you have one spin... And it just, like I said, it becomes a downhill game.
Yep.
Like, you just dig yourself a hole. And, of course, that goes with real-life racing and all types of racing. I understand that's a general statement. But just with the way that the AC tire model is, once you really start overheating those tires, you start having some lockups, some spins, it's game over. And it really just becomes a downhill, dig-yourself a hole process.
Yeah, once you get some overheating going on in that surface temperature of the tire, it's really hard to get rid of it, as the more you're cornering, the more it overheats, and as you said, it's just this cycle of damaging the tires over and over until you get for new tires.
Yeah, but I think what we're going to have to want to keep an eye on, or what we're rather going to want to keep an eye on here in the next 10-20 minutes immediately, is this battle between P1 and P2, because we know Dennis Cotier and Yannick Koerts are on very similar pace, and nothing to knock the driving of either, but throughout this entire opening stint we've been seeing minor mistakes and lockups left and right. So I think any of these corners on any of these laps, even just beyond strategy, I think we'll start to see some really awesome battles happening again and start to see some of these gaps close down. Speaking of gaps closing down, we go on board with Luca, who's right on the back of Hiner Horchi in the number 555.
I'm not sure if we caught this, but Simone DNF'd.
Yes. It looks like Ziglio has DNF. They've returned to the pits. A lot of damage after their incident in the first sector a few laps back. So we know they got the meatball flag and had to return to the pits. So looks like the number...
Thought it wasn't enough. They wasn't good enough.
It's got to be tough as the number 2 driver when you don't even get an opportunity. Because of just some bad luck.
Oh, a big incident for Horchi. Horchi loses it off in the gravel at the end. He eats the sausage curd, it looks like.
Off at the
Luca
4 chain, slow car to 4
just
chain.
said thank you.
And up goes Jason Milanov in the Garage 69 entry to P5. So enter Jason into the top 5 battle. Welcome to the stream. And
as we said, the temperature is dropping drastically.
Tires are getting way colder than they were at the start.
The track is cold, your tires are cold. It's just survival through this night period in the race.
Yeah, and it's night now. We get to see the full glare of these headlights on these hypercars.
Exactly. And this is going to be one of the most challenging points of the night. Conditions have changed. We're still in the first stint of tires. I mean, this is going to be hard for these drivers to manage so much in such not short time. We've got a 4-hour race here, but I mean, compared to a 24-hour, you're getting the condensed version of it quite quickly. So into the nighttime we go.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things when watching an endurance race, especially Le Mans, is watching the hypercars flash the headlights to the GTE to let them know that, hey, I'm faster and I am going through past you on this corner.
I actually didn't notice that the Corvettes actually have like the headlight,
the
sign.
fog lights.
Yeah.
Yep, so we'll take a look around the GT grid. We've got still Soranko leading the class with Richard Wanders. Just behind by how much now? He's got a decent gap behind. 13 seconds, Richard Wanders to the current leader. But what's interesting here in GT, Richard Wanders has just lapped a 3-minute 54, where Firm Handshake, the driver actively P3 in the GT class, has just done a 3-minute 50. So he's 4 seconds quicker.
That's the fastest lap of the GT class, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so that is an absolute full sender from Handshake right there. That closes up at least 4 seconds. I'm not sure if Richard has made a mistake on this previous lap, but that is a big closing of gaps right there. Let's go back as we look at Yannick Cowards. Yeah, Yannick is still just riding 2 seconds off of Dennis right now in the 141. They're just tail on pace.
Those first couple of corners, he was gaining a lot of time on him. He was down to almost about a 1.6, but he loses 4/10 in the section they're going through right now.
Yeah,
especially here in the back section of Le Mans, the rear of it. You can see how dark it's getting now.
Yeah, this race has now become not just a skill issue, but a PC issue. If your PC cannot handle the driving at night, you're not going to be having a very good last stint.
Definitely isn't It's definitely not. iRacing is not as easy to run.
But I will say, all the drivers, they've done a fair bit of testing. They should all be prepared, hopefully. I say hopefully with Assetto Corsa, but should be prepared hopefully for these nighttime conditions.
If there's any VR users in here, I pray for you.
Yeah, do not run VR in endurance racing. I've, especially Assetto Corsa, I've done it. It is like playing on Roblox.
Oh, I do it all the time, and yeah, I can agree. But I still do it 100% of the time. What we all have to do is what Sven does, which is single player Roblox graphics, right? Just absolute 240p. But I respect it. I respect it because I'm sure he gets perfect FPS when he races, and that probably helps him.
The fact that you struggle in night races with a 3080 while I'm racing on a 1050 Ti.
Yeah, says something about Assetto Corsa graphics. But we continue along. So Luca is bringing it back, as well as Hunter, who is coming back for another look into the top 5. Of course, sorry, not Hunter, but rather Huner Horky, the Hungarian driver of the number 555 Breaking Point racing car, had a mistake a couple laps ago. Just
big mistake too.
Big mistake,
sideways.
yes, rather on the sausage curbing of the last chicane before the front straight. So he dropped down. Former podium contender in this race as it stood. Now down to P6, but looking for P5.
Besides this battle, Firm Handshake just shredding time off of Richard Wanders.
Yeah, so that 4-second gap,
1.4.
that 4-second lap time gap I had mentioned seems like it might be in pace because, like you said,
he's just shaving 10th after 10th. Look at this. I was watching this when it was 1.7, and now he's got it down to 1.3 at a point.
Yeah, this is a very close battle that I'm sure is going to arise.
Go back to Horchi, though. Go back to Horchi. Yep. Definitely making a move.
Oh, it looks like maybe a little bit of an incident or a back out or something, because Horchi is very, very slow there behind Jason Milanov in the Garage 69. It looks like maybe they made contact or something, because they both look very slow on corner exit. But, I mean, Jason Milanov still only just under 2 seconds behind Luca. Luca looks to have made another mistake, because Luca was only a second off of P3 and now is 8 seconds again. 8 seconds again for Luca in P4. So
a 0 second for speeding? AC moment.
People.
And we have our first pit. Ismail, we have a pit.
Ismail.
Yes. Ismail's not here.
Our on-the-ground commentator is not here.
We've got a couple cars in the pit. We've got Afonso and we've got Firm Handshake. These are going to be some of the podium contenders in the GT class coming into pit. Jace Merrick stays out and moves up into P3 in the GT class for the moment. Looks like our top 2 in the GT class, Caro and Richard, both have stayed out for this lap. So Firm Handshake and Afonso Gonzalez for Cheetah Racing Team have both come in and pit this lap. So strategy games already starting. Starting. Axel comes back and grabs some position. He, of course, hasn't pit yet.
Yeah, the guys were now getting out. We cut the camera right when he got out of his pit box. I think he
Do
might.
we have anybody still in the pits?
I think they're coming out right now. The GT3s who just pitted.
Yep, so sorry, I'm around looking at different cameras. I'm trying to see everything that's happening right now. We've got a lot happening, but yes, multiple GT drivers in pit. Look at these wheels.
Damn!
Oh!
That's cool.
It has to be some like safety regulation violation, but it looks cool, so who really cares?
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
gonna
we
get-
don't control
The
this.
cops are gonna pull him over. That is distracting drivers.
I don't know what you're talking about. This guy is the police. He's got red and blue lights here. So
Oh!
so this is Antoine Robe of Breaking Point Racing, back in overall position 18, but looks about P7, P8 in class.
Antoine for driver of the day for coolest car.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's only been 1 hour into the race, but I gotta give this guy the award for the best looking car on the grid.
Yeah, as we go on board with Axel, who has just overtaken Jacob Sierski.
Boys, we have 7 minutes and about 40
Oh, you can
seconds
see
left
how dark
before
it is
we are
getting.
1 hour into this race.
You can now just see how dark it's getting.
Look at this
Only the
battle between
headlights
the
you
two
can see.
GTs going down into the second chicane. It looks like Axel is going to be behind.
Oh, entry.
Here we go, another battle between
Oh.
Horchi for P5. So is he going to get back into the top 5
Oh,
after
it's
his
the
exit?
wall.
I think
Scrapes
I think
the
he might have
wall.
scraped it. Yeah, he didn't hit it, but he definitely scraped it.
Wow.
The smoke coming out the side of his car.
But
Ismail,
Horchi,
you missed the pit stop, unfortunately.
does make it back into P5 for the moment. He does get ahead
Don't
of
worry.
Jason
I'll
Milanov
be
and
ready for the
returns his
next one.
position to P5. So he is back into the top 5.
Yeah, slipstream down the
Firm
down the
handshake
straight.
gets past Axel.
Yep, so Firm Handshake has now re-overtaken Axel.
Slow car off at the second chicane. Slow car off at the second wall stand.
Well,
He's
what
moving
happened
off now.
second
It's,
chicane? Who's there?
relatively
Chicane.
clear.
It is Robe.
Be careful,
Cool
please.
car.
Oh
The
Incident
cop
code.
car.
Incident clear.
Ah, man.
They cut his funding.
Well, here we go. This is what I was talking about. If we look back at our P1 and 2 runners in Hypercar,
Oh, wow.
only a second separates P1 and 2. They've gotten caught by some lap traffic.
This is what I love to see in endurance racing. The slower traffic just really spicing stuff up.
Now, for everyone watching, I'll be trying to keep up with the GT cars. I want to see when the rest of them. And here we go. Leader into the pits for GT.
Here we
This
go,
is
Ismail.
Carlos
Here we
Sorrento.
go.
On the pits, on the ground.
Already.
This is as well as Richard Wonder, so we'll stay on board for the moment.
We'll stay for Richard Wonders going into the pits.
We're going to stay and see where these cars come out. Let's see if the undercut has benefited.
Ismail, how's that pit stop going?
Oh, not good.
So it looks
Can't find the file.
It looks to be a slow entry for.
We were preparing this bit like for the entire
Hold
thing,
on.
specifically.
It's in the group chat.
Jace Merrick also into the pits. So we're going to go on board now for a second with Handshake. We've got Caro and Richard both still in the pits. Caro's going to come out now. Is he going to maintain this lead? We got to see where Firm Handshake is. He's coming out through the chicanes. No, it looks like Caro's going to keep a very, very confident lead as he exits the pit lane. Let's go ahead on board with Richard for the moment as Richard exits now. Firm Handshake coming down. Let's see on board with Handshake. Let's get to another camera. Richard is going to stay ahead just by a couple of seconds as he comes out back into P2 for the GT class, right with an LMH on his tail.
Car 28, meatball.
Yeah, this could
Car
help.
28,
This
meatball,
actually
no
could
headlights.
help the
Pit
LMH
this
in
lap.
front of the other LMH. I can't really tell who it is.
So here we go. But
Leaders.
that GT battle has now closed down the gap between Dennis and Yannick. They are 3/10. The battle that I said would come back to fruition has.
28 car has gotten a meatball flag.
Yes, the
I think
28 car
that-
has gotten the meatball flag. That is the GT car of Bazinelli that has taken a potential speeding penalty as well. But now we go back with Yannick Coertz, P2 in the hypercar class, who's only half a second off of Dennis Cotier in the 141 Wellhouse Racing.
Yeah, this is so cool. It's the nighttime racing.
Yeah, this is a treat to see here, and it looks like
Two into the pits.
And especially in
Has-
AC.
Yeah, Yannick.
Coming to you from the pit lane. Two Corvettes battling for track position on the pits. Who's gonna get the fastest pit stop? right now they're both refueling as they've already changed their tires. But let's see who comes ahead. I don't know who these guys are, but it seems like the two yellow Corvettes. Yes, it's the
That looks like
and the
Corvette
99
of,
Corvette comes in front of the 21 Corvette. That is
That is the Corvette of Antoine Robbie and Riccardo Bazzanelli.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's been-
yeah, I believe he jumped him in the pits as Bazzanelli was stuck there fixing some damage apparently.
Yeah, Bazzanelli got the meatball. He was the meatball driver. So, another interesting battle that still goes on is Axel Osterberg as well as Jacob Sierski of the Bistracki Racing Team, the number 021. They have been trading battle here through the pit stop sequence quite a bit. We'll see how things shake out here. Try to get back on board with Yannick, who's just sitting 7/10 off. Based off of what I've seen so far, it looks as if Yannick is running a higher downforce trim to Dennis, potentially. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But just from how I've seen Yannick's cornering, it looks like he has a bit better cornering and just loses down the straights. As we see on board here, you can see ahead the way that Dennis just pulls away on corner exits. And I think that's what's really hurting Yannick right now from any type of advantage.
These cars have like an energy recovery system. I don't really remember if they do.
I don't believe these cars do. I mean, in real life, I don't believe they do. I don't think there is any. I believe it's just purely on pace that you drive these. At the same time, Firm Handshake has cleared Richard Wanders for the position. So we did mention Richard Wanders, who picked one lap later than Firm Handshake, came out ahead, but is now behind in P3 by a second.
Wow.
But look at this. Look, this is the downforce difference. Look at how much Yannick has closed up. I can't say if Dennis made a mistake just before we got back on board, but look at...
No, I think Dennis definitely went for the advantage of straight line speed on a circuit like Le Mans.
Yeah, which is...
You just gotta hope that...
Yannick snaps and crashes.
Wall.
Our top
Into
battle
the
for
wall.
contention for the win. Yannick makes a mistake and snaps out before the chicane.
He's how
gonna
much of that
hold on
gap?
to
How much of
P2.
that 13-second gap does he have?
9 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, that gap just went from 13 seconds from Yannick to James down to 4 seconds now.
Yannick
He's now got to push.
So
James
now-
is back into contention here.
Yeah, this is going to be the 142 Wellhouse Racing car. This was a car that originally looked like it could have led and gone on with a bit of a lead advantage at the beginning, but of course had a big mistake. But now we can see they're on the other side of the battle here. They're coming back, they've got pace, and they're P3 chasing down P2. So, Yannick...
Not just that, remember the beginning of the race had the full course yellow that really threw James's race up when Yannick sent it down on him.
Yeah.
So this is just
Slow
been
car off at Indianapolis. Slow
very
car off at
entertaining.
Indianapolis.
That
Incident
one
code.
car off at Indianapolis, it looks like Jacob Sierski of Bistracki Racing in the
Oh,
021
somebody in the pits?
is DNF'd. Jacob is DNF. We were just watching his battle with Porsche driver Axel Osterberg, and it looks like he's DNF'd now
Oh,
from
wow.
the race on an incident. So,
As we've seen, there hasn't been many collisions between drivers. It's just driver mistakes that are ultimately ending races so far today.
yeah, and tire deg is a big value. Condition changing is a big value. It's a tough race for these drivers.
Boys, 3, 2, 1. We are 1 hour into this race.
1 hour of 4. So for everyone watching, you've seen all the action so far. Do not be discouraged by the gaps that currently stand because, like I said, full course yellow, safety car, red flag, potential still stands for absolutely anything in this race. Strategy is going to put some huge plays into the rest of this race. We're only 1 hour in. I don't even think we've seen the hypercars pit yet, have we? Other than for damage.
I have not. We have not seen any hypercars pit.
If you are
But we
doing
have
driver
Ismail
swaps,
in
you
the
can
pit
start
lane.
joining as soon as your teammate clicks exit.
So
Once
yeah,
the driver swaps happen, we've got Ismail to cover.
we've still, I mean, these are gaps. These are definitely gaps between these top runners, but it's only 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and we've seen how close it, or really how short it takes for these gaps to come back down, especially with different setup strategies, different aero levels. I mean, people are making advantages and disadvantages just by the minute. So we'll go on board here with Richard Wanders in the GT class, 6/10 off of Handshake.
The 274 Blue Wheel Racing.
Yup. So I will be right back for a moment. I'm gonna go grab food. I'm gonna turn auto cam on. My Uber Eats order is here, so I'll turn auto cam on and mute myself for the second.
This Blue Wheel has done quite well for itself lately in endurance racing. I know in the 24 hours of Spa, they were able to get P2.
Ah. So, yeah, we've got, I guess, someone who's really experienced with especially long endurance races here.
And let's see what happens. Axel Osterberg about to get passed by Rayne Bradford.
I think James might be into the pits. Yep, he is pitting.
All right. Do they look like they're gonna slap on some new tires there?
Oh yeah, he's just coming into the pit lane, and we can see the car of James Pendry into the pits, fixing some damage as well, putting on fresh new tires for the new stint. A lot of damage should be fixed after all the incidents he's had, but yeah, he should be coming out on fresh tires and better aero because of all the damage he's fixed. But yeah,
so if we
I believe the first of the LMP of the LMHs to go into the pit lane.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you for that coverage.
sorry to cut you guys off. I was just gonna say I walked back to my PC, and as soon as I walk back, I see that Richard and Firm Handshake P2 and P3 in the GT class currently, they both just lapped about a 10th off of one another, and they are within a second of one another. So this is a very, very heated battle as the leader, Caro Soranko of Olympus Esports, pulls away in the Corvette.
Rayne Bradford definitely turning his race around. Was at one point down into, I believe, 10th position. He is now into 6th, passing Axel Osterberg. Our Axel being our season 6 Super Formula champion.
Yup, yeah. So I'm gonna be eating for the next couple minutes, so I'm gonna watch the race, but I'm gonna mute myself on stream while I eat lunch. And as you guys just kind of commentate around what's going on, I'll try to follow along.
What did you get though?
I actually ordered some really terrible health food, some cancer fast food. It's Five Guys, the American fast food chain. So I'm gonna get a disease later probably from eating this. So
do you like
myself on that
Their
note.
fries are good though. If you have a peanut allergy, do not go to Five Guys.
Yeah,
They use
any
the
viewers we
peanut oil.
have, if you are American and considering eating at a fast food chain, if somehow both of those filters apply to you right now, go to Five Guys if you enjoy it. It's great food to have every once in a while, but if you do have a peanut allergy, you will die the second that you step in the door. So with that, I'm going to mute myself and watch along while the rest of the commentators continue on. So cheers.
This has been a Five Guys promotional moment. Oh, he goes straight! What happened? Rayne Bradford takes the escape route. What happened to Rayne Bradford? He's barely making it through that. Did he run out of gas?
Hold on. Rayne Bradford just informed me right now that it's not him driving the car. It's rather his teammate. So yeah, Nick, I think that's true. What people have been saying in the streams chat. It seems like Assetto Corsa is having some weird bugs or.
So, okay, this is me back again to everyone who's watching on the stream. I've muted the other commentators, but I do just want to say, as I've said a couple times before, to anyone who's watching and actively in the race, it seems that Assetto Corsa pretty much has glitched. So I've seen some of you guys saying in the general chat that it's showing your teammates' names, so on and so forth. It seems like that glitch is happening right now. So some of the cars that show up on the leaderboard are actually the teammates of the driver. So I don't know how to fix that. I'm not actually an admin. I'm just streaming for them. But that is why that's happening. So we're trying our best. I'm trying to reference team names instead of driver names, but yeah, we're doing the best we can.
Like 3/3. I mean,
Oh, somebody's in pits.
percent of race distance left. So
We got LMH in the pits.
LMH in the pits. Who is that? That is Yannick Kurtz, pitting. I don't know if he has some damage, but it does seem like his car shows some bodywork damage from the crash he's had earlier. And let's see what his pit crew is gonna do.
James Pendry is in the pits as well.
He pulls into the pits. They changed the 1, 2, 3, 4 tires. A bit of damage fixing right now, a bit of refueling. So this is gonna take quite a bit. But yeah, Yannick looking to get out on fresh tires. And yeah, let's see what he can do on that pace.
James has been sitting in the pits for quite some time. What is happening there? And now he's on his way out. He must have had severe damage, or maybe they did a driver swap. Oh, we got Tina Curtis in now in the pits.
Firm handshake back into the pits a second time as well.
Just pulling in. Looks like they're gonna be making a swap. Oh, had a crash inside the pits somehow.
Oh. Yeah, I mean with drivers trying to maximize every
Tina...
corner, but also every like even the pit lane, the pit stop, they're trying to maximize and squeeze out every few seconds, every few tenths out of that. So if you see some crashes in the pit lane, even though it's very hard to do so, it's
DNF.
Oh, who?
The number 54, 8th place, DNF'd, pulled into the pits, made contact with the wall, and then just teleported to the pits and DNF'd.
It seems like he might have. I'm not sure, but he might have just crashed on his way into the pits. Tried to push too hard. Tried to gain a little bit of time.
They could
on
be
his
doing
way.
a driver swap because they just went from DNF to now showing a time. So maybe pulling into the pits, they decided to opt out of their car early once they were in the pits.
I mean, I don't know about I don't know how Assetto Corsa's driver swap work. I mean, I know how it works, but I don't know how it shows on the leaderboards and everything.
They were doing a switch. I just saw some.
Yeah, it might be a switch. It might be a switch. No, you could be right.
Holy.
All right, as we see,
Tina Curtis ping is 400.
Yep, more cars, more LMHs, pulling into the pits to change their tires. Tina Curtis, I don't know, quite a high ping, but seems a bit laggy.
Yeah.
Pulls into the pits. I think he's having some lag spikes.
Yeah, and
500, 600 ping.
This is going to be the beginning of the critical part of the pit cycle, because we just had Yannick, who is competing for the overall lead, come in now. Of course, he had a mistake and took a bit of damage, but he's now just taking his actual pit stop, so we'll have to see as we go on board again with Dennis Cotier. Is he going to pit this lap?
Tina is still sitting in the pits. So I'm curious what is happening with that. With a ping of 592, 623.
That looks like that might be a server issue. Sorry, not server issue, but connection issue from the driver.
Yeah. Shepard, you're quite crunchy.
Yeah, I know. Let me turn my mic back off for a sec.
Making everybody hungry. All right. And on that note, we are watching Dennis with a massive lead, 21 seconds between himself and Luca Gatesky. Do you have any close action going on track right now? It does not look like it at this moment. Let's see. What do we have going on in the chat? We need Nicholas ASMR. That will be on his other channel later today.
Yeah, so for anyone looking for ASMR, specifically me eating American fast food,
Check car 16
I do have a
rims and
channel for
lights.
this.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming
it's
car
just my racing
16,
account.
yes,
Just
car
go there,
16 was the
subscribe.
car that we were all very surprised with the red and blue rims. Very cool, very cool.
Yeah, Tim can't hear me, anyone who's on, watching stream. So you'll hear us talking over each other, but
Yeah,
definitely
not really any
subscribe
action
to my
going
ASMR
on.
channel.
Everybody's kind of just paced out a little bit. The pit stops really spread out the field. As Dennis is pulling into the pits. Ismail, can you cover this?
All right. Hold on. Let me go into the pits.
We have visual of him pulling up to his pit crew right now.
All right. Starting to change the tires. We might have some delay here, but his pit crew changing his tires, fixing some damage. It seems like doesn't have much damage, but we didn't see him crash. But puts on some new fresh tires. That'll be interesting to see where he come out after taking this pit stop. Seems like a pretty late pit stop, but here he goes. Goes off the pit lane into the track and comes out in P. That is P4. Yep. So I think he might have lost some position due to the undercut, but still keeps his car in a really good position. And as we know, it's still very early into the race. Doesn't lose much time, but yeah.
And have all of these cars ahead of him pit? Because I just left for a moment, but I mean,
Not all of them. I believe Horky did. I don't believe Alex has not. Dennis, I believe, did. No, that's who we're watching.
right.
So,
And I
we're
think-
watching Dennis. Jason, I don't know. Maybe Jason did pit. The problem is they're all showing medium compound, so it's hard to tell if they did or not.
But I do think the important thing to note is that Luca has taken a purple middle sector on the previous lap and has taken the fastest lap of the race with a 3:24.0. But Dennis back in P4 has done a 3:24.1. Just a tenth behind in pace. So this is going to be
important thing
interesting.
to point out is you devoured that burger in like 30 seconds.
Now, I've still got some of it here. I'm going to mute myself again. Y'all aren't getting the ASMR experience today, but
Hey, that's what Timo was asking for. I told him it's on your other channel.
yeah, it's on my other channel. You can go subscribe and listen to burgers. That's all.
Actually, I might start up that channel. Just burger ASMR.
So, very interesting pace battle between active P1 and P4. I'm not sure exactly where the pit cycle is with these P2, P3 cars, but
I want to say Luca hasn't pit yet.
that might
That's
be
a
true.
massive gap for somebody that's pit.
Yeah, Luca, but he did go with the fastest lap on the previous lap, but that also could have been fuel. He could be very low fuel right now, but yeah, Luca was our pole sitter, went all the way back to the end of the grid after a mistake at the beginning of the race, and is currently sitting in the provisional lead. If he does have to take a pit stop, which, like you said, Tim, seems like it might be the case, then that might not be so true. That definitely will not be true after he pits, if he is to pit. But for now, he's in the lead at least, so he's got to be feeling good about that. And he does come into the pits.
Is he racing Redwater?
Yep, that is Redwater. Luca is into the pits now, and he goes wide. He goes wide on one of the chicanes to the pit entry, so he's going to lose a little bit of time there.
Oh no, Ismail's muted. We're not going to have coverage of this pit stop.
Sorry, now you all get a coughing ASMR, but no, we go into the pit lane with Luca, our provisional leader, who will not be the leader after the pit stops, of course. Milanov as well, and Horchy both into the pits. So this is Dennis Cotier coming across to take all three of these cars for the lead again. So Dennis Cotier, our original leader, has gotten back into the lead. He had a very strong gap originally.
Oh, Luca, Jason, Huner, all in the pits. We have 3rd, 4th, and 5th place in the pits right now.
Yep.
Ismail.
Yannick Coertz.
All right, so some action right now. It seems like a lot of LMH drivers have pulled into the pits. A lot of action going on in the pits right now. It's quite busy. All the pit stop mechanics are making sure they fit those tires as fast as they can and fix damage if there's any damage. Wipe out the windshields, wipe out the headlights, clean the headlights, and make sure those cars are in good condition to go and run for their second stint. Yeah, so
and here we go on board with the
back on
GT
track.
battle potentially. But the interesting thing to note in that hypercar pit cycle was that Luca was a bit ahead of Huner.
We've got, sorry to interrupt you, but we've got on an interview Rayne Bradford. So we've got Rayne Bradford, teammate of Alex Curto, who's currently driving, not him, and basically teammates for the Gold Racing Club number 78 Porsche. So Rayne, tell us, how has the race been going for your teammate?
Actually, he's doing pretty freaking good for the first time driving this car. I gotta say that much. He's faster than me already. So, I bring him into this. I bring him to stuff because, you know, he's the GT specialist. I'm the Formula specialist. So, like, he knows what he's doing. He helps me as much as he can. But yeah, we're keeping up with Axel pretty good. He made a mistake, Axel made a mistake, and then he made another one, so we're a couple seconds behind. But he has the pace, so he should be able to get past him.
Yeah, so Rayne, what do you expect from your from your stint when you're gonna do the driver swap? So when is that driver swap gonna come in, and what do you expect from it? Are you gonna be pushing? Are you gonna just be managing your tires?
We're not sure. He might do another split. He might do another stint, so I'm gonna get like an hour in the car, which would be good because I'm like not good in this car. I would admit that it's not gonna be good, but
yeah.
Main goal is just to prioritize him in the car, make as much spots as we can, just hope I can hold him at the end.
Alright, so Rayne, all I'm gonna say is good luck with your race. It's still a really long race. I hope you guys get a good result for your team, score some good points, but yeah.
Yeah, we're mainly... Chase should have the drivers, I think, but we're mainly focused on the constructors right now.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna leave you for now. Good luck with the race. Hopefully you can get some really good positions while you're at it. And right now we're just gonna go back to Nicholas and Tim on the main coverage.
Have fun, boys.
Yep. Yeah, so no, let me see, let me get back out. So just before we started that interview, I was saying the LMH cars had all come in a pit. Luca was a little bit ahead of, let's go on board with him. Luca was a little bit ahead here of Huner Horchy and Jason Milanov, but he ended up getting out of the pits maybe about 10 seconds. 10 seconds earlier than them. So he definitely had a much quicker pit stop for whatever reason. Had a large gap coming back out. And yeah, he's ahead of the two cars now. So that was just interesting to see. Luca is very far ahead. Actively P3 in the hypercar class after his pole position earlier today. So that is that's very interesting as we continue through the nighttime. But yeah, take a look down at the GT class. Currently, we've got Karo Sorenko still actively in the lead. He of course has dominated this entire opening stint. Well, opening 2 stints after his pit stop. But really has not had much complication this whole race. Came under a little pressure with the initial full yellow period, but managed to keep that lead and has now pulled almost 30 seconds to P2 of Richard Wanders in the GT class. So heavy American showing as far as the brand of car. We've got our Corvette here, and it looks like the next Corvette in the order sits P8 overall for GT. So P1, P8, P10 for the Corvettes currently, and the rest of the slots go to Porsche. So
In a little bit, Ismail, can you make your way over to the Wellhouse Racing team? I think the race engineer is looking to have a little bit of an interview. We can set that up in the next couple of minutes.
Ismail, okay, Ismail's not on. I can do it though. I'm on TeamSpeak. Just tell me who it is, and I can switch over.
That is the Burb.
The Burb. Oh, yes, I was speaking with him earlier. Let me see what chat he's in and see if I can get him on here.
Hang on, I can ask him.
Yeah, I gotta know where you're at so I can do that. But as we sit here at the moment, we're looking on board with the GT class. What did we got here? P3 and P2. Richard Wanders and Afonso Gonzalez, Cheetah Racing Team, and Blue Eel Racing going for the last 2 spots on the podium at the current point. Got a long time to go in this race, but, you know, track position counts, and if they want to battle it out right now, then I guess we're in for another good battle, so let's see what happens.
That is very funny, because I just asked Richard, even though he's driving, if he was down for an interview, and it seems like, even though he's under so much pressure from the guy behind, I talked to him live while he was driving. I was like, yeah, he's down for an interview, even though he's battling for the P3 position. Obviously, I'm not going to do that because I just want him to keep his full focus, but absolutely just insane how this guy, how much he can keep his calm during just stressful situations like these.
Yeah. All right, we've got James in here. I'm gonna pull James into the commentary box for a quick little interview.
For any other interviews you do on TeamSpeak, just let me join the same channel as you because it like echoes a lot. It sounds weird coming from your mic, the other person's audio. Yeah. So I'll just join the same.
I've got it, and there we go, James.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up, James?
How's your team doing today?
Good and bad. We're doing simultaneously better than we thought, and also not ideal. We've got the 142 in 7th at the minute, I believe. Riley driving, and somehow we're in the lead at the same time. So yeah.
I mean, no, it's been a super shaken up start of the race. I mean, as you've probably seen if you've been watching the stream, we have just been covering battle after battle after accident after battle after accident, you know, just left and right here. So, I mean, it's crazy, but if that first hour proves anything, I think it shows absolutely anything can happen. And I think that 142 has shown some really good pace, so I hope you guys can make it back because it was a treat to watch some of that battling at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely the 4-2 with, I mean, we've got Riley in there and we've got James Pendry. James Pendry is doing the second stint. They're both pretty quick drivers. They were probably the quickest of both our entries, to be honest. So it's a bit of a shame that they're not up there with us. But Dennis at the minute is doing an incredible job. I've been watching the onboards from his side during all the stuff you've described, and I'm honestly not sure I'm ready to jump in the car anymore because my heart's not really dealing with it very well. Some of the, I mean, it's you know, it's endurance racing. The GT cars, some of them have been a bit, but somehow they've just been avoiding collision after collision. Like every full course yellow restart has been just on it. Yeah, I don't know how they're doing it honestly right now.
Yeah, well, I think you guys are in a really good spot right now in that 141, so I hope you can get in and just continue on with that smoothness and, you know, maybe bring it home for the win today, so...
I'm not going to count anything yet. I mean, this is our team's first ever entry into an event, so
right.
We're just trying to, you know, see what we can do. So you know, we're just going to take it easy.
Yep. Well, hey, best of luck to you guys. It's been an absolute joy to watch the battle so far. So, like I said, hopefully you guys can bring it back. Maybe get a double podium. Who knows? Anything.
Yeah, we'll do what we can. Riley and James are both very quick, so we'll be counting on them.
Yep.
All right.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Yep, so that was an interview with another driver as we go back on board with the car of the driver we just interviewed. That is a lead car in Hypercar. That was James that we just spoke to. He is the second driver, well, not to say second
Oh
driver.
no, that was James. He's managing the Wellhouse Racing.
Oh, so James is managing his. He's not driving a car. I didn't know.
He's not driving. He was managing.
Ah, okay, cool, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know.
And it seems like they're running 2 teams.
Yeah,
two
they've
cars?
got 2 cars.
Yep.
They've got 1 car in both splits.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah.
So they're double dipping.
Yeah, so
Yeah. 141 and 142.
Yeah, those are the Wellhouse Racing cars who, like James was saying on stream, currently sit P1 and P6 now. Looks like they've got ahead of Alex Cochran in the Redwater Racing car. So, like he was saying, the pace of his 2 drivers in the 142 has definitely been seen through qualifying into the beginning of this race, and even now through this stint. So it'll be interesting to see. Definitely, if they've got pace, we'll have some good battles as they make their way back through the field.
I mean, he mentioned that he didn't have much plans beyond this, but you know, if you get one of your teams up on the podium, I would definitely book a trip to Disneyland for sure.
And if you get both of them, I would say you guys should definitely stay in this championship. Go beyond just your first race here, because, I mean, it's been a strong showing from both cars, so I'd love to see that type of action go into the next season. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second again. I'm going to finish eating, and then I'll be back. I'm going to put it
Absolutely.
on auto cam.
Nicholas finishes his lunch. We've got another guest that wants to get a little interview in. We have the lovely Timo Decord.
Yep.
Timo, you're live. How are you doing today, sir?
Yeah, very good at the moment. It's
So you must be feeling all right. The stress must be down a little bit with
Yeah.
Alex being in P7. Your chances of winning this championship are ever so slightly in your favor.
yeah. Well, I can't say anything at the moment, yeah, because I haven't seen the pace of Christopher Bose, who's going to swap with Alex in, I believe, quite a bit. So and yeah, obviously I'm quite a bit slower than Luca, but all I need at the moment is for him not to finish on the podium, and it will be mine and Lucas, because obviously he's English broken. But, yeah, he's working in the favor of the team, and it's like looking quite decent for both of our cars. Obviously, it was quite a bit unfortunate on the first few laps, dropping from P1 all the way to P9, but he had a great recovery all the way back up to P3.
Yeah,
and
massive
it seems
recovery.
like it seems like Alex right now doesn't have much pace to compete with the top 5, top 6 even. Giving you that opportunity to, get the championship, and especially with your teammate driving so well, and hopefully you
for causing a
driving
collision at
well
the start of
into
the race after the
your stint. Obviously, as you said, Christopher Bose is one hell of a fast driver, but who knows? Maybe their car setup is not that well. Because Alex is a fast driver as well. I know him personally to be quite decently fast. So they might have some problems with the
collision
car
in qualifying on
which
the
might
outlap.
play out in
You
your favor,
just totally
so, yeah.
didn't make the corner and pushing our
Yeah, I
cars,
have no
causing
clue
damage
what
to both
setup
your
they are
cars.
running, even though we are in the same team. But all I know is that me and Luca are running quite a low downforce setup. But it's gonna be hard on the first few laps of my stint, because the car is very flimsy on high fuel, and yeah.
Well, not slow and steady wins the race, but steady wins the race.
Yeah, just try to minimize the errors I'm gonna make, and we'll try to finish top 8. And
Car facing the right way, then this championship could be yours.
also, just for your info, the LMH only has 1 tire compound, so.
Well, there you have it. It's only got the medium.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Timo. Hopefully, we'll be talking to you after the end of this race in the podium.
Yeah, hope so. See ya.
Yeah, so that was Timo from Redwater Racing right now, his driver, his teammate Luca, driving the car and doing a pretty okay job keeping it at bay, keeping Alex Cochran at bay as well, his championship rival. Like we said, if they manage to keep their rival team, Redwater Racing as well, under P7, P8, and them scoring some decent point, they might just win this championship, which is a really, really important thing, especially in a league of this caliber with so many fast drivers. So yeah, a lot of stress on Timo de Court there. So yeah,
absolutely. It also seems that our stewarding team is doing a little bit of investigating of on-track incidents, as we've seen on screen a couple of penalties being applied before the race is finished, so that there's not too much of a shakeup of the standings after the race with any additional penalties. As we saw Horchi receive a 10-second penalty for causing a collision earlier this evening.
Yeah, and especially during an endurance race where the race direction has so much time to just look at the replays, look at the different angles, look at the different laps and timings to judge an incident. You do something that's dodgy, and that cannot slip under the race direction's eyes. So you just always got to be careful with those track limits, with those battles with the other cars. Got to keep it clean, otherwise there might be a penalty coming your way during the race.
Did we just see a driver swap between Jace Merrick?
Yeah, our first driver swap. So I believe that's Jace Merrick now hopping into the car, because with Assetto Corsa, as we know, it shows the second driver rather than the first driver right now on the leaderboard. So that's Jace Merrick hopping into the car. Very, very fast driver, almost won the AFR Super Formula Championship before just backing out of the whole championship. But yeah, very fast driver. Let's see what he can do.
Absolutely. And for those who were criticizing that our leaderboard is wrong, we're calling the wrong names, well, you know what? We'll get it right in the second half. On that note, we've got Edward Wanders wanting to grab an interview. Let's pull him in.
Hola, I'm back. I'm not Edward, but I am back. The commentator.
Edward.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Edward.
Oh. Yeah, what's up?
How's it going? Who, are you racing today, or you're just...
Yes, I am racing today. I'm Richard's teammate.
Ah.
All right.
Okay, yeah, no,
Yeah.
we've been having some glitches with the names on the leaderboards.
So you weren't the first driver?
No, I am second driver. I'm stepping in the car in about half an hour.
Okay,
yeah, it seems
so
like
the leaderboard
it's for Richard at least. So for the Blue Eel Racing team, it's showing the right driver, which is Richard Wanders right now. And we've got on this interview his brother, actually, Edward Wanders. So yeah, how has the race been going?
At the beginning, it was a little bit sketchy. We had decent pace at the beginning, but we dropped off a little bit later. At the moment, I think we're doing decent. I'm not quite sure what position we're in, but
who would you say between the two of you's the faster driver? Not to put you on the spot, but
it's true. But yeah, Richard did also make a slight mistake on the straight. He kind of just went off and just drove straight and almost hit the wall. Apart from that,
are you confident you'll be able to make up some time in your stint behind the wheel here?
Yes and no. I did put a lot of time practicing the car and the track, obviously, but the setup we have is slightly different from what I drove, so it's gonna be looking out for what I can do in these conditions and on the setup.
So you're essentially like Sergio in this aspect. You have to drive your brother's setup and just learn how to drive fast.
Well, I do have the older setup, so if I really want to, I could just revert back to that one. But yeah, I hope we just get the podium position. I hope we just keep pace going as it is right now.
But it seems like your brother doing a very decent job so far, keeping it in the podium positions with a 7-second gap to Firm Handshake. Very interesting name, but
Yeah, he is very fast. Yeah, I've just been keeping onto everything and kept them updated on gaps and stuff.
Sorry, we just watched Jace Merrick almost lose it on the final corner there. So when can we expect you behind the wheel?
That would most likely be between 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, so we've got the Warner Brothers swapping in about 20 to 30 minutes.
That's all you get from us.
All right, no further
just enjoy the racing
calls.
and no strategy calls further. Yeah, enjoy the racing and good luck commentating, boys.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, see ya.
Good luck on your race.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so as during that interview, we saw Jace Merrick almost go wide at the exit of the first chicane.
Yeah, the rear end
But
just
yeah,
got a little squirrely on him.
Yeah, but that just shows how much he's pushing. As I said, very fast driver, likes to take things to the extreme edge, likes to drive on the edge, all or nothing, first place or DNF. So, not a very good strategy for an endurance race, as a lot of mistakes will definitely cost you time in the long term. But let's see what he can do. Currently sitting in P15 overall and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 P8 in his category. So yeah, let's see what he can do.
Yes,
Gunnar Horchi just received a 10-second, and earlier he has a 3-second now for cutting, and I'm pretty sure he had another 3-second before that. So that's 16 seconds in penalties that are going to have to be served at some point or another. So that almost drops him down to P6 as a result.
Yeah. And I'm back now. I'm looking through the cameras. We were on board there with Jace Merrick for a little while, so I apologize. But yeah, no. To your point, Jace Merrick, great driver. I've raced with him as well. In some other leagues, and of course, almost won the Super Formula Championship. So great GT driver. But back in the hypercar, we've got some interesting gaps around. Like you said, Tim. Penalty there for cutting for the number 555 Breaking Point Racing car, and I do agree. I think they had some other penalties earlier, so definitely looking towards P6 right now. We'll have to see how the rest of the race pans out. But yeah, just looking at the onboard, just watching these angles, it looks like this 555 car is really going for track limits. Not trying to get penalties, but they are on the absolute edge of limits here. So, they made some early mistakes.
They got Jason right behind them in the rearview mirror, 1.4 off. There really isn't anything else they can do other than just push that car as quickly as you can, because, yeah, at this point, you're P4, you still more or less hold a very good position, especially this about halfway into a 4-hour endurance race. Once your driver swaps, that's the end of your job. You've done what you can. So to keep the car in P4, that's a pretty good addition to your team's goal.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And just a note to everyone watching on stream as well, because I've been informed of this, that you will hear random crash symbol effects at certain points, because I believe it's the P Tracker app. One of the apps in the background has a sound effect for when server actions happen. So
yeah, that's the P Tracker for when somebody joins or leaves. You get that crash symbol. It's definitely not Shepard in the background just smashing a crash symbol.
Yeah, so I am a percussionist. That I will say, I am a percussionist, but that is not my own symbol. That is just a in-game virtual symbol, but I think it's going. It's just gonna keep coming on while drivers are swapping, and I know when you do weather transitions, it can also occur. So it might come up. You'll have this symbol effect at certain points. I hope it goes away. It wasn't happening much towards the beginning, if at all. So I think it'll stop. But yeah, just apologies for that.
How come on the live timings, guys are driving in the middle of the track right now? Is that because it's nighttime and it's kind of throwing stuff off?
Maybe,
it
yeah.
could be a track. It could be something with the mod. It could be like the map model. Sometimes they're slightly off, and you'll see the drivers like drive off on the track map.
They were okay earlier. That's what I mean.
seems-
like everybody
it
was on
seems
the
okay.
white line before.
It seems okay for me, so you might have to just reload the page or something, refresh
So
it.
we've got another DNF
Oh, yeah, that's
in
all I had to do.
GTE for Ollie Rags of the Harris Endurance team, who was a strong contender. We saw some big battles between him and Rayne Bradford earlier on in the race. Looks like they've now either
What happened
DNF'd
there?
or a driver swap that I've caught at the wrong time, but it looks like they've been sitting without anyone actively in the car in the pits now for almost a minute. So
I mean,
that
driver swaps
must
do take
be-
about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that must be a driver swap for sure. So we've only started to see the driver swaps for the GT cars. So that's definitely that must definitely be a driver swap pit
Yeah,
stop.
we're coming up on 2 hours and 18 minutes, so that is probably near the time where some of our drivers are just getting a little fatigued and might want to just tap out early, or maybe the second drivers are just getting too antsy, sitting and waiting.
But yeah, speaking of drivers and teammates, today is August 7th is the International Friendship Day. So we're seeing a lot of the teammates here are actually just friends, participating in this event. So show some love to your friend in this International Friendship Day.
Yeah, let's see some love in the chat for your friends.
Yeah, tag them, send them a message, something,
Call your moms.
Yeah, your mom could be your friend, yeah. Definitely.
yeah, no, really, really good point there from Ismail. Your mother can be your friend. So
No, that's yeah. I mean, jokes aside, treat treat your parents as your parents and friends. Don't keep secrets away from them. Do tell them that you're secretly running a mafia organization. That's fine because they're your parents. They're probably gonna understand it.
They'll always be understanding. There's not much you can tell them that they wouldn't be understanding about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Oscar Piastri to McLaren. Anyway, we'll go on board now. Well, we are on board with Luca Gaedke, the German driver of Redwater Racing's number 6. We were just talking with Timo a little while ago in the interview room here, and just talking about how it is going to be a battle of consistency and really just bringing it home to the end for this guy, for this team. So, and it looks like, is that a fastest lap as we go right on board? Luca purple in the third sector, personal best first sector, does a 3-minute 23.6. Looks like he takes fastest lap of the entire race as we get on board, just by about 4/10 off of the previous personal best, or session best rather. So we'll take a moment to go on board with Luca here. We know he's a very talented driver, put it on pole position. Just made a mistake at the beginning of the race that put him all the way back down to at least P10. So
Yep. Yeah. If you wanna go on Richard Warner's onboard and get on the TeamSpeak, the room in TeamSpeak in which he's in, to
get a proper interview.
get an interview while he's driving. Let's
do it.
Yeah.
That's that's right, because we were just talking with Edward.
When did we lose Chester?
All right. So Richard, we know you're driving, but you've agreed to this interview anyways. So how's your race been going? We've just talked to your teammate, also your brother, Edward, and he's been telling us that you've been driving really well. Besides some few mistakes here and there, but that's very normal with an endurance race. So how has it been going?
It's been going good. I mean, I had some mistakes indeed, but for the rest of it, yeah, pretty good since. Wait, I'm getting through a few corners.
Yeah, no, take your time. Oh yeah, we see him go sideways. Yeah. Do not get worried by. Just do not put your head in too much trouble trying to answer these questions. Just take your time. We know how much stress drivers go through while driving this insanely hard track, especially through the corners. But yeah, what do you expect from your brother? What do you expect from the second stint after all the good job you've done for this one?
Yeah, I think he will do well. He will do good because he's a good driver. He can like manage it to get it home. Just gotta make sure we don't lose any positions now. So then we'll be fine for podium, I guess.
Yeah, and currently leading the pack.
With a 26 gap.
Yep. I think other cars have pitted slash driver swapped, but you're still in a really good position for a podium at least. Maybe even challenge for the win if something weird happens to the leaders. So yeah, just keep your pace up. We know you've got the consistency and. Anyways, I think this interview has been having
some negative effects.
No. I was
escape
looking
road.
on my dash. I had this before. I was looking on my dash for the fuel numbers and I missed my braking point. I had this before.
Yeah, Richard. We've been sorry about that, but we've been distracting you a bit, so we're just gonna leave you
No.
to drive the car.
Fine, but yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah. So, anyways, we're just gonna leave you. Good luck with your race. Hopefully, you guys can get a really good second stint, and maybe challenge for the win.
Yeah.
Even nothing is impossible. So, yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
As
All right.
I'm gonna look at
Yeah, I think we just.
This is just noticed that Luca is closing a gap on Yannick.
Yeah, as who just caused the driver to almost crash, but yeah.
Oh,
sorry to
Rayne
everyone on
Bradford, is he
stream.
in the pits? Is Rayne Bradford swapping drivers? Because I see DNF next to his name right now.
No, speed trap doesn't work. No. Sorry, everyone.
In the pits? Who?
Rayne Bradford is in the pits showing DNF, but I imagine that could just be a driver swap.
Yeah. That must be Alex, because he has informed me that that it's actually Alex who was driving it first, and now it's actually Rayne getting into the car. The guy we just interviewed a few minutes ago, maybe more than that. But anyways.
Okay, so time penalties are added to the swap. That will make things very interesting.
Anyways, Rayne Bradford's car changing tires, the pit mechanics changing tires, and him getting into the car. I don't know if there's any damage to fix, but yeah, driver swap right now for Rayne Bradford get into the car for his stints. Probably the last stint, because usually when there's a driver swap, that's you expect that the driver is going to complete the stint till the end of the race. But yeah, let's see what he can do on pure pace and consistency. Currently, they're running in P14 overall and about P5, P6, I think. P5, no, that's P6. P6 in the GT category. So yeah.
Apparently, Shepard, Ismail, and I have an echo on stream.
Is it mine?
That's weird because I've got one output capture for the audio and I've got one input. Let me see.
No,
is it what, an echo of outputs or like? It's
I don't know.
through
Chris
mine
just
when
sent me a
it-
message saying that Ismail and myself are echoing on stream.
Let's see. It might be from my mic. Let me.
I don't know. Chris just sent me a message saying that Ismail and myself are echoing.
I hear what he's saying. Let me see. Yeah, it's got to be my. It has to be my mic. Sorry, not my mic. My headphones doubling.
Yeah, it's not so much as a echo. It's just
I've got
really loud.
It's cause I took my headphones off and I had my headphones sitting closer to my mic, so I just put my headphones back on. It should be better now.
Well, there we go.
Anyway, let's see. Let me get back into everything here. Here, I'll take a moment. I'll mute, or I'll deafen myself really quick, and I'm just going to run down the whole order of the grid for everyone. So, let me do that. So, through the nighttime we go. We actively sit with just over 2 hours left. Currently, in the hypercar class, we've got Dennis Cotier of Wellhouse Racing in the number 141. This actually may not be him, depending on driver swaps. One issue we've been having tonight, an Assetto Corsa issue, is that we can't really see who is actively in the car. The leaderboard is a little wonky based off of Assetto Corsa, just showing one driver name and seeming to just like lock to it. But we do know that Dennis Cotier started the race in the number 141 Wellhouse Racing hypercar. Didn't start from pole, but was able to get himself into the lead and has been managing it with quite a great gap since. Shuffled back a few positions in the pit cycle, but that was just due to the pit cycle. Now back to the lead with, as it shows, almost 6 seconds to Yannick Coertz of Utara Racing in the number 31, who is in P2. It's been a little bit of an up and down for this car. Has sat around the podium contention through pretty much every stage of this race, but has had a couple mistakes. One notable one in a direct battle earlier with the lead car of Dennis Cotier. Going into the first chicane after the start-finish line, just had a bit of a shunt and lost a lot of time, had some damage, had to pit. But now in the nighttime sits P2, 6.5 seconds off. Right behind him is our pole sitter. I'm going to butcher all these names, by the way, but Luca Geidke of Redwater Racing, the German driver, the number 6, who sits 1.8 behind Yannick currently. So another very strong driver who's had some ups and downs. Some self-imposed mistakes, some contact with some slower cars, it seemed like, here and there, but they actively still sit P3 and 45 seconds ahead of Jason Milanov in the Garage 6.9 car, number 93, who has been sitting around the top 5 pretty much the whole race, has looked to have a very consistent race, pace-wise, position-wise, but has quite a massive gap back there. As I've come back to the broadcast, I'm not sure quite where we sit in the pit cycle. This gap could be artificial, it could come down, but for right now, Jason sits in P4. Behind him, we've got Huner Horchi, another name I've probably butchered many times this stream, of Breaking Point Racing. Number 555 in P5. This might not be him as well, it may be his teammate. But they sit P5 in the 555. Behind him, what should now be James Pendry, the American driver in the 142 Wellhouse Racing car, if they've done a driver swap. Another strong driver in the pairing. This car has led at some points throughout this race and has been in podium contention quite a bit, but just another car to have some ups and downs, some mistakes here and there, some contact with slower cars. Just all of the above has happened for a lot of these drivers this race. This is the first 4-hour event of the season. All the previous races have been 1 and 2 hours, so 4 hours for Le Mans today. There has been a vote for the future season, and it seems that the vote is favoring longer races, so it seems that at least for all the Season 2 races, we may be seeing at least 4 hours. Maybe even some 6, 8, 12, who knows, or a 24, but yeah, we'll go back through. We've got Alex Cochran, the strong UK driver in the number 7 Redwater Racing car. It hasn't seemed to be his race, or rather Redwater's race in the number 7. We've been having the leaderboard glitch, but not too strong of a qualifying. I believe they qualified P7, the number 7, and currently sit P7. So we'll see where their consistency can take them. Let's see if they can come back. They've got 28 seconds to P6 with JD Ringer, or rather the 710 racing car, the number 42, rounding out the LMH category in P8. We've actively got Afonso in the Cheetah Racing Team car, number 23, who leads off GTE currently, but I believe this might be due to pit cycle because Caro Soronco of Olympus Esports at number 333, that team has been leading this race for the GT category quite confidently, as well as the pole position. The only Corvette to make it in the top 5 for qualifying, or rather I think even the top 7, as the next Corvette of Bazinelli of, I'm going to butcher this one, Lido Finkbrow Racing, number 28, is back quite a few spots. So, interesting shakeup here in the GT category. I do believe this is because of pit cycle rather than a mistake from Caro. He's led this so dominantly the whole time. We'll have to see going forward, but yeah, behind him, firm handshake, Axel Osterberg of Pink Nicky Chan Gaming, Richard Warnders, Rayne Bradford, R. Brazinelli, Ollie Rags, who I thought had DNF'd earlier, still in this race, Jace Merrick in the number 14, Jacob Sierski, and Antoine Robet in the police card wheel machine. And I don't know how to describe this. I don't know if this is legal, but it looks cool. And yeah, we'll bring back the commentary team. Okay, we're good.
All right, we're back after some few technical problems, some few technical difficulties. We're back with the clear sound now.
No, I muted myself and I went through the order. Like, I went through the whole order of all the drivers.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
As we see the
Ismail and I were
police
not
car.
live, correct?
Yeah, no. You guys were muted until now, so you're good.
Oh, thank God,
Right.
because we were saying some real. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Anyways.
No, but no. If we go back on board with Luca, though, I was just talking about how confident how confident the Redwater car was in qualifying until their mistake earlier in the race. But as we look right now, 1.5 seconds only behind Yannick in P2 in the number 31. So,
And that's still Luca, not Timo behind the wheel?
oh, I'm sure I'm going to continue butchering the names. I'm referencing the leaderboard. I'll try to just say team names. But yeah, Redwater number 6 car is chasing down the old Utara Racing 31.
Hang on, we've got some people in interview waiting, so let's...
Yeah, let's start with Nikodem, maybe, perhaps.
Let's pull Nikodem in.
Yeah, race director Nikodem.
Nikodem.
Hey, Nikodem.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
How's it
We're
going?
in interview waiting, so what is up?
Yeah, no, it's been a pretty good race. We're leading the race control class, so it's going good.
Nice.
We had a bit of a mistake. We had to give a guy a 10-second time penalty to keep us in the lead. So yeah.
Oh yeah. If you guys, for the guys who are watching the stream and don't know, Nikodem right here is a race director alongside Adrian Funari. So they're like the two main race directors for this race. So they're the guys who are like looking out for people cutting the track, having incidents, doing some dirty moves on other cars, giving out penalties.
the full course yellows, giving drivers a heads up of slow cars on track.
Keeping the track in a really organized, position, keeping drivers safe. As we know, safety is our number one priority here at AER.
Just doing Michael Massey's job, the job that he should have done.
How does it feel to be in this in so much responsibility in this position, and how do you go on about managing this race with so many fast drivers, with so many drivers overall? How do you do it? Is it stressful? Is it easy?
Are you up at night?
I mean, right now that the race has calmed down a bit, it's getting a bit easier. But at the start of the race, in the first hour, when you had those amazing battles with the LMHs at the front of the field, it was stressful just watching them, and just every time there was a bit of contact, I mean, it could really, a bit of contact when you're that close together could just cause a massive incident, possibly even a red flag incident. But I mean,
to counter this, sorry, go ahead, Adrian.
I was just gonna say on top of that, being our first big race with all these massive sponsors here, such as Redwater Racing and the like, it's really putting the stress on us because we got a big sponsors crowd, so. Yeah.
So we have a comment in the chat. To counter the stress, what deodorant do you guys use to fight off that perspiration?
That's fair.
That's not a
Honestly.
question in the chat. You're lying to us.
No, it's just me. I just wanted to know.
I personally, I use, not sponsored. I have a Shaw Men Active Dry.
Nice,
There you go.
Adrian.
I was just given a bottle of black charcoal, all natural stuff, and it's terrible. So yeah.
Yeah, you know you're gonna be smelly when someone gives you the all natural organic product, you know.
Especially
Yeah, I just need to go get my
living,
Old Spice.
Yeah.
especially living in the middle of somewhere hot. We're not gonna give your location. You definitely need some good antiperspirant. But yeah, that's enough from you guys. We're gonna pull Axel in. So you guys go
Thank
back
you,
to
guys.
doing your
I'm gonna
job.
get back to helping people, which I was doing when I was forced to leave Bronco.
All
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. By giving out penalties.
Is
Yeah, sure.
everybody in
No, I'm just
interview
kidding.
waiting actually want an interview? Or
No.
I think unless you want to interview, I think Cake X and Ironclad are great, which I think is Alex.
Don't bring
Yep.
cake yet. I'm helping you with something. Goodbye. Enjoy the stream.
Okay,
All right, have fun.
can I pull Axel in?
Awesome.
Yeah, just pull the other guys. Just pull
Hello.
Alex.
All right.
Axel. I mean
Axel.
Alex.
Dyslexic.
I'm a bit tipsy right now, so
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Oh. All right, Axel. How is the race going for you?
Well, for me it went to shit. Like, what's the definition of bad? Like,
Well, you said it, but
yeah, shit. Yeah, well, it went as Lewis Hamilton's Abu Dhabi, I would say.
Michael Massey destroyed your race.
I'm gonna say I'm Michael Massey in this this time. I spun 3 times, I think. Car in front yeeted into me. I didn't brake enough for one corner, so I did a stupid dive on someone.
Nicholas, move your mouse.
Well,
The red pin box.
I see.
Oh, Axel, you're running alongside Sven Yilhud.
Yes,
a very
Sven is
fast
freaking
driver,
killing it.
as we
He's
know.
killing
So what do you expect from your second stint? Can you please remind me, and sorry about that, can you please remind me of what team you're running in right now?
Are we spectating with Sven right now? I just wanted to clarify that.
It should be Axel Osterberg.
Yeah, we're expectating Axel, but that is Sven behind the wheel. So expect that 7-second deficit with firm handshake to drop.
I was gonna say I know Sven is very quick. It's always a pleasure to watch.
His
Sven
fastest
ride
is
around.
a 3:48.1, which is a second faster than any other.
Yeah, so let's go on board with Sven for a second. We know Sven's very quick. I always love to watch Sven drive because he's so fast. 3:47.8, fastest lap in GT. For Pink Nicky Chan Racing
Sven.
number 2-1.
Yeah, Sven is an absolute talent when it comes to driving or sim racing, and we know that he can. You can put any driver almost in front of him. He's gonna chase. He's gonna hunt down that driver as fast as he can, set in fastest laps every other lap, and just with his insane pace and consistency, not making any mistakes. He's a really, really good driver. So Axel, you're lucky to have such a great teammate. Hopefully he can put your car in the podium positions or even better.
Oh yeah, I mean I was very surprised when he asked if he wanted to do the race with me.
So instead of the Lewis Hamilton hammer time, it's Svenovic time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
it's Svenovic time.
I didn't really put him in a good position. 1 lap down.
It's more of a challenge for him now. He's probably more happy.
Oh yeah, I mean I only call him was like.
As he goes into the. Whoa! As he goes into the kitty litter,
Quite a bit of
completely
a
avoiding.
curse right there. So apologies for that, but yeah, Sven makes a bit of a mistake, but yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't be worried about that.
Well, he did
he's fast.
With that mistake, he did a 3:47.8. So I think he's
all
good.
right.
Yeah.
Well, Axel, thank you.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure getting you on here for a couple minutes here.
Yep.
And good luck to you and your team in this race. Maybe we'll get you guys up on the commentary box if you snag a podium out of today.
And I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Yep, but yeah, thanks.
Yep. Cheers.
Thank you.
And the thing that we know about Sven as well, I mean, just beyond him being outright rapid, we know that he hails from the R Factor 2 scene. We know he comes from driving, you know, GT3, GT4 cars. Like, this is where I think he definitely shines even more so than in an F1 context. So, I think this is going to be crazy to watch. His stint here, he might be able to close a lot of this gap back down to the lead cars, Handshake and Soranko, even Afonso in the lead.
Yeah, if I was Handshake, I'd be a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a minute 37, so it is hefty. Sven is going to have to be an absolute wheelman. But we're coming into the morning. We're coming into the morning time. Track's lighting up. Visibility is getting higher. So I think anything is in play right now. Let's go on board, though, as all three of the leaders in LMH are right next to each other. What is happening to Dennis?
What is this battle? As you said, the LMH top 3 are on each other's tail
and
now.
We were just talking about how confident of a lead Cartier had. He must have made a mistake or something, but he is 4/10, only 4/10 ahead of Yannick Koerts and Luca Gaidke of Redwater Racing. Of course, I apologize. I'm going to mess up the names, but Redwater Racing...
No, 7/10 separating the top 3. That is absolutely insane as they go into Sector 3. Really difficult section right here, especially if you're the car behind. But as we can see, Yannick, probably not his real name, but sorry about that. But keeping it under control behind the other car, trying to keep as close as possible before the straight to get that slipstream and make the easy overtake. But yeah,
as
absolutely
close as
insane
possible.
scenario right here.
He's obviously still trying to avoid a little bit of that Chris O'Connor dirty air.
Oh, and this is identical to what happened earlier. This was the exact battle we had with the Utara Racing and the P1 car, the number 141. And this is right where Yannick made a mistake, into this corner right here on the tail of the 141. This time, though, he lives. Same camera angle, same corner. If you look in the mirror on the commentary, you'll be able to see... the P3 car right behind in not his mirror, but rather the virtual mirror. And ahead, of course, you can see, camera, I can't speak, I'm too into this, but...
Oh, just any one of these drivers makes the slightest mistake, and this is the closest to a race win that they're going to get today.
And look at this. What is this? Another car ahead, another Porsche right into the braking zone for the Wellhouse Racing 141. He's going to have to play this intelligently. He cannot lose time, but he cannot make a mistake. Right into the braking zone. He's going to have to back out. Yannick is going to get right up to the tail. So is Luca. All three of them.
Wait, go back to Dennis. Go back to Dennis.
And as we can see,
Yannick, it's really, really good on the exit of the corner.
But the thing is,
slipstream.
The thing is, Yannick is running a higher downforce setup, so Dennis is going to have the straight line advantage as we go to a TV camera. Dennis is going to have the advantage. They're going to drag race down, but Dennis is going to have this top speed advantage back into the corner. Yannick will have the cornering.
The Redwater's right there for the pickings.
Oh, Yannick makes
And there's the Redwater taking the move.
Redwater takes the move over. Wow, Luca gets
beautiful moment, beautiful drive from
Redwater Racing. Yeah, over the Utara Racing car. It might be Yannick, it may not be. The names are messed up, but Utara Racing has a bit of a snap out of that chicane, which proves costly in the battle for track position right now. If we get back on board with Luca, though, our pole sitter, we don't know what type of downforce trim he's running in comparison to the leader. We've yet to see a direct battle until now. It looks like he's got a similar downforce trim. He's going to have a big, big toe.
Unbelievable. Luca is back into the lead.
All the way down to P10 and now back to the lead after getting his number 6 Redwater Racing car on pole position, but takes the lead from the 141. The number 141 gets into the sand, leaving the Utara Racing car to go around the outside and clear the car into the braking zone, taking the racing line.
Just like that. Just like that, in the span of a lap, Dennis goes from first to third.
Yep. Yannick and the Utara Racing team of the 31 maintain P2, and the 141, like you said, P1 to P3. On the flip side, the Redwater Racing P3 to P1.
Yeah,
wow,
absolutely.
That Redwater's taking off.
absolutely gutting for the 141 car, going from P1 to P3 in a matter of a half a lap. But they still managed, the Wellhouse Racing team, they still managed to keep that double podium position. Obviously, right now, not in the lead of the race, but hopefully the 142 car driven by Yannick can maybe do that. Oh, sorry, the Yannick is Utara Racing, but the 142 car.
Yannick had a much better section there. Those final few corners shaved 3/10 off of the lead of the Redwater Racing. Like you said, Shepard, the downforce plays a huge part in the final sector of this track here. But now, as I say that, we watch as the Redwater just pulls a gap.
Yeah, and that's what we were seeing earlier before Yannick, or rather the Utara car's large mistake earlier in the race. When they were battling for P1, they were just nabbing at the car ahead in every single braking zone, every single long corner. But, you know, like we see right now, even in a direct tow, they're just not able to pull away. As we look back at the P3 car, he's now dropped back to almost 2 seconds off of the top two. Former leader and confident leader of the race is now down to P3.
He just pushed those tires way too hard.
Yep. And the 142 car keeps the lead of the race in the LMH category, but as you can see, even though Yannick gets such a good exit out of the corners, the straight line speed is nothing for him to match.
As you say that, look at Yannick
getting that tow.
Wow. Yep, getting the tow from the GT car. But
whoa, that was some ultra instinct right there by Yannick to predict the TT car just flying through there the corner.
Absolutely insane.
I don't even know. I'm not sure which GT that was. Was this Oliver Rags?
That was that a Corvette? Police car. No, that was the police car.
That was Roubaix. I see. That was a police car of Roubaix. That was the 16 Corvette Breaking Point Racing.
Wow.
I don't know if that...
Well, Breaking Point Racing, but he missed his breaking point.
Yeah, superhuman tier reaction times from Yannick to
ultra instinct.
Ultra instinct, basically, to just miss that. To just dodge that GT car missing their braking points and absolutely going way too fast into the chicane.
As Adrian comes through race direction, Antoine, do not forget to brake.
Fair point. I mean, I have to wonder if he had a... Because I've seen the scenario, not that it's a smart one, definitely not in real life, but I've seen the scenario where a car has such a massive lockup that they just lift and accelerate.
Slow car after Arnage. Slow car after Arnage.
We got a slow car off at Arnage.
Slow car. Who's a slow car?
Incident cleared.
Incident cleared. Who's dropped back? I've not been able to see.
I don't see anybody losing position, so it was not anything close to a battle.
Ah, seems like someone might.
Wait, Dennis is 12 seconds off. Maybe it was
that
Dennis.
was our mistake. It may have been. Yeah, it had to have been Dennis. We've just missed it after coming off of the great battle that they had just a couple minutes ago. The top three drivers. Looks like Dennis. Maybe
heartbreak to go from first down to 12 seconds off of pace of second place.
I mean, I've got to stop saying Dennis with respect to who's in the car. I'm not sure, but the Wellhouse Racing 141, our former leader, just lost the lead a couple of laps ago, but only sat about a second off of the other two. Now 12 seconds behind. So you've got to wonder what's happened. Is Anton Roubaix in the same car that just blew through the braking point has got another 3-second time penalty for cutting? So very interesting here. Yannick is back to 6/10 though. Oh, Yannick is very close. Yannick has a big run. Of course, he's got the downforce advantage, but he's only 3/10 off of Luca coming down the Mulsanne Straight. And it looks like he's close enough in tow. He's only taking the advantage of it. But he's got to stay in that tow. Every time he pulls out, he's going to lose immediately.
Yep, and even with the tow, and we know how big and how powerful the tow is in the Mulsanne Straight, the 6 kilometers long straight, separated by the two chicanes, added in 1990, we know how strong that toe is. And even though he's deep down in that toe, he still can't gain enough speed to make the overtake. He's actually losing speed on the straight. That just shows how much downforce he's running, and that just seems to make him so just not ready for or his car not ready to make an overtake.
And to your
maybe if he was in P1 and in clear air, that would have been the perfect scenario for him. But with dirty air in sector 3 and with the low top speed, he just cannot make that overtake unless the P1 driver makes a mistake. So yeah.
No, and to your point, Ismail, the other thing, just outright, beyond just outright grip, outright, everything, it seems that the tires are not working too well favorably for the higher downforce cars either. So it seems that as the stint goes on, as you see him in chase now, just 6/10 behind, it looks like he's about matching, if not losing, in the cornering, in addition to losing in the straights. So later stint for the hypercars on higher downforce just doesn't seem to be all that great. But we've got someone in the interview room now. Your username is CakeX. I don't know your actual name.
Sorango.
Oh, okay. Number 333. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, hello. So yeah, you guys led very, very confidently. You had great pace in the first stint. You were like 20 seconds ahead, but it looks like you guys are P2 now, so what happened?
I think the P1 hasn't done a driver change yet.
Ah, okay, that's what I was thinking. I said a couple of times, it looked like it may be a driver change or something, but yeah, you guys have been very, very, very fast throughout the whole race.
Car off, start, finish line?
Car off, start, finish line. Uh-oh.
Right now, 7 seconds almost, 6.7 seconds to be exact, off P2. I mean, clear off P2. So what do you expect after the driver swap? Are you just going to be pushing all the way to the finish line with that fresh mindset, with that fresh focus you're going to get, and that advantage you're going to get over the other drivers?
Yeah, well, my teammate is in the car right now. But he should be as fast as me, so we should be basically doing the same lap times as before and trying to, well,
yeah,
trying to catch up to.
And from what I can see, there's a big gap from P3 to P4, about 1 minute and 28 seconds. So you're probably gonna come out in the region of P4, P5 perhaps? Probably P4. So if you can get that podium position, what would that mean for you and your teammate?
Yeah, it's nice to get the podium in a different game than what you've usually done. So it's exciting to do races in
absolutely, especially in endurance race. The reward for the finishing position is absolutely insane. You know, when you look back at how much stress, how much time you put behind the wheel to get a good result for your team, especially with good teamwork, that for sure would be a really, really good, satisfying reward.
Yeah, and obviously we have 2 fast guys in the car, so podium would be nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right now we can see that your teammate is showing some decent pace, decent consistency. Hopefully you can do the same and get that, get your car right there in the podium positions, hopefully. So yeah, good luck with that.
Yep, thanks.
All right, thank you. We've got Ironclad Relic, I'm not sure. Hello.
It's Alex. Alex, hello? We are live.
Hello.
Yo.
Yeah, so Alex, I think you have been driving for the first stint. Right now, your team Rayne is driving for this stint. So, Gold Racing Club currently sitting in P14 overall, P6 on the GT with P1 haven't done their driver swap yet. So what are you looking for in this race? What positions can you gain? What pace can Rayne Bradford, what consistency can he pull out of that car to put you guys in a good position?
Well, I was in a good position beforehand until the second stint where I ended up having all the spins happen non-stop. The car just decided to say no and not work, so every single area that was normally taking, the car just decided to not work and spin. So I didn't know what that was going on, so that's why I did the driver swap, because I just couldn't handle it. I was getting infuriated. But overall, I think we could easily get like top 5, no problems. We were able to keep up with Axel Osterberg. Now they have Sven in there, so good luck to us even keeping up with that. So that's pretty much gone. And then sadly, our teammates are all the way at the bottom due to a disconnect from the driver swap that they did. What ended up happening was the driver that was in there ended up having his power cut out, so Jace had to run back into the car.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
So there was nothing we can do, and they were ahead of us. So
Hey,
his Rayne goes very wide.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, Nick.
Yo.
The countdown's not working on the stream.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry. It's because I switched tabs. I am using a browser capture of the live timing. That's my apologies. Timer's back now.
Well, Alex, I think you guys might still have definitely a top 5. I mean, you've got Sven and Edward Wanders ahead of you, as you mentioned with Sven, so that's going to be a bit of a challenge. But with Alfonso Goncalves not pitting and doing the driver swap yet, as long as Rayne just keeps his head down and pushes like hell, there is that possibility of being a top 5 finish.
Hey, look,
it's possible.
I'm just gonna say I wish absolutely nothing bad upon Sven's car, but I will just say, with how rapid and consistent he is, he did make a mistake last week at the German GP for F1, which allowed me to somehow beat him, even though I didn't deserve to. So, therefore, you can never bank on full consistency. Anything here is possible. Anything is possible.
What you're saying is Sven is washed.
Basically, I'm saying I wish nothing bad upon Sven, but anything is possible. Anything is possible. I do like big butts.
Absolutely. And coming right now, I just had some bit of information come to me from Timo the Core, driver of
number 93. No, number 6.
The lead car.
Number 6, the lead car, currently being driven by Luka
Gadki.
However you pronounce his last name, but anyways, he's been putting in some really fast times. His before this lap, he just put in the fastest lap of the race of a 3:23.6, and he's been just pushing through the traffic, through everything. And Timo just informed me that is also 7 kph.
Sorry, that was very close.
That was very close,
absolutely.
and that was very close with Rayne Bradford, who we are currently interviewing the teammate of.
Absolutely sharp on those overtakes on the GTs, which is what makes the difference between the LMH currently sitting at purple sector 1. And going very fast on his sector 2 as well. He's absolutely pushing, and Timo the Core, current championship leader and teammate of him, absolutely happy with his pace. Hopefully
Timo brings it home.
Yeah, and Timo just right now looking to bring it home, drive very consistently, even if he's driving slow. We know Timo might not have the speed, but maybe today he will show us some really good speed, really good consistency, especially with all the efforts made from his teammate, as he just sets in the fastest sector 3 of the time, absolutely pushing his car. Found some really great pace in this stint. So it all comes down to that one last hour that team was going to be driving. So yeah, hopefully we can see some spicy championship battles in this race.
Absolutely. Alex, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you coming out to give us a quick chat. As for Timo, you know, I would love to see that man finish this race and get up on the podium, because he absolutely does deserve it with the effort that he's put in. And, you know, he hasn't always had the best of luck in AFR, so maybe AER is his his new golden goose to win a championship, get that title under his belt. And you know what? The best news is Chase isn't here as far as I know, so nobody has to worry about a pit maneuver happening on the final lap.
I was just gonna say, let's look back at our greatest moment this season, the great pit maneuver between Timo and Chase. Hopefully Chase isn't watching in chat right now. Hopefully he is, but
Well, hold on. The gap between Lucas and Yannick seems to be 44 seconds. What has happened to Yannick as he gets another 3 seconds
but
for track cutting?
it
What
could
has happened?
it could be strategy, it could be strategy, it could be driver swaps. Hello, Nicodem. Hold on, I can't hear you. Let me put my...
Yeah, so
Okay,
he
now I
said
can.
that the countdown is not working, unfortunately, but I can give a quick rundown on the countdown.
Okay, now that's weird. Let me see.
We're currently sitting at 1 hour,
There we
33
go.
minutes
Also,
exactly
guys,
from the end of the race. Yeah, go ahead.
Good news, Timo's going in the car. Either this lap or next lap, I've been informed, so that's going to be interesting.
Oh,
So,
that's
okay.
going to be very spicy.
All right.
As Lucas right now, holding that 45-second gap. I don't know what's that gonna come out to after the driver swap, but as I said, hopefully Timo can just keep it under control.
Oh, big moment there for Luca as he tries to clear the one Porsche. But
yeah,
yeah,
I think
we're going to see this gap, Ismail. We're going to see when he pits and Timo gets in the car. I think this is where we're going to see this gap come down. It looks like perhaps the Utara racing car has already made their swap. We've been doing some interviews here as drivers have been getting through the morning time, but we haven't kept up fully on the pit stop sequence. But it seems that potentially this is due to strategy. It's a very large gap, and it looks like the Yannick car, the Utara racing car, is still running well. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think the Lucas, the Red Water racing car, it has been just pushing lap and lap
into the pits, and
into the pits. Let's go on board with Lucas into the pits. All right, as he comes into the pits, live coverage from the pits right now.
This is going to be Luca Geidke getting out of the car and swapping over to Dimo de Court in the number 6 Red Water Racing car.
Yeah, and this is such a crucial moment as he pulls into the pits. He gets a very, very clean and fast entry. And right now, waiting to spot his pit box at the really far end of the pit lane, and he pulls into it.
Now they're doing the driver swap, so we're gonna go on board now with Yannick for the moment. Now, considering the gap, it seems like Yannick is gonna get by quite quickly here. So I have to wonder, to your point, Ismail, if Yannick made another mistake that dropped him back this far, or if they've already made their driver swap and have had a quicker pit stop, because this is going to be the Yannick Coert's Utara Racing 31 car taking the lead quite comfortably as we go back, and the number 2 car, car, the Red Water Racing car, is still doing a swap.
Yep, it's still doing the swap right now, sitting so long in that pit lane, obviously because of the driver swap and how long it takes for the pit crew to manage that, for the drivers to get into the pits.
P3 of Garage 69, the number 93 LMH entry, also enters the pits right now. As does the number 4 car, Breaking Point Racing, number 555.
Yep, a lot of people into the pit lane right now. A lot of strategy work going on.
So, wait, what has happened? The number 6 car is sat at the end of the pit lane for a set period of time. I don't know if that's to take a penalty or if they've had controller issues, but comes out of the pits quite a bit late. Now 44 seconds. The gap has swapped between the top 2 cars.
Oh, that is absolutely just Luca. I mean, right now with the driver swap, Timo on board on the car. Let's see what pace he can pull off right now in P2. Really good position. Alex Cochran in P6, or shall I say, the rivaling guy, the championship rival, with the other Red Water Racing team. Probably Christopher Bose on the card, as we know that the leaderboard is not showing us the real driver names. Well, we're gonna try to keep the real thing going on. So right now, Timo de Court, P2, and Christopher Bose, P6, rivaling for that championship. I think that right now, with the current standing, Timo is probably gonna get points to win that championship, but nothing over yet. 1 hour and 29 minutes to go till the end of the race. We know what can happen. Let's say if Timo can keep it consistent. Let's see.
Yeah, large gaps between the top three. Ironically, we've got smaller gaps now. We've had the larger gaps through the GT class, especially back towards the beginning of the race, but it seems that the front two cars, just a 10-second gap between the two. I remember when we were speaking with Caro on the interview room, he was saying that the car ahead had not had their driver swap yet. Now that car only sits 9 seconds ahead, so likewise, I'm not sure if this car has had their driver swap yet. And if so, is this 333 car going to be able to chase that gap back down and potentially take the win, from which they held such a significant lead at the start, and it seemed they held it comfortably as Jay Pendry does a, what is that, a 3:24.791, looks like a best lap of the race for that car in number 6, P6. We've got the number 555, it looks like back in the pit lane again, or in a very extended pit stop. They've been in the pits now for almost 3 minutes, at least doing a driver swap, if not having DNF from the race. I cannot tell.
The 555. Wow, it doesn't even show them. Oh, they are doing a swap. They've been doing a swap for about 41 seconds.
Because it's showing the overall...
Oh, you know what it was? They had to serve their penalty.
Ah, they had a penalty.
Oh yeah, they have to serve the penalty. And as we
In
can
their
see
swap.
right now, the pit crew coming out really fast, changing their tires. The tire guns coming out really fast. Tire guns, putting on those tires, fixing some damage, cleaning some headlights and some windscreen dirt. But yeah, let's see what they can do after this pit stop.
Yeah, on board with the other Redwater Racing car, who's displaying as Alex Cochran. It may or may not be Alex, but the partner car to the number 6 that was leading in and out throughout the race. This car started, I think, P7 and currently sits P4. The number 7 car, so...
Oh, since we've got the pink Nicky-chan, can we get the driver's view or the rear view of that car? Because there's something special on there.
Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes, but I will be back.
On the rear bumper.
Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna hand down the commentary to you as we can see the German Supreme Leader's face on the
Anyway, number 21, this is Sven Gilhard. We'll go,
Number Sven Yellow just, you know, giving absolute glory to that face.
That's actually the face Sven is making as he's just taking every corner, suffering through the G-forces in the Porsche car.
Yeah,
he's doing what he
can. Here we go in GT. This is what I was talking about. So the number 33 Olympus, 333 Olympus Esports GT car has taken the lead back in the GT class.
Has he done his swap?
Yes, they have, because we were interviewing earlier and he said that they had already done their swap, but we're waiting for that lead car to do theirs. So it looks like that is the swap. So looks like that's...
Are they still swapping currently?
Just coming out of the pits now.
Alright, so let's see how far back... Well, very slowly leaving the pits. What was going on there?
Yeah, it might have been for a penalty they slowed down for, but we go back on board with Sven. He's only 31 seconds off the lead car now, so that is going to be the gap that Sven is faced with in this last hour to try and close down to take home this win if he can. But we know that the number 333 Olympus Esports car, we know both drivers are very quick as well, so I think anything is possible here. It's going to be a very difficult job for Sven, but
very slowly through the...
We know that this pink Nicky-chan car is very quick, especially with this driver behind the wheel, so I think anything is possible.
Yes, he's definitely playing Eurobeat as he is just flying through the circuit.
Yeah, that is what Sven does when he drives. To anyone watching, as you watch this pink Porsche, just know that it is definitely listening to Eurobeat as it drives. That's how he goes fast. But yeah,
if you're not listening to Eurobeat and using Track Titan, you're not maximizing your potential.
yes. Yes. So yeah, this car is still in the pit lane though. 6.5 minutes, Hunter Horchey for the breaking point 555.
That could be a DNF at
Could
this
be a
point.
DNF at this point. Seriously, it could be a DNF.
6 minutes. That's 2 laps. Like
Yes.
you've
Yes.
really lost your race at that point.
Yeah, so it looks like a potential DNF for the number 555. Of course, to anyone on stream, when there is a driver swap, it displays briefly as a DNF while one driver exits the car and the other enters. But as you can see, based off the timing in the bottom right corner, it's been over 7 minutes with this number 555. A former car in pretty high contention. I'm sure it held the lead at one point in that opening stint. There were a lot of battles. But it looks like he's out of the race. So that leaves us with 7 cars. JD Ranger in the 710 racing car will likely come by, maybe not this lap, but in one of the future laps to grab that P7 position back. So
I
we will see
do
how that
believe
goes.
he has DNF'd. I do not know if I see him on track anymore.
Yep. Looks like the number 555 has DNF, so that looks like JD Ranger will move to position 7, and all the GTs will also grab those overall spots. So interesting, yeah. And we go on board again.
He will drop down to P8 because Ranger is still racing.
Yeah, yeah. So we look at yep, and there is Ranger getting the position right there. It goes up to P7. 555 drops down and will get overtaken by all the GT cars resultantly, but
unfortunate about Horchey. We'll have to find out if that was a driver error. The second driver maybe didn't show up, had mechanical issues, or
Right.
maybe could not load in. So unfortunate.
yeah, just a bit. But
I'm
yeah,
not sure why it's showing race director is swapping.
But yeah, we've got Yannick Coertz still in the lead of the hypercar class by just about a minute and a half now to Timo de Kort in the number 6 Redwater racing car. Utah racing car right here just getting past the GT. I think that is going to be Robet, the number 16 Corvette. He gets by. So he continues on with a very strong lead, and I'm sure he's going to be very confident through this last hour. He's got a higher downforce setup, cornering ability to their advantage, and they've got such a large gap behind. They don't have to worry about any type of tow, managing a gap to prevent a tow, nothing of that nature for now. They've just got smooth sailing as far as it seems right now. So very calm, ironically.
Interesting that it updated Timo's name, whereas some of the other drivers it had not.
Yeah. Very weird.
Oh wait, no, that is it. Never mind. That's Yannick. I'm misreading the name.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Alex Cochran, number 7 Redwater racing car.
Up into 4th. Good job for him.
Yeah, just 6 seconds off of podium contention right now behind Cartier, former leader of this race.
He was sitting around 7th, 8th for quite a while. So the fact that they were able to get that car up into 4th, that's banger.
Yeah, and you can see Alex in the background right now as we go on to the number 141 Wellhouse racing car. I don't believe it is Dennis anymore in the car. It was at the beginning, but yeah, this car led a very hefty chunk of this race. We had that very crazy 3-car battle for the lead, which ended up seeing the 141 go from the lead to P3 and then down to P5 just a little bit after that. So they're sitting P3 again, 17 seconds off of P2. Timo's going to be, definitely checking in his mirrors as the laps go on. We know this team is very, very quick. So Timo's going to definitely be trying to put in his best pace here to try and defend off this gap. But it still stands at 17 seconds. Alex Cochran, or at least Redwater Racing's number 7, either Alex or Chris, just 6 seconds behind the P3 car. So shaping up for a potential battle? Who knows? But we'll see as the race goes on.
Edward is in the pits right now. Let's see how much of a gap can Rayne close while Edward gets a new set of tires. Oh, Rayne also pulls into the pits. Never mind.
So Edward comes out of the pits, the brother of Richard Wanders, Edward Wanders of Blue Wheel Racing's number 274 entry. Another strong car in this race. Definitely battled for the lead in the opening area. Held P2 quite consistently through the night. Sits P5 in class currently. After that pit stop, we'll have to see how the rest of the stops cycle out. But yeah, one position ahead of him, firm handshake of Haas Endurance Team. Canadian driver number 777. Not sure if it is him in the car, of course. We've had the leaderboard glitch that I keep referencing, but he sits just 2.5 seconds off of Afonso ahead, who has just had a recent pit stop. Of course, the Cheetah Racing Team number 2323 car, both Porsches. So this is going to be a battle to keep an eye on as the laps come down to see if you know, they have anything.
Alex is doing a driver swap.
Cochran. Okay, so that might explain their positioning a little bit. They were a bit ahead. I know both guys in that number 7 are some strong drivers, so I wouldn't count them out. But
yeah, they just pulled into the pits.
I'm gonna tap out for a second. I'll turn auto cam on. I'll be back in just a minute, and then
Just information to all drivers currently racing. If you have reports to send in, please send them within the next 20 minutes. After which we will no longer be accepting reports for mid-race penalties, and all reports after that will be given. The penalty will be given after the race.
Well, Yannick got ahead.
Also, it's the same gap.
Yeah, same gap.
After the pit stop. Okay.
Yeah, it was just somebody's got it loaded up on a solid state, and the other team's got it loaded up on a hard drive. It was just a faster driver swap. But we've got Alex in the pits right now. He just completed his driver swap. He is now exiting out onto track right now.
Oh, Alex.
Yeah.
Just doing his driver swap.
Yeah, just doing
that
the
is
driver
absolutely
swap.
huge for Timo right now. That would be really good news to his ears, as Alex Cochran will probably lose some positions here. He's not stays in P6, but loses a lot of time to P5 and the rest of the grid. So that will be really good news for him, as we know that he can probably get the championship done if he gets enough.
As
Alex
long as Timo
down
finishes, as long as Timo sees that red and white or red and black flag, then and hopefully it's not for penalty flag, it's the checkered flag. Then at this point, Timo will be the AER Season 1 champion.
Yeah, absolutely. As crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, we are living in the Twilight Zone today.
If Timo can, keep it in P2 consistently, I do think that he truly and fully deserves that championship. Like solely on the pure just improvement he's made to his racecraft, to his pace, to his speed over the last few weeks in order to get to this place.
And the strategy call today alone, it was just very well executed to maintain that second place position with their driver swap. Interesting that Alex would wait until about an hour, 15 minutes left to make their swap. That is a very long stint. 2 hours and 45 minutes. That's...
Yeah.
Man, I get tired after 21 laps. So it is very well done by the team of the number 7, but I'm not sure if they're able to move up in position as much as they would hope to pull that championship away from the likes of the Redwater Racing. Oh, as Timo goes into the wall!
Oh, no way! He drops into P3 after this massive mistake, 2.83 seconds behind P2 now. Loses those crucial points. That will for sure be detrimental to his championship chance.
I don't remember what he said earlier. I don't know if he said that he had to finish P2 in order to win.
Oh, absolutely gutting for Timo.
If this is this case of commentator's curse, I'm gonna just go cut my tongue off.
That is absolutely commentator curse. For sure. I'm just
Say it with a straight face. Jesus.
just talked about Timo and how he deserves the champion and how he would deserve the championship.
He needs to just keep his composure.
Hello? For Timo to win the championship, he would the number 7 car would have to finish on the podium, and Timo would have to DNF. If Timo finishes ahead of Alex Cochrane, he has won.
Okay, all right. So he still has a chance. He still has a chance, but we are seeing Alex being consistent and Timo making some mistakes.
Antoine Robbe, one of the Breaking Point Racing drivers, has just binned it, I think, into one of the chicanes at the Mulsanne Straight, and now
that's
he's just
the nicest looking car.
Yep.
Oh,
and Alex Cochrane!
Alex Cochrane's
sideways
wins.
What is happening? What is happening?
Drivers are cracking under pressure.
Oh yeah,
Holy.
absolutely. And coming into these latest stages of the races where drivers are absolutely tired and losing the skills.
It's got to be more mentally fatiguing being the second driver, watching your teammate for 2 hours plus go around and then get behind the wheel and just have to go right off the bat.
Yeah, and I can absolutely understand that, as I might not have much endurance racing experience under my belt, but
slow car in Indy,
slow car in Indy races. Well, one and then another 8-hour race, but I can say at least for the 24-hour
car still off in Indy.
It's absolutely insane how much
incident code in Indy.
Mental endurance you need for just to keep it consistent and keep the car out of the walls and just not spin it and lose your team the points that they have driven for so long.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
all that responsibility, all that pressure, all on your back, and you have to carry it to the finish line, especially if you're driving in that last stint. But yeah,
absolutely.
Right now
you do not want to be the one to lose it for your entire team.
Right, and we can see a lot of drivers just letting that pressure crushing them and making those slight mistakes that they might be just small but make such a huge difference.
Especially at this point in the race.
Yeah.
I mean, we did see a few of the first stint drivers make similar mistakes, but as you mentioned, the pressure of having to bring it home for your team, fully knowing that your teammate just contributed 2 hours plus of their time to maintain position, for you to make a mistake, it's that much more gutting on your own mental focus that, oh shit, I might have just thrown away this opportunity. So, man, these drivers are under a lot of pressure right now, especially Timo with the likes of a championship on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see, I don't know how is this happening, but it seems like Alex Cochrane, as of now, or shall I say, Christopher Bowes, is lapping at a pace of 33 minutes, 25 seconds on average, while Timo, surprisingly, is lapping.
Timo went down to 5th place. He is just in front of Alex.
Oh my God! What has happened?
So if Timo makes a mistake and Alex gets in front of him,
absolutely another instance of commentator curse. I was just gonna go on about how Timo was literally lapping faster than Christopher Bowes or whoever is in that car, the Wellhouse, or rather the Redwater Racing team. And he absolutely just makes another mistake and drops it into P5 right in front of Alex Cochrane. He does have that 35 seconds gap to Alex Cochrane, but if he keeps making those mistakes, if he has a lot of damage on his car, he will be absolutely eaten up by Christopher Bowes on that Redwater Racing sister team.
As you mentioned, he is 34 seconds flat behind Timo, as James is about to make a move.
Yeah, and as much as that sucks for Timo, that's gonna be for the viewer, the viewer, that's gonna be an absolutely spicy and thrilling experience towards the later stages of the race.
As we're watching a drag race happen right now.
Yeah, with James Pendry and Jason Milanov, as the GT3 car goes too wide.
GT of Alex.
It gives enough space for the LMH cars to go through. But yeah, absolute insane battle going on here for the podium position. 6 tenths separating P3 and P4. Jason seems to be absolutely pushing the limits of that car, trying to get into those podium positions. But yeah, let's see what he can do.
Yes, the GTE car that we saw, that was of Antoine Robbie, who hasn't been having the best race, unfortunately. But you know what? Keep your chin up. You have had the nicest looking car on the circuit today. Yeah, and I mean, you have all of the commentators' agreement that you've won nicest car on the field for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when you have such a good-looking car, not only is that good for the viewers, but that will also give you 5 tenths extra.
if your tires light up, you obviously go faster.
As we can see here, Jason struggling behind some of those GTs. It seems like Jason, or whoever is driving that car, does not know how to, overtake and manipulate his driving around GT3 cars. But that gap has surprisingly been built up to 6 seconds, as it was 6 tenths just a few seconds ago. So I think Milanov has made a mistake somehow.
You'd have to kind of understand the perspective, though. Do you really want to send it down on a GTE with, what do we got here? An hour and 7 minutes left and jeopardize a P4 finish when you could just wait it out?
Yeah,
I would wait it out, especially going through tight corners like that. I don't know if I would justify making a move on a GTE quite like that. But it depends how much experience you have too. If you play iRacing or spend time on Assetto Corsa like we are right now, you know that sometimes in an online race, somebody might just be that slightest bit disgruntled being passed, and there you go, your race is over.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you on that.
No, Timo!
And Timo's in the wall!
No!
Timo has gone into the wall. No!
Timo
Alex
is in the
also
wall,
gone off!
and Alex off!
Both red water cars off! Both red water cars off within the same sector on the same lap! We were just about to say Alex is going to chase down Timo now, but no, well, I apologize. Maybe not Alex, but the number 7 Redwater Racing, either Alex or Chris right now, one of them has made a mistake, but so has Timo in the number 6. We know it's Timo driving and not Luca, because we just had an interview, but
that is just absolute insanity as we see.
This is unbelievable.
We're in the same sector on the same lap.
We're watching a driver, the driver who's competing for the championship, make a mistake, and then the one who's about to pass him goes ahead and makes the exact same mistake.
These are both cars competing for this championship. The 2 top cars in LMH competing for this championship. Both are teammates, and both have spun off in this one sector. So, very interesting development. We'll see how this race progresses. If either of them has damage. Of course, we caught the back end.
I hope they both finish at this point. They're both driving their nerves are getting the best of them. They need to just chill out and understand there's still a goddamn hour of this race to go. They need to just make sure the car makes it home.
Yeah, it feels like it feels like the current second Red Water Racing car is absolutely pushing it, and that's why he's made that mistake. But also Timo on the other side, seeing that gap diminish, just crumbling a bit under that pressure, just making mistakes as well. This is the second or third time even that we've seen him make mistakes, so if he keeps on doing that, he might just be losing himself and his teammate the championship.
Can we address just for a second. We haven't given him much airtime because he's just really pulled a Verstappen and drove off with this race. But Yannick in the 31 car has a 2-minute gap.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
2-minute gap.
But also,
Yeah, that's...
if you can look at Sven...
Under a minute now. Under a minute.
The 21 car is 55 seconds behind P1. He was 1.30 seconds.
He got into P2? Oh my god.
Right, he went from
And comparing, but comparing the last laps of our lead car and Sven in P2, we've got a 349.187 for P1 and a 347.349 for P2. So that is a 2-second a lap advantage that Sven has in pace right now.
But hold on, we've got on live right now, Alex Cochran here in the interview. So Alex, currently your teammate running in P9, P6, right behind your championship rival Timo Decor with a 20-second gap. What do you think about that? Do you think your teammate can just pull that gap, put Timo under pressure, and eventually just overtake him to win the championship? What are your thoughts on this overall?
Yeah, hello. I'm not too sure, to be honest. Christoph Berza is in the car at the moment. He's a strong driver. He's not really done much endurance before, but he's done a lot of sprint races, in open wheel cars and stuff. So he's definitely a very quick driver. But yeah, it's just adapting to the car. Getting used to this kind of car. It's the first, like I said, it's the first time he's done an endurance race. First time he's really driven a prototype in an endurance race. And yeah, as you say, there's the championship battle going on, which I didn't actually know about, admittedly, that much until about half an hour ago. But
yeah, and we've seen Timo make the mistake at the Sector 1 chicane, and then a few seconds later, your teammate Christopher Bowes making the same mistake on almost the same corner, if I'm not mistaken. Did that just get you jumping out of your seat, or that was, at least for us, a really interesting moment, seeing both championship rivals crash out almost the same time?
Yeah, it was a bit unexpected. Obviously, I was talking to Christoph during the thing, and he said he'd spun, said he'd locked the rears, and then I was watching the stream at the same time, and I saw Timo spin. So I was like, "Oh, are you sure?" And then it's like, "Oh, we both spun in the same sector as you said." So yeah, I think both of them were pushing pretty hard.
That was a really weird moment right there, especially for the viewers. But yeah, right now, your teammate is around 18 seconds behind Timo, and closing that gap with around an hour and 1 minute to go. Do you think he can close that gap on pure pace and consistency? Do you think he can pull that off to win the championship?
I mean, maybe. I mean, obviously, I think Timo has to finish even lower down than that, unfortunately for me. But at the same time, I think I don't know what the strategy is actually going to be like, because I don't know if Timo is going to have to pit again, but we shouldn't have to pit again.
Oh.
Because we went longer than pretty much everyone else.
I think the other car pitted, Timo's car pitted before you, like I think 10 or 5 minutes before you, somewhere around that. So they might have a little bit less fuel than you guys right now, so you might be on that strategy advantage, so that might play in your favor if they have to pit again. But we have to see if Timo can pull off any sort of fuel saving strategy or whatever. And that will just be down to the last few laps of the race, I suppose.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, it's the same for us. We think we can go to the end, but I had to save pretty heavily in my middle stint then, and Christoph's probably going to have to save quite heavily as well. So it's going to be borderline, even if even if we think that's what we're doing. So we'll see. It should be an interesting end to the race for sure, and the championship too.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you, Alex, for joining with us and giving us a little bit of the insight on how your race was going and your prediction on the end of this race here with your teammate. And yeah, we'll wait till the end of the race and hopefully we'll find out who our championship winner is.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Alright,
two
speaking-
things to address. While we were having our commentary with Alex there, Yannick finally did his driver swap with 1 hour and 2 minutes remaining in the race. So he went from a 2-minute gap to second place to 15 seconds when he left the pits, which was a little bit ago, which is now dropped down to 12 seconds. So Dennis is absolutely closing the gap 3 seconds so far on first place. And also the countdown timer is gone, Shepard.
Yeah, and speaking of that, speaking of those battles on track, I think that I just seen that Christopher Bose has been lapping much faster, insanely much faster than Timo de Court on these very few last laps, as he brought the gap down from 18 seconds to whopping 11 seconds in these last 3 laps during the interview.
This is gonna be unbelievable. So the gap for the championship is 11 seconds, and the gap for the race win is 9 seconds.
Oh wow! It's
Yeah,
already
he's
9
been
from
absolutely pushing the hell out of that car, Christopher Bose. I think being a fast driver and not used to this type of events, endurance racing, as Alex Cochran has just told us, I think he's just slowly started to
Into
find
his groove.
his groove into that car and started pushing and improving his lap times. And right now it seems like he definitely has a competitive advantage over Timo.
We are set up to see a massive upset with a 7-second gap for Dennis now, which was 15 when Yannick left the pits. And as we mentioned, the team number 7 could potentially steal the championship on the final race of the season in AER's biggest race in history, the 4-hour Le Mans.
And also on the final hour of the 4-hour race, absolutely insane stuff from Christopher Bose there, as he brings down the gap to 8.5 seconds. But anyways, we have here live on the interview, Gallardo.
Yep, of the
if
number.
that is your true name. Hello.
Yeah,
Good evening.
And the 142 is the car that just, I believe, took the fastest lap of the race right now with a 123.127.
Wow. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised with what's going on here. I started the stint, had a pretty happy qualifying in P2, even after bouncing off the wall, so that was a plus, but really had a lot of what we'd refer to as skill issues during my stint, so that really did not help it out at all. But the number 141 car in P2 right now is, by the looks of it, hunting down for the lead, so I think as a team, we're pretty excited, but we're going to see where Pendry's in the car now. We're going to see what he can do. I mean, he's tearing up the track right now, so we'll have to see how the tires treat him and where we're going to come out.
Oh!
We still need to swap.
As the 142 just went into the wall.
Oh, no!
The 142 just hit the tire wall. He's still going, but he did clip the wall a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to see this. Here we go. That's not good. Oh no.
Well, welcome to Commentator's Curse.
Yeah, I heard you guys had a little bit of that earlier. Let's see this. All right, I'm just getting into it on the
We had a
screen
lot
here.
of commentator curse. It might just be, an urban legend of.
Hopefully the suspension. Can we see a driver's view if the wheel is messed up?
Yes. Let me see. I'll tell you. Well, you'll see in a second.
He looks okay. We'll see once he turns in what sort of damage he's dealing with here.
He looks confident in the braking zone. He's really getting it slowed down. Very confident on throttle out. If anything,
The damage doesn't seem to be affecting him.
Yeah,
Luckily, it was the tire wall.
That might have been just a little bit of a brush with the tire wall, which, as we know, you can get away with that sometimes. So hopefully he can keep that P3 and keep the double podium.
Because it's made of rubber.
For the Wellhouse Racing team.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'll have to see what kind of damage he's dealing with when I swap back to our channel. But that came out of nowhere. So I guess that's the consequences when you're tearing up the lap time like he was. But yeah, that's all I've got to report from here. We've still got to stop, so I'm not sure what the situation's going to be like after we stop. But I guess we'll find that out when it happens. Just under an hour to go. So this is turning out to be an interesting finish to the race for
Yeah,
sure.
no, I mean, good luck to
Absolutely.
you guys. If there's anything this entire race has shown, it's that anything is possible. So,
Oh my
Take that
god, I
as you
want to
will.
start singing that now.
All right, well, thanks for the commentary, guys. I'll have a
Cheers,
good rest
and
of
good
the
luck
night.
to you
Thank you
guys.
for
Good
joining
luck.
us. We'll talk to you
Thank you.
later.
See you guys.
Anything
Alright,
is possible.
so
Yeah.
a little bit of an insight on the championship battle that we have missed on. It seems like Christopher Bowes has actually gotten past.
He's
some of
passed
the
them!
core.
Yep.
Somehow, I think he's made another mistake, Timo. He's really
But the
not dealing with this pressure very well.
Oh,
Either just
no.
through pace or
But the
on
thing
consistency.
is, you see, Timo needs,
he
or
needs
sorry,
to be two-
he needs to be two
Yeah.
positions ahead, so he needs to get ahead of Milanov as
Just
well.
warning to all drivers,
Nicholas, that is
server
right.
resources
He
have been
needs
used
to be
quite a
two
bit, so we
positions
may
ahead,
have
so
to
he's
pull
gonna
a
be-
technical red flag. I will keep you guys updated
Wait,
within the next
wait,
20
wait.
minutes.
Harder than that.
Wait, what was that message from Race Director? A technical red flag?
We're gonna have to wait again and see if we get another update. We just that just came right over us here. But what I do want to say, regardless, is that the gap that we were just quoting at 12 seconds between the 141 Wellhouse Racing car and the number 31 has now closed to just a second flat. A second flat.
Wow.
So,
unbelievable final action with this under 1 hour of racing to go. Just a massive mix-up.
So Ismail's back with the update on what the race control call was. What was that, Ismail?
Yeah, so I just went over to, I just jumped on a call quickly with the race control, and they have informed me that the server is using too much resources for what it can handle. So there might be.
Oh, it's Yannick goes wide. Yannick goes wide. We gotta get right back on board with this.
Then he loses
And it passes him for the lead.
And I apologize. I apologize again. It may not be Yannick. They've just had a driver swap. Our leaderboard is showing the wrong name to anyone viewing.
So
on
the number
YouTube.
31.
Yes, number 31 has gone wide and been overtaken by the number 141 Wellhouse Racing. So,
And the number 31 had a 2-minute deficit before they finally decided to do their driver swap. And Dennis, the team of the 141, is just pounding through the course right now, able to take that lead, almost has a second gap now.
and is
Wow.
just sending it. I'm not sure from the 31's perspective with how dominant their pace has been. I know they've just had a driver swap, but I don't know if they've had, additional damage or something of that nature, but
I don't believe they had damage. I think the second driver might just not have been as confident as the first driver, because the first driver did a 3-hour stint.
Right.
So I think the plan was to just build as much of a deficit as possible, but wow, we're
But
seeing some massive shakeup
to
in this
return-
final hour. But Ismail, going back to you, what was that report from Race Director? The server just can't handle as much going on?
I think,
or?
Race control has informed me that the server is just currently being subjected to some heavy loads of just
The RAM just can't handle it.
Yeah, and it seems like if it continues like that, we might have to go through a technical red flag, which will be a
full server reset
based on the current positions of the drivers. So that might just bring
That could shake things up so much.
Exactly, that could shake things up so much and bring the
But for the
drivers
current
closer together
moment,
in a
Yannick,
restart. So
the number 31.
Oh my!
He's coming back. He's 5.
Oh my
10s,
goodness!
4 10s.
If we have a technical red flag, that could be gutting for some of these drivers. But that brings Timo's championship opportunity back to life with fresh tires, fresh car, and we're almost at what, 50 minutes to go here?
Yep, under the
We're
hour.
at 50 minutes to go.
But actually, Tim, right now, Timo is in a really good position. It might not seem like it, but but the next car behind him is 2 laps behind. So right now, he's currently scoring enough points to win the championship. So if there's a restart and he somehow
Loses it.
somehow loses his 6th position, and Christopher Bowes managed to either maintain or gain some positions,
he will be losing that championship. So hopefully, Timo
Oh,
right
wow.
now is crying.
Oh, he's praying this server holds
praying.
itself together.
Yeah, he's praying that the server might just hold its insides together, basically, and not blow
It
up.
doesn't light on fire. Oh wow, this is, you know,
I mean,
this is the first 4-hour race that AER has hosted, but my god, this has been such a pleasure and exhilarating race to commentate. I'm looking forward to another season of AER racing action because this has just been phenomenal on every level.
And as we can see here, Timo making some absolute moves on some GT cars. Has realized that he has to be pushing really hard and not waste any time on those back.
Look at the front bumper. Look at the front bumper. Is that damage on the front right?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
That is damage.
Timo has a bit of an off at the last chicane.
Yep, as we can see right here with Nicholas showing us the front bumper of the number 6 car driven by Timo Decor. A lot of damage. I mean, probably costing him a lot of pace. But it's...
Oh, he's going wide again. He misses the chicane.
That was some excellent flying of the drone, though. I'll give that.
Tried to keep
yeah,
on.
but Timo struggling to keep the car under control. Thankfully, he's 2 laps ahead of the P7. So
I mean, we did see Dennis pull a 2-minute gap on Yannick. Mind you, they did a driver swap, but hell, at this point, I'm not expecting anything for the. I'm not putting anything out there for how this race will finish because anything can happen right
drivers, technical red flag is looking less and less likely. Server resources are going back to normal.
also good.
There we
news
go.
for
Good
Timo.
news.
Good
Redwater
news for
Racing has a
Timo
chance.
as the server is looking more and more better now, ready to take those extra resources. Not
The
really,
server stabilized, but has Timo stabilized?
Really stabilizing, but Timo, can he stabilize that absolutely wrecked car under this pressure and
As
also
James Pendry
stabilize
goes
his
into the
mental
pits.
strength?
Oh,
as
Pendry pulls
James
into the pits.
Pendry in
Is he
P3
doing a driver swap, or is he just adding fuel? What is going on in the pit lane there, Ismail?
This may shake up the order even more as far as the championship battle goes. The P5 and P6 contenders.
Alright,
of the
as
7
he
and
pulls
6
in into his
Redwater.
pit box, the pit crew running to change his tires.
Let's see.
If any of the drivers are experiencing issues, please notify your teammates if you can,
Changing the tires.
and
I don't know if there's gonna
then
be any
get
driver
your team to
swap,
notify
probably
me,
not.
just so we
He's
can
just
monitor the
doing it for
situation
fuel
further. But
and
on the
tires
resource manager, it's looking
currently
normal
in
again.
P3. So let's see where he come out at. Quite a lengthy pit stop, but we know with these refueling, with the refueling and the
Refueling and damage, he could be in there for a little bit.
That is true, and the regulation for the refueling speeds. You know, they don't use those high-speed hoses that those F1 cars used to do in the early 2000s. But yeah,
Ghost Verstappen wants a word with you.
Here we go. Milanov's coming through to the front straight. He's gonna get past Pendry for P3, depending on this pit stop.
Oh, he's gonna
absolutely. He's still in
and
there.
He's through. There's Garage 6-9's number 9-3 entry up to P3.
He is still in the pits. What is going on here?
Potentially, this is their swap, but I haven't seen any DNF or anything
I don't.
to indicate
I
that
don't
the
see
driver's
any
left.
indicators that he's doing
Nope.
a swap.
Out
This could
now.
just be a. He's out now.
Out now.
Oh,
There we
they
go.
might have fixed some damage that just took them way too much time. To the
Yeah, they
point
could
where
have-
it became just not worth it.
But
we
if
know,
if they're able to send it even faster and maintain that pace without furthering damage to the car, it could be a good strategy
And
call.
any drivers wanting to report something now, you will have to
45
provide evidence for the report.
Yep, 45 minutes to go for now, and 20 seconds for James Pendry behind P3. Let's see if he can.
What was that message
look at
from
this
Nicodem?
guy. All Nicodem was saying was that any reports coming through regarding server need evidence supported with them. That's just a driver message. But
okay.
yeah, this Pendry in the 142 car has now taken his stop. They've taken, I guess, their final stop of the race. They said potentially they'd have to, but Cochran now in the number 7 is just 20 seconds adrift of this car, and they said that they don't believe they'll have another stop, so this might be just a cat and mouse chase to the end of this race, and this could be the position crucial for the number 7 car to get that championship. So we'll have to see how this battle and ultimate strategic battle closes up. 20 seconds and 2/10 right now from P5 to P4.
In the chat, I just want to point out that Alex asked, "Is Timo fighting for the championship?" Yes, against you, Alex. I didn't know.
Well, yeah, Timo sits 35 seconds adrift currently of the teammate Redwater car after a few mistakes on his end. This was a car that was in contention for the lead briefly, but sits P6 now.
We've got the driver of the first stint of number 16 wanting to come in for a quick interview. Here we go. Hello, Teo.
Hello. I am the first driver of the 16th car, so the Breaking Point Racing.
Yes, yes. Beautiful livery, by the way. We loved the tires in the night stint. That was something just very well done.
Thanks. So I did the rims and the glowing lights, so like the red part. But actually, it's Antoine who did the livery. Other than that, really good job on him.
Nice.
Who is driving the car right now. But yeah, so we kind of both added together to do the livery of the car.
Everything all together, the tires, the livery, it's just a very well done package that I think everybody from us in the commentary box here agree upon.
Yeah, that was
awesome. Besides that, how the race hasn't been going too much in your favor, but how have you been finding the 4 hour of Le Mans so far?
So far, the race is really good. Like, I don't see a lot of like connection problem between the drivers. Maybe some have like connection issues, but it's not related to the server. The live race direction is really cool. Not something that you often see, even on the smaller events. And even the car selection, not the biggest one, but really strong. Like you still have like some opportunities if you're on the GT.
Yeah, we Nicodem and Adrian, I've got to give them both a shout out. They definitely put a lot of effort into figuring out which company created the best cars for endurance racing, and yeah, so far with the two of them doing race control, that was something that we started implementing in AFR about this year, and it's just made for much cleaner racing, giving drivers full communication, and yeah, all in all, it's been a very big upgrade for AER and AFR's servers.
And I can really see that. Yeah, other than that, there was the horrible race that we had with Entron so far. Because it's really what it is.
It's the number 18 goes wide.
Yeah, he just launched off a sausage curb, almost went into the tire wall.
Keeps it on track though, no damage.
Slow car in does not chicane, slow car in does not chicane, please be careful.
So, yeah.
Incident cleared, no, another car off and does not chicane, another car off and does not chicane.
First crash. The first crash that happened during the race.
And both incidents cleared, does not chicane clear.
But I was the first safety car. So you can already see how bad was the start. After that, the car kept on spinning, hitting the wall, going into sometimes the cars. I did manage to overtake someone at some point after the second safety car. But other than that, it was pure chaos. Up to the point where I went to the pit. I couldn't even fix my damage because my pit menu didn't want it to open. And when I got into the pit, I lined up into my pit box, and it didn't change anything. No refuel, no tires changed, no nothing.
Oh.
yeah, I had to manually get into the pit by a sharp and pit menu. But other than
Wow.
that, yeah.
Well, yeah, you guys have, yeah, I mean, you guys have a great livery. You guys have been running pretty consistently. We've been commenting on that livery and your guys' car throughout, so yeah, it's been awesome. It looks like we've had either DNF or Jay Pendry's back in the pits. They've been in the pits again for quite a while now, but this car's gone down to P6.
Yeah, Nicholas, I think that was a driver swap. As I've seen the DNF indicator, which usually means instead of course that it's a driver swap. So that puts Lucas. Sorry.
Oh,
Timo
he just
to
teleported
fourth.
back.
We've had a
Into
lead swap.
P5.
We've had a lead swap. Yannick in the 31 Utah racing car has taken the lead by 24 seconds over the 141 Wellhouse. So I'm not sure if the Wellhouse is coming for a pit stop because that gap was about 15 seconds originally, but now stands at 24.
Yeah, it seems like the 141 car
of the Utara.
has had the 141 car has had to come into the pits for a refueling pit stop.
Yeah, that's what it seems like based off the timing.
Yeah, and doing that, they've lost the lead and quite a bit of time, 25 seconds now, to Yannick, who seems to be
as
leading
the Redwater
right now.
number 6 has another off. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh,
seems like a big one.
No,
and he took out Pendry.
Makes contact.
Okay, Teo, sorry about that. It was a pleasure having you in here with us.
It's really thank you for letting me in. And I will
Oh, that was Yannick! I apologize, Teo. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah,
was that Yannick?
That was the leader.
Glad that,
that was the
you
leader
were
of the
able to
race.
join us for the race
leader
today
of the race
and
has
here in
been
the commentary.
Sent. Oh my gosh, the leader of the race
I
is
will
DNF'd.
come and
No, he hasn't
continue to
DNF'd. He's
moderate.
still going, but he's got 11 seconds to P2.
Goodbye.
All right, see you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Teo.
Hi.
So that was Timo turning in to Yannick in the Utah Racing number 31. And the gap has come down from 25 seconds now to 11 and a half.
Oh,
and that is
wait, what happened? Was Yannick about to pass Timo, or what happened?
Timo had already crashed and re-entered and hit the 31 car, which now has quite a bit of damage to the right side as a result, as we can see visually.
How was Yannick behind Timo?
He was lapping him.
He was lapping him.
And Timo hit his quarter panel as he was trying to spin back onto the track.
Look at the damage.
That will absolutely be super detrimental to Yannick in the right-hander chicanes and the right-hander corners.
And that?
And he has so much
That's
damage.
half the gap closed. That's
Not only that, if Timo gets a time penalty on top of where he finishes, that's very detrimental.
Yeah, and that is a very blatant, at least from what I've seen.
That was a poor re-entry for sure.
That was a very poor re-entry. So, yeah, that's going to be difficult.
Wow.
He's got Jay Pendry in P6, who's multiple minutes behind after whatever has gone on, connection issues, driver swaps, something in the pit lane. But that puts Timo up another spot to P5 with Christoph in the number 7 in P4. Wow. That's been a large shakeup. It's been a very large shakeup. Dennis now 13 seconds off of the number 31 car. That's all that separates these two coming to the closing laps.
Yeah.
13 and a half seconds.
Okay,
And now with 36 minutes to go, I do think if the 141 car has enough pace to close that gap, that's going to be just about enough for him to take the lead towards the end of the race. But let's see.
But what is
he can
interesting
do.
is the number 8 Pink Nicky Chan gaming car.
He took it. He's got first.
But is that on strategy? Is that pit cycle, or is that a genuine lead gap?
All of the above?
All the above, perhaps. We'll have to see. But we're getting so close to the end now. What?
Yeah.
So, if it is a 22-point deficit, where do we think Alex would have to finish to steal this championship?
Not directly in front of
Probably
Timo.
P3.
Yeah, he might have to try and somehow nab that spot off of Milanov in the number 93.
With 36 seconds, that's... I mean, like I said, anything is possible in this race. If he pulls a second...
Seriously.
Yeah, and I'll be surprised if, even though we know that
how fast Sven is. I'll be surprised if he managed to snatch that win off of the 333 number 333 car, as right now he's sitting at around 9.5 9.4 seconds ahead of him, and extending that gap as well lap after lap. But I don't know, as Nicholas said, it might be due to strategy, it might be due to pure pace, who knows.
All I
but
can
yeah,
say...
I'll be surprised if Sven can come out from P6 P5 I believe to P1 during the last 2 hours to win the race. That is going to be absolutely insane.
Seriously.
All right, I have been informed by Race Direction a couple of scenarios. So if Alex gets second and Timo gets 9th or below, Alex wins the championship. If Alex wins and Timo comes in 5th or below, Alex wins the championship.
So it's an unlikely result for the number 7 car to be able to take that championship away from the number 6, especially if they're one position and drift each other. So that is interesting. What is even more interesting at the current moment for this race is that the 141 has now closed down another 2 seconds on the leader after the incident with Timo.
If Alex gets second and Timo gets 8th, they would tie.
Well, that
which
is going to be
still
difficult.
is likely.
The one thing I will say about GTE is that Sven was over a minute off of the number 333. That number 21 machine was over a minute off the 333 machine, and that gap that we just quoted has gone up from 9.5 to over 11 seconds now. So regardless of where strategy sits between the two cars, it definitely seems that the number 21 is definitely the bearer of pace at the moment.
If you're Axel at this point, as soon as you hand the keys over to Sven, you can just go have a nap, go to the gym, go exercise. Your worries are gone, and just enjoy your day at that point.
The gap is halved again between the LMH leaders. It was just 11 seconds. We said it halved from 25. Now it's down to just 6. 6 seconds between the 31 and the 141. Something has happened again.
LMH, it's coming down to, it has to just be tire dag and guys just not being able to send it like they have been. If you push these cars too much and you get too much lateral damage on your tires, you're just sliding.
We're looking at
but
an
it also comes down to the
finish.
fact that Yannick has had that incident with Timo, so he might just be suffering from that damage and maybe made some mistakes somewhere. And
Antoine
right
is
now, paying for it.
Antoine is swapping back into the car.
Yep.
Teo is swapping back into the car of the number 16.
Yep, as we go on board with the number 141 Wellhouse Racing. This is the car that is aggressively closing the gap down to that lead car. We don't know the damage that the 31 has, of course. That re-entry incident just a few laps ago with Timo of the number 6, as we go on board with Alex Cochran, who looks... Alex Cochran has had an incident right at the end of the lap.
Oh no!
Oh, that seems
Yes,
to
so
be
it's
a
been
very,
stayed over
very
past
nasty
however long. Technical red flag is not going to happen. Not going to happen.
So that is an update from Race Control. The technical red flag due to potential server issues has now been cleared, which of course is not going to be... And I apologize again about the number 7. This is not Alex Cochran. This is Christoph Bose. I keep missing up a couple of the names.
Look at the
here,
rear wing.
Number 7 Redwater car has had made a mistake here. We didn't see what happened, but yeah, something right at the end of the lap that's put them on the back foot with a mistake there. So we'll see if they've got some big damage from that, or if
Can
they
we get a
continue
close-up on that car? I believe
Yeah,
the
let's-
front and the rear wings are just...
Yeah, looks like they've taken a bit of damage at some point, maybe just through this incident here. But yeah,
Oh
rear-
yeah, you can see the rear wing there taking a big hit on the right side if you can zoom in on that.
Yeah, let's get
Even the left side got it too.
Yep. And with these cars, especially, as you know, with teams running what we call the Le Mans spec with super low downforce, if you get a little bit off damage on that rear wing, you're just going to be losing full downforce.
Number 6, that's a warning for cutting pit lane. Warning for cutting pit lane.
But the gap has
In
halved
first
again.
place.
The
Was that
141
a
has halved
warning?
it again. We just said 6 seconds from 12, approximately from 25, now down to just 2.5.
So, let's get a shot of Yannick. What's happening with his driving? Is he just getting poor exit on corners, or is he not maintaining enough minimum speed? What is happening where he's losing seconds?
Yeah, well, as we
per
look at the
lap?
gap here, it looks like he's pulling back on the straight, actually. It looks like he's pulling a gap back on this Mulsanne
Is he-
straight. Let's see into corners how he is performing.
Does he have damage on his car?
Potentially, I mean, he had that incident with Timo. That looks to have been a massive hamper, because
Oh,
that
right.
gap is just closing.
Yeah, the whole side of his car, the right side, was damaged, so maybe that's affecting either the left or the right turns.
Right. And now that gap just through the one chicane has gone from 2.8 to 2.4. 2 seconds and a half now.
Oh, we had a disqualification.
Oh.
But it said this is Luca Gaitke. The number
Timo?
6 has a disqualification. This
That is
could be
Timo
detrimental
Decor.
to their championship run. If that's a real message from Race Control, can someone check in on that? Because, yeah.
What? What just happened? He's continuing? So what happened with the swap? Oh, somebody's off.
Number 6, ignore the disqualification. You will just get a 90-second time penalty. Number 6, 9-second time penalty.
Okay.
Sorry, 90, 90, 90, 90.
90-second time penalty for a swap time violation from the number 6 car. So that's going to be 90
What happened
seconds.
with the swap? Did he just leave too... Oh, you know what? They have to wait for a certain amount of time before they leave the pits. He must have left the pits
Yeah.
too early.
And that is
Yeah,
the
that's
P3
correct.
car, Tim, that we just saw there. That was the P3 car, a firm handshake in the GTE class that went off as Timo went
Oh,
by.
wow. Yeah, I've just
Wow.
spoken with Race Control. He will not be disqualified, as that is just due to a bug, display bug.
Oh,
with the
oh,
real
oh,
penalty
as the
app.
number 31 gets held up into Indianapolis by a GTE, the gap closes down to just a second. Will this same GT hamper...
Is that Rayne Bradford?
It is either Merrick or Bradford. It's not Merrick, as Merrick's in the pits. That is Bradford. They just gotten by, but back on board with the 141. Under a second now to the leader as we get down to just 30 minutes remaining in this race. 3.5 hours done of 4. And these cars are still going at it.
Was that Rayne Shadow Legends?
That was Rayne Shadow Legends. Jace is in the pits currently, or at least was. So that was Rayne they just passed. And the gap is coming back up now, so it looks like the 31 has its strength in certain areas after that incident with the back marker, but and that back marker being the championship leader in this race. But
Hang on. So with the 90-second time penalty, where does that pull?
that should keep the number 6 car ahead of the 142, because that's a 2-minute gap.
Yeah, and as we can see, P2 goes, the number 141 car goes 3 seconds faster than the guy who's chasing in P1, and it seems like now the gap at 0.8 seconds, 8/10 of a second.
And we've got a back
before
marker.
the left-hander.
We have got the
As he
last.
goes wide.
But this is a back marker car in front of the P1. This is number 7, JD Ranger, in the number 42. That is ahead of the leader right now. That is hampering his lines.
Almost loses the back end, but keeps it under control there.
And here we
What
go.
what were those last two messages from Race Control? 30-second, and what was the other one?
We'll see, but here we go on board. Leaders are going to battle for
the slipstream.
the lead. 141 goes to the outside. Oh, they make contact.
Oh.
And the 31 just barely
He
stays
backs
ahead.
out.
And the leaders
Oh,
make
no!
contact. No, both leaders make contact. The 141 and the 31, they hit again in the sand.
They did it again!
No!
Oh my god!
They're both going to get going again. 1 second splits them as they get going.
Yeah.
To answer your question about the 60 and 30, I can't actually apply a 90 because it's too long for a real penalty, so I have to do a 60 and a 30 to apply.
Okay, so that's going to be a 90-second
you.
penalty to the number 60 of Team O'Day Court in the Redwater Racing, but both leaders have just shunted at the first chicane, and they've come back onto the track about a second and a half. That was all begun. I can't put blame on either, but it was directly caused by the 141 going over the sausage curbing and therefore losing control. I can't say what caused that directly because we were in a TV angle at that moment, but
even
wow.
if the 141 passes the 31, I think the stewards could potentially pull the win out of their hands.
That is true.
For that move.
That looked like the 2021 Monza F1 Grand Prix incident between Max and Lewis Hamilton.
But we're gonna have to see now.
If an LMH car could get into the air, we just saw it.
We're gonna have to see now what the damage or
Number
anything
6
is like.
car, unfortunately, due to real penalty disqualifying you, because you just bolted out of the pits, you are actually stuck in the pits, so you cannot leave. Sorry about that. I can't. It's not a feature yet to clear black flags in real penalties, so that is unfortunate disqualification for you. Alex Coshrane, if you finish P3 or above, you win the championship.
So that is the championship leading car, the Redwater Racing number 6, that has been having issues over this past 20 minutes quite significantly.
He teleported to pits.
Locked in the pits after a teleportation. That's going to result in a DNF and a potential loss of championship with under 30 minutes to go.
And Alex is only 7 seconds off of 3rd place right now.
Oh, and here we go.
Yeah.
We've got so much happening.
Christopher Bose on that car.
Hey, Christopher
As
Bose.
we know, very fast driver.
Oh my god!
And not to mention, boys, not to mention that Sven has taken the pit stop and now sits 7 seconds in closing behind the leader of GTE. So this battle is going to close into the end of the race as well.
Did we see Timo do a Timo rage quit, or what happened there?
I'm not sure, but whatever has happened, like you said, Tim, Alex is only 7 seconds off of the podium contention. If he can get this position, this is going to result in this 7 car of Redwater Racing snatching the championship with under 30 minutes to go from a teammate car that has pretty much led the entirety of the championship until now, the end of the finale race.
So the gap between 3rd and 2nd is what, 2 minutes 25?
Yep.
So 1st and 2nd will hold their positions. It will just come down to who gets ahead and if Dennis does get a penalty for that send.
As the
over
141
the
gets slowed up by a GT car in his pursuit of the lead again. It's only half a second, Tim, between those 2 cars that you just mentioned.
Yeah, and absolutely insane. If you can see right now on the live timing, you can see that Alex, Christopher Bose closing that gap, and it's almost in complete sync with Sven closing that gap on P1 on the GTE category. So we have 3 battles on our hand now for the LMH win, for the GTE win, and for the championship win. Absolutely insane coming into these last 22 minutes of this 4-hour endurance race.
Yep, and for anyone who's joining in just now or as of recent, like we're all saying on stream, we've got 3 great battles happening all at once right now. We're on board with one, the 2 LMH leaders for the overall race win. They're gonna battle as they go through GTE traffic down the Mulsanne into the 2nd chicane. I get on the wrong camera, I apologize, but we get on board with the 141 who's going to not get the move done. He's going to have another look potentially at the end of the Mulsanne. But we've got this battle going on, and then we've got Christoph Bose in the number 7 chasing down P3. If if the number 7 can clear and earn P3, they will take away the championship from the number 6 car that is just DNF'd. And Timo from the number 6, oh no! As Yannick goes off, the number 31 goes off the circuit and loses the lead. The number 141 gets by purely on pace as the 31 makes a mistake.
The pressure. Oh, the pressure.
A potential great battle coming into the closing stages may have been prematurely ended by a mistake.
What happened?
As we go on board.
This is yeah, I can explain.
This is a number 6 Redwater driver.
Yeah. So Luca, he said that he wanted to swap in for the last half hour to try and save the championship. So we swapped, but Luca forgot that he needed to wait 90 seconds, so he just joined and fucking bolted out of the pits.
That was
so it wasn't you driving, it was Luca.
Yeah.
I see.
And then it's disqualified him, and a real penalty, you can't clear a disqualification.
Right.
And he crossed the line with the disqualification to his name, so he got teleported back to pits and he couldn't leave the pits.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it's just real penalty, just screwing us over.
Nicodem should have hopped in to tell you guys to.
Yeah, well, I
YouTube
heard
channel.
there is still a chance, as I can see that he is now losing to Jake, because he just did a pit stop, so he has fresher tires. And I believe 2 laps into my stint, they swapped. And I think that was around the 1.5 hour mark. I don't think you can drive 1.5 hour on the same set of tires or even fuel. So I think they might even have to do a splash and dash or a change of tires. From our calculations.
It seems like your sister team and your championship rival, Christopher Bowes, has done 16 laps on his tires and fuel, so which if we put in an average lap time of 3 point yeah, that's too much math for me to do right now, but yeah, as you said
on the first few stints, the people started pitting for tires around lap 22, 24, 26. So I think he still has a pit stop to make.
Well, Timo, I'm glad to know that it wasn't a mistake made by you, as I don't want that to come off in a negative way, you know, like we were all cheering for you guys. It was a wonderful race for the longest time, and then it just started spiraling. It was
my
so
race
sad.
pace was just awful.
No,
I don't know what it was, but I was just falling through the pack like a brick.
No, but Timo, it seems like right now, Christopher Bowes cannot get that gap reduced fast enough, especially with his tires. As you said, he's been 55 minutes. I've done the math just right now. He's been driving for 55 minutes on that fuel, on those tires. That must have put so much damage on those tires, so much wear. And we know, especially with the third sector, and how many fast corners, high-speed corners, how much grip is needed. You might just be fine for the championship as long as P3 can hold a consistent pace.
Yeah, so let's just hope the 93 doesn't spin out or something. I'm just gonna knock my table to knock it off, but yeah.
Yeah, let's hope they don't do a Timo Glock moment. But yeah.
We want
even
to get
if they do win the championship, it's still in my team. I will still be very proud of them only having raced 2 races and still winning the championship. So yeah, they're both very fast drivers, and I still personally give them a chance. It won't be the end of the world. I will still be very happy with a P2 because I've never thought I could say that I was P2 in the championship. So yeah.
What are your plans if you get Redwater Racing into a championship position?
I don't know. Something, I guess.
Does Redwater?
All right, he's going to Disneyland. We got it.
Timo, is Redwater Racing? I actually have a question for Timo. Is Redwater Racing like Super Formula?
Yeah, it's the same team.
Oh, I just never see you living in the front, so.
Yeah. Fuck's sake, Chester.
all right. All right, Timo. Hopefully we get you back in less than 20 minutes here to celebrate.
Yeah. We'll see.
I'm gonna go AFK for a second. I'm gonna turn auto cam on. I'll be right back.
Nick, before you go,
He's gone.
Countdown's broken.
Countdown. I'll fix the countdown again. Okay, it's it's fixed now.
15 minutes and 55 seconds, boys, until the end of our first 4-hour endurance race in AER.
Before I go away, I will pull up this statistic really quick on the current stream views because I'm logged into the AFR YouTube. But I will say, let me go to live and click this stream. I'll tell you.
Alex is down to, or sorry, Chris is down to 5.5.
Oh, Yannick goes off again.
Yannick.
Chris has got it down to 5.5. So whatever we were saying about him not being able to light those tires up enough, obviously he's figured something out.
Yep, I'm gonna go mute for a sec.
Also, speaking of insane battles, Sven, reducing that gap
Sven is
to 3.6 seconds with
wow,
with almost about 15 minutes to go. If he can just pull those 3.5 seconds from now to the end of the race, he might just be winning the GTE category.
the race that Dennis has had, we've seen that team in the 141 go up to the lead, down to below fourth, up to the lead, down. It's just been a roller coaster watching that team drive that car. But the fact that is, they've got that car in a race-winning position with a gap of 22.7 seconds away from Yannick, who, you know, a couple laps ago, we watched the two of them go side by side for half the lap. So this is just incredible.
Cool.
Yeah, and as we can see now on board with Sven Yilhud, one of the fastest drivers on the grid right now, if not the fastest on pure pace and consistency. Definitely the fastest driver and championship winning driver of the Formula One, Formula Hybrid Championship season.
Season 6 champion. Yeah.
Season 6 champion of AFR, Assetto Formula Racing. Right now closing that gap to 2.6 seconds. Absolutely pushing the hell out of that Porsche. Poor little thing.
He's making that face on the rear bumper for these last couple of minutes of this race for sure.
Yep. If you're
what about the rear bumper?
If you're the number 333 car right now, you're seeing an angry Porsche in your rearview mirror coming at you.
He's just about to get out of 2 seconds
An angry
now.
pink Porsche.
Going into the Porsche. He's going into the Porsche curves. And now is 1.6, 1.5 seconds behind the Corvette.
That was a good line through there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Tim. I do think that Sven is gonna be hunting down that Corvette really, really fast right now, and probably clearing him up within the next few laps.
Oh, before the lap's even done.
Yep.
He's gonna get him very quick. Sven has turned the racist mode on, and he is driving full throttle.
Wow. Yeah, crossing the line. What's the gap now? 30.4.
It's
for Sven.
1.5. Almost within DRS. No, sorry, I'm just used to commentating Sven racing F1. Sven almost within DRS.
Yeah. No, but that's something you probably wouldn't say.
Wide time.
No, it'd be more like, and
he's leading.
Phil Lenke is almost within DRS of Sven.
Wait. Oh, never mind.
All right. Oh,
I mean, usually the commentary in F1 goes like, "Oh, Phil Lenke almost into the DRS of Sven," and then Sven pulls out a 10-second gap within like 5 laps.
It's like that scene from Need for Speed or Fast and Furious when he pushes the NOS too fast, too soon, Junior. And he just takes off.
Turns on the Eurobeat music on his car and just drives away into the horizon.
All right.
Sven just turns on optional physics.
Sven is only a second and a half now.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're going into now.
Oh no! What happened to Chris? Chris was down to about 7 seconds. Now it's up to 14. I think Timo's championship hopes are still alive and well.
Yeah, it seems like Christopher Bose has made a mistake somewhere.
Under a second for the GTE lead now. Wow.
I need this Corvette to win, dude. I need the Americans to do something. You know, the driver isn't.
Welcome.
Okay?
Just as we get about to hit the 10-minute mark, we are having.
Oh, and you can see the precision. Sven has a spawn that she came absolutely insane.
Are you guys
Sven is a surgeon when he's cutting around corners.
And we already know that Sven is extremely proficient with GT cars. That's where he's strong at. Tracks like this, he loves the Nordschleife. So he loves a challenge. We already know that about Sven, and this has definitely been proven to be quite a big one. We remember he had gaps of over a minute to cars ahead, but here he is just 7/10 off that lead. Absolutely insane.
Did you guys
It's
know
thinking-
that Elon Musk actually programmed the AI that we refer to as Sven?
This is true.
That is a very fun fact, but now we're coming into the last 10 minutes of this race.
Last 10 minutes as we are looking at the rear wing of the number 333 Corvette for Olympus Esports. Right.
Car off at Indy on the left. Be careful.
Oh, but there's it's coming up.
Oh, that's the car that the race directions just reported. This back marker is just real.
Number one car, stop fighting the two leaders. Number one, not sorry.
Oh!
Stop fighting the two cars for the lead.
And that is contact. The car that's just gone off has made contact with the second place car of Sven.
Who is that? Is that the 762?
Yeah, that's the 762, I think.
So you can see Sven
No.
absolutely furious, just spamming those headlight flashes on.
But
that
he's still
Corvette.
there, regardless of that
Or was
contact.
that
Sven
the
is still
021?
there. That was the... I don't know who that was. That was... Oh, it's this car, the 28.
Yeah.
28.
That was Bazinelli, or maybe not Bazinelli, but at least this team of Lido Finkbra Racing, the number 28, that's just made contact with the two contenders there as it re-entered from the mistake at Indy. But we'll go back on board because Sven is only 2/10 off of the lead right now in the number 2-1 as he jumps the sausage big time.
Oh my god! That's a big jump.
That is a big jump for Sven right there. Hopefully that's not ended.
You're not in rallycross, you're in endurance racing.
Sven did a ollie. I think he's playing Tony Hawk now.
He is. Let's see if he's got any significant damage or if that was just a mistake on its own that he can recover from. He looks
just
okay.
talking about the precision of this man, and then he launches it off the sausage curb.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe he took damage with that back marker originally. Who knows? But this is proving to be a massive battle for Sven as he gets blocked behind the LMH. The LMH will not overtake the Corvette. Is this an LMH that has
8 minutes to go?
This is the number 31 car taking this much time to get through. As he pushes the Corvette wide, which allows Sven to get through, but what type of racing action is this? Just
maybe the slipstream will help him, but yeah, no, he's lost a ton of time to the GTE in front.
That has saved the life of the 333 car for just another day. As far as the race victory is concerned, that puts Sven
and maybe
3.5 off.
Maybe just secured him the race victory.
Might have.
Jason Milanov is preventing the number 7 of Redwater Racing from a championship by pure consistency. If anything happened to that number 3, or the number 93 car, that would shake things up. But at this point, he has easily been holding a very consistent lead.
That is
yeah,
true.
He's going into the Porsche curves again now. Yep, there he goes.
Yep.
Number 93.
Number 93 running a very, very consistent race. A very somewhat eventless race toward the end here, as he's got quite a large gap all around him. But this
We're
car
on the podium.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful number.
We should be keeping an eye, our eyes on Sven as
Sven
he
down to
pulls
2.2.
that down. Again, this guy is unstoppable. There's nothing stopping him from taking that P1. Not even back markers that block you, or LMH cars that take corners slower than you in a GTE car. He is on it right now, probably pushing and squeezing every bit of pace from that car as he can. 2.1 seconds now behind the leader, dropping that gap each and every single corner. So let's see what he can do.
I think the FIA are definitely going to pull that car in for inspection because he
The
has to
FIA.
be. The FIA are definitely.
We are not a part of the mafia.
The NR,
the MAFIA.
I got it.
No, it's the NRC, them race control.
Anyways, that car is running NOS. There's no other answer about it.
Fair. That's it's that Dutch NOS that Sven has. It literally just comes out of his ass. That's what happens. It comes out of Sven's ass, and he just goes fast.
He takes his wooden shoes off and he drives faster.
It's all just a joke to Sven, but no, we go back on board with this Porsche. He's putting in great pace at the moment still, regardless of all those incidents.
Yeah, he's already under 2 seconds again. He's only 1.5 again.
Yeah.
Yep, with 5 minutes almost to go.
Oh, why there? You can see the tires.
Either the tires or a mix of tires
Car in
and
the
damage.
sand at start finish. Car in the sand.
No, that
at
is
start
part
finish.
of the track limits, probably just extending.
Oh,
much.
this is Jay Ranger re-entering the circuit.
Oh, I thought that was Yannick for a second.
Oh, but here we go again, on board with Sven. He's right on the tail now. Something has happened to close this gap down immediately.
To try to jump him.
Yeah, he did not. He's gonna have the tow. He's gonna back out. He knows he's got the pace, and it's not worth a deep battle if he can get by safely.
That's a deep
big lock up, big lock up.
Or
There we go.
Switcheroo around the inside takes
not-
the better line, but
Not even
sticks
the
it on the inside. Hopefully.
Oh, and they make contact, but the 33! The 33 is the receiver of the spin from that contact. Sorry, the 333.
Oh,
Who was at fault there?
That seemed like a racing incident for sure.
Yeah, that was very close between the two. That's also just a place that's very difficult to go too wide. But that 333,
he should have backed out being on the inside on that corner.
I think fairly, the 333 had a very bad exit from that chicane. That's not the type of exit you'd ever expect out of that chicane. You usually never battle there.
It might be under review on who was ahead. But Sven...
Oh no! Now the 333 has crashed. He's made it. Oh no! The back marker car that had made the incident earlier with Sven has now also made
Just
contact.
caused another.
This is absolutely mind-boggling in the closing minutes.
The 28 just almost destroyed Sven's race, and now just
as another
throws
battle
a
between
wrench.
Ollie Rags and Afonso Goncalves, or at least the Horst Endurance Team and Cheetah Racing Team cars, but it looks like Rags is able to get through there, but no, what?
What?
Wide.
What happened with that 28 car? Is that just a
Ah.
ping issue, or was that just
It
deliberate?
looked. I honestly, I was watching it half consciously as it occurred. Right, I was just watching them come down the straight. But I swear, if I go back, one of them turned in on the other. I can't say who it was, but one of them had like a little bit of.
Well, that's for the That's for the AF
Stewarding.
ST, the Assetto Stewarding team, to figure out.
Yeah, so
the ASFT.
what we can
We'll see if it
guarantee
happens again.
is that has not helped the Olympus Esport team's race. They're now 9 seconds off of the number 2-1 Porsche. So
they were leading for such a long time. Too.
Yeah, that's
absolutely
there's gonna be
dominant
some serious
performance
reports coming in.
Absolutely
Serious
dominant
reports.
performance by this car just until that incident. So I'm sure a minute and 50 to go on the timer we're shown. That's got to be heartbreak for this team. Of course, they've still got P2, and they've got it by quite a margin. But yeah, such a heartbreak for that team. It's not how we wanted to see that battle for the lead end up at all.
No, they're gonna try to likely file a complaint that Sven bumped them, and then the very obvious
Back
bump
marker
for the
incident.
28 car.
Yeah, but the gap now,
Which
almost
is-
10 seconds. It might not even be enough to return them that lead on penalties.
I mean, we get upset when we have to issue a complaint in the AFR race.
Right.
These guys have been racing for 4 hours. We do 21 lap races. Like,
Yeah, no,
that's-
AFR, the Formula 1 races are going for an hour, but next week's is going to be 2 hours, because it's going to be a full distance race at Hungaroring.
Oh,
Nice,
yeah.
nice transition, nice advertising for me. I'm giving myself a pat on the back on that one. That was a smooth transition.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Next weekend, we have the Hungaroring 100% AFR race, where you get to witness a full race distance F1 race by some really good and fast drivers on the AFR driver
and we
grid.
have Sepang.
And there's some familiar faces, too, that are currently racing this race, who are going to be racing in that race.
Like your favorite GTE driver, Sven Yilhud, is probably just gonna win the race anyways, but yeah.
And our Super
I mean,
Formula...
not always, as we've seen Nicholas Shepard challenge him in Hockenheim.
Anyway, so we go back, but Ismail, can you confirm? Are you still in the game?
Yep.
Can you see if the leader is on final lap, or is it still timed?
It should be
Final
timed,
lap
and
of
then
the race,
it'll be
final lap
timed,
of
and
the
then
race.
there we go. Final
It
lap
will
of the
be
race.
If he's passed online, then it'll just go to the next lap will be final.
Okay, so looks like this is it. So yeah, number
Penultimate lap.
141. Yeah,
Leader is on the final lap right now, so.
yeah. So this
he's
is
not on the penultimate.
No,
It
Nick.
all comes
No,
down
you're
to
not on
lap.
TeamSpeak. You're not on TeamSpeak. Nicodem just said last lap. So yes,
No.
last lap. For the 141 Wellhouse
And
Racing
the
Machine.
93 crossed the line. 0 hiccups on this final lap to keep the championship in Timo Decort's Redwater Racing.
Yeah, let's hope that he wouldn't do a Timo Glock moment costing Timo Decor, ironically, the championship. But
Coming out of the Porsche curves and now coming.
Yep.
to-
So yeah, the 141
Good
Wellhouse
luck,
Racing Machine has been quite a dominant car throughout this race. It's definitely shuffled through the top positions a little bit. Some incidents here and there at the beginning, into the nighttime, but the Wellhouse Racing Machine, nevertheless, is going to bring it home on the last lap for the first 4 hours of Le Mans to take the
Ford
win.
chicane.
To take the win, the 141 takes it.
Congratulations.
James Chappell and Dennis Carter, 4 hours of pure racing. And they take the first ever 4-hour race here at Le Mans. Great,
absolutely amazing results for the
Wellhouse Racing team.
The Wellhouse
driving
Racing.
that car. Wellhouse Racing, the number 141 car. Unfortunately, their second sister car, the 142, has just
crossed the line and
has finished a lap behind.
Yep.
Has had to deal with a lot of technical difficulties and issues, especially when it comes to driver swaps and probably even consistency during this long 4-hour race. But yeah, overall they still get a really good result. Right now,
But I think another winner might be coming to the line sooner or later.
Yeah,
yep,
we go on
eyes
board.
on the number 93 race, 93 car, to see whether they can keep it in bay, because that will mean that Timo Decor will be winning the drivers championship.
So that is the number 31
actual
crosses for
cursed
P2.
sentence.
The number 93 is
31
quite
seems
a
happy
bit
about
away.
that.
I think Sven might be coming to the line sooner.
So
or later
here we
now.
are, Sven
Going
in the
to
number
Ford
2
chicane.
one.
Coming to the Ford chicane, taking it nice and easy. He knows that he has that gap. He has that big gap behind him.
Sven Gilo takes P1 in GTE. Though it says Axel Osterberg, that is a teammate, but it is Pink Nicky Chan Racing, the number 2-1 of Sven and Axel, that takes the win alongside the winner of LMH, Dennis Cotier in Wellhouse Racing, the number 141. Gallardo.
Wonderful racing. Wonderful
TV
racing over
cams.
this 4-hour span.
So Alex and Chris in the number 7 currently sit 11 seconds still behind the number 93 of Milanov with Garage 69. And of course, like you said, Ismail, this does determine the championship. If somehow this 7 car is able to get by, which it seems unlikely that it will, that will mean that the sister car of the 7, the number 6, who is DNF'd from this race, will win the championship. However,
This is almost like that one F1 driver who ended up dying halfway through the season. He was so far ahead that he still won the championship from the grave.
number 93 wins, or sorry, rounds off the podium.
93 crosses the line in P3, and what that means is the number 6 car wins the championship. And all I gotta say is congratulations to Timo Decor.
Congratulations.
For trying at least to just, all the
Okay,
effort, all
everybody,
the
that
time
is
put
the
in.
end of the race.
Earthquake.
And the cars
I
are
would
just
say that
doing
was one of the
a
most entertaining
moonwalk.
races I've seen in AC. Thank you for making this such a fantastic final way to end the first season. Congrats to, what was it? Wellington Racing? Was that the Wellhouse Racing, not Beef Wellington Racing. Sorry, Wellhouse Racing and Nikki Chan Gaming. Pink Nikki Chan Gaming. Congratulations to you two winners of each class, and we will be doing reports after this. And I should say, I think as it stands, Timo and his Redwater car have won the championship. Yeah, so that is the conclusion. We will open more reports now for anything after hour
Yes,
3.
because
You
you're
will need
so
to submit
excited that you
reports
won
in
the
the Discord
championship.
and final
One
stand.
Timo.
Yes, I could scream.
Won
but
by
my
11.
dad
No,
is asleep.
9 points. I
9
think.
points. Jesus Christ.
47.
Timo, I'm gonna go pinch myself because I'm obviously dreaming, saying that Timo has won the championship. But honestly, from myself to you, I'm very proud to say that you have won the AER championship season 1. So, congratulations.
Jace Merrick has won the GTE championship.
This is truly an epic gamer moment.
Cursed.
Yes.
I have one thing to say. Well, at least not necessarily to say, but I would like to.
Go ahead, just do it.
Yeah.
We don't want to get a copyright
Let's
strike, so we have to
bring in
remove him.
Jace Merrick.
So, winner of the GTEs.
Hello. Jace, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Like, it was quite the journey to get here. For a 4-round season, that's saying something. Because I had to
Hey,
go...
it's still affiliated with AFR. It's still, you know, you gotta roll with the punches a little bit. So, very happy that you were able to get the championship for the GTEs. Congratulations on that. You've obviously proven that you've got the pace. Unfortunate Sven just took off today in that pink Nikki Chan Racing Porsche car. But congratulations again. It was as you said, only a 4-race season, but it was a journey.
Yeah, it was a journey. Like, I had to go through 3 separate rigs, actually, in order to get that championship. It's a long story, but when I crashed out at Indianapolis, that was a hardware failure on my part. I have a very sensitive power cable, and I need to get a new one.
Oh. Like today.
Yeah. But and then other than that little incident, it was a good race. I mean I wasn't expecting like anything too high because it was literally just a hop, skip, and a jump, and I think we would have gotten it. But all that stuff that got thrown in our way definitely threw us for a loop. But yeah, I'm just very happy. I'm glad that I could represent the Gulf. You know, it's great.
Well, congratulations once again. Go.
Yep.
If you're of age, go get yourself a drink. If you're not, go drink a soda pop.
Oh yeah,
it's a soda. Not a soda
you know what,
pop.
Jack? I'll do you a compromise. Jack and Coke.
There you go. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
We do not
Alrighty.
condone underage drinking in Assetto Endurance Racing, but yeah.
Alrighty.
All right, Jace. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Who should we bring in? Dennis. Let's bring in Dennis. Dennis.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
You can bring his teammate as well, James Chappelle. Number 141.
There we go.
Hello.
141.
Welcome.
Hello.
So, how did that go for you guys? Was it what you were expecting?
Nope.
It was hectic. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing that can sum it up. That first stint that I did, like, I was doing pretty well, but it was mostly just crash avoidance, to be fair. Just a lot of people making a lot of mistakes, like pushing really hard on a fresh track. And I just kind of took it easy, and that seemed to work. And then in the second stint, I just really struggled somehow. And like basically everybody was faster on pace, and we got past. But I think the main thing that got us the victory was that we had a pretty balanced setup and a pretty balanced driver set.
Yeah.
So we could both, drive pretty well with the car, and we just kept up the pace, and that seems to have brought us pretty good results in the end.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it was definitely very entertaining watching the 141 car. You guys had a couple of moments where we were watching you in the lead, and then you would drop back down, and then we saw you come back up, and it was just, as a commentator, it was a lot to cover for 4 hours.
I think we only had, was it one spin and one bonk during the whole thing?
Yeah.
Something like that.
You guys had a little bit of a bonk with Yannick's team, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was probably my fault. I think I was trying to stay left, and I just got squeezed a bit. And you know how the track gets wobbly after the white line, and then my entry was just like shaken up by that, and I just couldn't make the corner. So you got stuck on the sausage curbs, and boop.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think we all came off equal, so I hope it's going to be okay. But yeah, they seemed all right.
Under Stewart's review, but we'll see what happens with that. I know that pretty much everybody in the commentary box's mic was probably clipping at that moment.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hard fight. It was fun though. It's our first race as a team, so we can't actually believe we've managed to get P1. It's unfortunate for the other car that they had issues and stuff. I think given the second drivers that some teams had, their pace wasn't quite as equal to their other teammate. I think we definitely could have got a 1-3 or a 1-2 for sure. That would have been lovely, but can't have it all, I guess. But it's still pretty good.
Yeah. And in the end, everything was pretty competitive as well. Like, it was really fun just to kind of have somebody to race against, and it was really good.
Well, guys, congratulations again. It was great having you racing with us. It was fun spending 4 hours with you to a prosperous second season for the 141 team.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's bring in the number 7.
In the GTE winners, the Axel Osterberg.
Okay, yeah, let's bring in Axel.
Where's Sven? He was with them, right?
Axel!
Axel, where's Sven? Why isn't he in interview waiting?
Sven has no time for interview.
Yeah, he's too fast.
Oh, yeah.
He's too fast. He's already
probably getting bug fixes.
Well, interesting last laps.
Yes.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean,
to put it lightly,
the little tap that Sven and forget who was inside.
Yeah, it's Sorenko. I think it was. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be looked in after, I guess, but
that'll be looked in after the incident with I believe it was the 28 Corvette. He added a little bit of spice to the final race.
Flags. Oh my god, my butt cheeks were clenching. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, we saw him made contact with Sven. We saw him made contact with the number 2. It was very interesting, but congratulations to you guys. Congratulations to you for getting Sven as a teammate.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He also drove a really, really clean, really consistent and fast, decently fast first stint. So he had his input in the car.
You did your work. You Sven. You didn't
leave
him with absolutely the impossible to work with. You gave him something reasonable to work with. So
or kind of reasonable.
That's memorable on your part as a driver, especially coming from you've now on your belt. You've got the 4-hour Le Mans AER win. And now add that right next to your, what was it, season 5, season 6?
Season 6, yeah, season 6 championship.
Super Formula Championship. So keep the momentum going. Very good work.
Thanks.
All right. Any last words?
No.
Okay,
That's my last word.
You're
Fair
banned
enough.
Shadow Realm.
Oh, see ya.
Let's bring in the number 7 team. Number 7 car, so close to taking that championship away. What happened, guys? That was a great race to watch.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I guess I happened. I was driving the last stint, and I don't know if it was the wind, but I had a really tough time in turn one. I think I spun twice, which if I didn't spin, we would be ahead of the car that we lost out to. Was 13 seconds in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you had it down. I think at one point it was like 4 or 5 seconds, and it was so close. Us in the commentary box could not believe that we were, especially with the number 6 car DNFing due to a technicality. It was just like you can't write this stuff. Seeing so close to an opportunity for a championship to be decided like that, it was phenomenal racing on the number 7's part. You guys just did great for 4 hours. It takes a lot out of you as a driver. As like I said, congratulations on finishing, coming so close to tasting that championship. We definitely hope to see you in season 2. Do you have any track recommendations or any comments?
Alex.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thanks for the words. Track recommendations for next season. You had quite a good mix this season. I don't know if you had Sebring on the calendar this season. I think you did, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was at the
Sebring and
beginning.
Daytona, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sebring Daytona.
You could have one of the Asian tracks. I don't know if there's a good Zhuhai mod for Assetto
I
car.
think we
That's a very
attempted
good
Fuji
track.
a while back.
Ooh, Fuji. There's a new Fuji just came out as well, and that's a
Yeah,
fantastic
by
track. So fun to
rebooting.
drive. Yeah, it's so fun to drive in the in the prototypes, the huge long straight, and then the middle sectors are real fun. The GTs can be quite difficult to pass there, but that all adds to it. So yeah, Fuji would be a good shout.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, team of the number 7, Alex and Christoph. It was a pleasure to commentate your driving, and we're happy to have you in season 1 of AER.
Yeah, thanks for streaming and organizing everything. It was really great, good fun.
All right. We hope to see you in season 2 as champion winners.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Well then.
All right. We got
Well, that's good. We bring in Rayne and his teammate. Yeah, bring his teammate. Ironclad is his teammate.
Yeah, Ironclad.
Alex Curto. Alex Curto.
Yeah, get Alex in here.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, get him in here.
I have skill issues, so just put it at that. Just leave it at that. I mean, Alex did a pretty good stint for like I said before. He did a pretty good job for his first time driving his car. Like he started driving this thing last night or the night before. I think.
No. Well, I only drove it the night before for about like 10-15 laps. So I was like, yeah, okay.
So,
wow.
I came into this like I'm not expecting much. I was doing. I think I managed to get like a 52.9. I think. In the practice server for the race, I bottled quality like I normally do because that's just a normal thing for me. And then Alex was averaging 50. Alex, what were you averaging in the race? Like 53s?
Yep, 53s
like
nonstop.
Mid 53s. If I didn't flat spot my tires like a dumb fuck, I would have actually been able to manage 51s. If I didn't, if I had more time, I probably would have been able to do 51, maybe 50s on race pace, but I didn't know how to take the Porsche curves, and that ended up also costing me not know how to take the Porsche curves. I tried to push in a little bit too much. I tapped the wall, so he had suspension damage. That's why he had to pit late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which absolutely sucked, but
hey, you guys.
It's okay.
Showed...
We still won the champion. We still won the championships. I'm happy.
Yeah, you guys showed good pace out there today, even with a couple of hiccups.
Yeah. My fastest lap was on a pair of fucking flat spotted tires as well. I'm just gonna put that out there.
A 4-hour race is exhausting on anybody, so you guys held it together quite well. Any comments about the season before we wrap season 1 up for AER?
As format wise, it was great. Car, not so much.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been,
you, well,
I've been a stickler enough all season. Yes, delivery is great. I love delivery.
yeah, yeah.
But just the car itself was not a pleasant thing to drive. I managed, but it wasn't pleasant.
Yeah,
Well,
my
you are
eyes
the one
in
who chose the
terms.
Porsche. There was the Corvette build.
Jace chose the Porsche. I just followed him. Jace chose it.
Yeah, in my eyes, I'm very used to the Porsche RSR. It is my preferred GTE at all times, but this felt a bit awkward to drive. It didn't
Yeah.
feel like the RSR. The RSR can take a bit of curb. This thing, certain curbs, it literally would just instantly kill you, like you were in a wall or in a spin. My second stint was a good example of that. All of a sudden, the car was just not handling curbs at all, and I spun at least 5 times in a matter of 3 laps.
Yeah, and that might just be an issue regarding
A
the
skill
setup.
issue.
I mean, no, but that
I was
might
kidding.
just have been a setup
Setup-wise.
issue or anything. Yeah, as Chessa just said, setup wise, thing. But also like different driving style with a different car, and we know how that can affect different drivers as well. If you cannot get a car that matches your driving style, you're definitely going to be slower in it. But overall, like you guys have kept it consistent throughout the race, so I mean, you got that.
Yeah, it was good, but we are kind of wrapping things up here, so we'll have to say our goodbyes to you two, so we can get our last remaining 2 interviews in here, and then we can all be on our way. So thank you again for competing in season 1
In the
of
first
AER.
4-hour race. I don't think we've ever done.
Somebody in the interview Wayne chat mentioned a 48-hour race.
Okay.
Yeah, they must like torture.
We'll
Does
see.
this look like Targa Florio?
I mean, 48-hour race on Targa Florio? Question mark. Season 2
No,
finale.
fuck you.
No, you implanted the idea in my head. You can now deal with the consequences.
Oh.
Okay.
All
See you
right.
guys.
Get these
How
lives
are you
done.
doing, guys?
Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, you too. Well, the one last pairing to interview.
Hello.
See.
Hello,
Hi.
Alfonso.
I was having a chat with Theo actually.
Do you want me to pull Tio in? Do you want to commentate anything on your race, or are you good?
I thought we were going to win the champion actually, the championship, but yeah, I felt I was pretty consistent, and it was fun. So yeah, I'm happy that I was able to drive for 2.5 hours straight without making a single big mistake. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean consistency.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Consistency is the key.
That was I was shocked how long you were going when we finally saw you pull into the pits and swap drivers. I had to check how much time was left because I was like, really? Like he went 2.5 hours. That was pretty adventurous on your part to go that long and not make that many mistakes. So kudos to you, good sir.
Thank you. My teammate actually, he didn't have enough time to practice, so yeah. Since he was
Yeah.
slow and he was afraid of crashing, we decided I was going to maximize my stints.
Right. Yeah, we figured if a couple of the teams were going to do that with the drivers, were maximize the lack of a better term, more competent driver to get as most positions as possible and then make the switch.
Yeah, but me running in P1 for that long was pretty realistic because I had to pit anyways. So yeah, if I stayed out a bit more, I don't remember what his name was, but he was in the 333 car. He would have overtaken me anyway. So yeah.
All right, Alfonso, thank you for competing in AFR Season 1, and I know that we will see you in Season 2 for sure.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
And the last person...
I'm gonna be
Teo.
Leaving you guys here with the commentary, because I have to leave for a bit. But I'll be back later. So I'll see you guys. That was a really good race. Awesome moments, awesome battles, really awesome race. So yeah, I'll see you
That
guys
was
later.
also awesome pit coverage.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you later.
All right,
Yeah.
Teo, you are the last person we are commentating, or sorry, interviewing before the end of this stream. So, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. It was really cool. I managed to put out some, pace at the end because I did another driver swap with Antoine because he really couldn't drive anymore, and I really managed to get really fast. I almost got into the 350, which I never managed to do before. Problem is that like 3 laps before checkered flag, I was going to do this 50 and I approached a car too fast and he braked way earlier than I expected. And I wanted to move to like kind of overtake him. But fortunately what happened and we crashed. So after that I had to go back to the pit and it's kind of ended for me.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But, you know, the one thing you can take away from that is that you do have the pace within you. It's always good hitting personal bests, especially during a race.
Yeah.
So, how did you enjoy the first season of AER?
Unfortunately, I only made the Le Mans race, so this race. So I think it was a good season. I couldn't really tell from the other races. I just discovered the league. But just from this races, it was really, really cool, really kind of different because it were more interactive with other people than any other league that I did. I did a lot of races with a lot of different leagues. And for the moment, this one is where I the most enjoyed it.
Well, we're happy to have you here in AER. We are a ever-growing Discord, and we constantly try to improve whatever we can to add immersion and clean racing between all of the drivers. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for the kind words towards our Discord.
I want to say another thing, is that you're the only leagues that use my safety cars, from what I saw.
Your safety cars?
Yes, I made those safety cars.
Oh, the Nismo.
That's
Yes.
not even Loki genuine.
Oh.
It's such a small
And
world.
so far, you're the only one who use them, from what I saw.
Well, they're a good safety car.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm planning on doing more like the official Formula 1 safety car, like the Mercedes with the wings. But for the moment, I'm waiting to get the 3D model to actually start working on it. But I may do like GT3's safety car or some even dumber stuff, like Formula 1 safety car or Renault Twingo safety car. What else can I?
I think you and
Your
Chesta need
lawnmower.
to stay in cahoots with each other because Chesta is very good at creating skins for cars, and I'm sure the two of you could put your heads together to come up with something fantastic.
Okay, so now I will take note.
On that note, I think this stream has been going on a little bit too long now, so we will wrap things up. Thank you, Teo, for your time
Thank you
and
too.
racing with us.
Thank you too.
And we
okay.
will say farewell to everybody who still is with us in the chat. Thank you for joining us for this first 4-hour AER endurance race. Season 1 has come to a close, and
Wait, Tim, you're forgetting. It's
What am I
somebody's
forgetting?
birthday today.
Oh, yeah.
We did mention this at the beginning of the stream, but we cannot
did.
forget it is our great Supreme Leader Nicodem Saska's birthday.
Oh,
and if you're not sure who that was, remember at that point in the race when we zoomed in on the pink Nicky Chan racing car and we saw that beautiful face? That is Nicodem Saska's face. That is our lovely birthday boy. Everybody give Nicodem a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Nicodem.
Oh my god.
There we go. Cheers to everyone for joining. What a race.
Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Good night to you too.